Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to Coventry for the third and final day here at the IPA UK Championships. If you were with us last night, you would have seen Marc Boyle take the professional title in fantastic circumstances with a sublime performance against fellow countryman Ross Fernie. And I'm delighted to be joined by our resident expert Marc Pickworth. A fitting finale to 2 days of intense competition in the professional event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't even believe we're here till the last day. It's just flown by. We got here on Wednesday night and settled throughout Thursday, and started on Friday morning at 9 o'clock, and here we are on the final day already. But yeah, fitting end to Marc Boyle to play supreme throughout the whole of the day, and that break is still rememberable, and the way that he goes about his clearances every time is formidable, and if he can really move on now.
Yeah, and he came through a particularly tough section of the draw. He had to beat pro number one Marc Farnsworth, former world champ and former pro number one Liam Dunster, and then world number three Ross Fernie in the final. It doesn't really get much harder than that.
No, it absolutely doesn't. And I mean, to beat two of his fellow countrymen, it probably makes it even harder. And then obviously a really good friend and a really good competitor in Marc Farnsworth, to beat him as well in the same one is formidable.
And in the ladies' elite event, of course, Deb Birchall, win number 2. Can she do the Grand Slam?
Well, I won't put it past her, absolutely. I mean, Ashley Bird, she really put it out there. She probably should have been level at probably 4 frames apiece, and could have even taken it a little bit closer than what it was. But Deb Birchall proves why she's number 1 player at the moment.
Yeah, so that was yesterday's action, and today the action continues. We're going to be bringing you the final of the men's amateur event. That'll be the first match on the stream, and we'll preview that just in a minute. Then after that, we'll be focusing on the open event all the way down to the conclusion of that around about 9 o'clock tonight. If all goes to plan. Earlier on this morning, we saw Becky Watkins take her maiden IPA title in the ladies' amateur event, and Marc, that was a fantastic final with her and Sarah Middleton.
Yeah, it certainly was, and they kicked off at 10 o'clock this morning, and it seems to be pretty much routine now that the ladies' amateur finals at 10 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, to overcome Sarah. Sarah's won a few IPA titles now, and that's the first one for Becky, and no doubt she can go on to win many more.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how her career develops over the coming months and years. So, first up, the amateur final, and what a match we have got here. I mean, to come through the field and get to the final is a phenomenal achievement for both these guys, but we know these are two great players.
Yeah, they certainly are. Kian, we know obviously from the Worlds, Jake Newlove, former professional player, great amateur player throughout the UK. It's going to be some fun. Again, we've got 2 different players in this amateur final, and it just really proves the strength in depth of the amateurs. No doubt some of these players kicked off at 9 o'clock Friday morning, playing the race to sevens, and it's sometimes very hard to continue to go match after match after match, and they've been battling it away since Friday, and obviously battling away Saturday, and here they are now Sunday morning waiting to possibly lift that trophy.
And let's make no mistake, these two are professional level players. Obviously the way the system works, they are classed as amateurs, but they are certainly high pedigree players.
Oh, definitely. They could mix it with the best. There's no doubt about that. Don't be surprised if you see him in the Open final later on, because I know Kian's still battling away. Didn't really see Jake's name too much, but I've not really looked at it in depth. But these 2 players, trust me, they are 2 of the best amateur players in the UK right this current moment.
Well, it's all set up perfectly. We hope you enjoy the action we're going to bring you today for the third and final day. So it's time to get over to the Coventry Rocks with Andy Richardson. But first of all, Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Yep, good afternoon, everyone. Just about, we're just on the cusp, just past midday. And we're here for the amateur final between Jake Newlove and Kian Monaghan. And as Kev said, I'm joined in the commentary box by Andy Richardson. Afternoon, Andy.
Afternoon, everyone. Another fantastic final. Day 3 here of the IPA Tour from Coventry. And as Kevin was telling you, these 2 players can mix it with the best. Some of the cream of the crop of the UK amateurs. Certainly professional standard, both of these 2 players. This could be a very exciting final.
Yeah, one of those things that's said quite a lot, actually. you know, we say it all the time in an amateur final, well, these two should be pro, but this time, yeah, that really is the case. Jake, a former professional. Kian, more up and coming, to be fair. I don't think Kian's ever reached the professional ranks, but he's certainly very capable of doing so. And we saw him, we saw his test of nerve and steel in the IPA World Doubles final. Penalty shootout on that. And yeah, he was up against Jake Newlove and his partner in that final as well. So this is a bit of a... we're even in the same venue, in the same arena. So I wonder whether Jake will be out for revenge.
I'm sure he will. Yeah, quite a coincidence is that. Exactly the same arena, same venue. So, it's Kian Monaghan to break in this opening frame of the UK Amateur Final. Well,
that's a disgusting start. That's absolutely the worst possible start for Kian Monaghan.
Yes, and he's unlucky there. Into the middle, but he didn't go directly. He was kicked in. So he did what he had to do. Struck them well. Controlled the cue ball as best he could. But as always, you just need that little bit of luck. So, first chance goes to Jake Newlove. And he elects to take the yellow balls. And you can see there's a pocket for every ball here. No real traffic.
Yeah, difficult to see how this could go too far wrong. The only, perhaps, potential issue might be the speed of the table, just because the TV table is freshly clothed, brand new. These two won't have played on it this weekend, so yeah, the best possible conditions, but the fact that it's the best possible conditions can sometimes catch you out.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that. I think the only bonus is that this cue ball doesn't really need to travel, does it, in this finish?
No.
So he's not liable to lose it. He's not trying to slide off a cushion. He doesn't need to create any angles. You can see it's a clear pattern here.
I think the next couple of shots are key. He doesn't want to leave too much angle on what would be the first of the yellows to the centre pocket. I think that's why he's just held up a little bit and he's working this out. Because you really want to be very close to straight on what would be the penultimate yellow, which is the one below the one he's going to take now.
Yeah, he's absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Where he's landed just off straight. So you take this to middle. And as you say, Dan, it's that ball just below the red there that will be his last yellow.
It's just about okay, but he's actually... I'm surprised he didn't just drop that in. The way he's punched it, he's brought the cue ball back a fraction. And now, the natural angle is running quite close to the yellow.
Yeah, we have the luxury of an overhead here, and he definitely is out of line. You saw him grimace. Now can he just pinch? Well, that was dangerous.
It was a really dangerous way to play that. And this is, wow, this is such a tough shot. I mean, he's got to cut it down the rail. There's no other option.
Yeah, there's no double. The red's in the way right in front of him. Reds are in the way of the corner pocket that he maybe could attempt. So this is the old bacon slicer. That's a fantastic, well.
Oh, that's so unlucky. What a pot that was. What a pot.
One of the shots of the championship, well, of every championship was that. I suppose if you're a purist, you say you shouldn't have been there in the first place, shouldn't have had to play it, but what a great shot that was. And once he'd executed it, how unlucky is he to come off that red and land behind the other red?
Can he get it coming off the cushion? Can he find the 8 ball as well? He can't. It's a good effort. But it's the worst possible result because there's no pressure on this for Kian now. The 8 ball's gone safe enough that Kian can get on with his work. Just needs to make sure that he brings the cue ball down nicely for that black. He's overdone this.
Well, as you said in the previous visit from Jake, it's the first time up on this TV table, as we always say. like lightning, and it just takes a little time to get used to. And the ball is travelling here, so it will take a little time to be pinpoint with your positional play. That's a nice little shot.
Yeah, really nice.
The only thing here you can see is potentially the black ball very close to that bottom cushion. So he'll want to be straight in if possible, or as straight as possible. It's all about this final red. Just about the angle he leaves here. So he just needs to be careful here, just to check this off the side cushion. A little bit of left-hand side, just to tighten the angle. Well, he's thrown wide.
What is happening here? Neither of these two want this first frame by the looks of things.
Yeah, that was a nervous... he went completely the wrong direction there.
Well, this is a thin snick.
This is horrible. First frame.
And he's missed it. Has he got away with it? No, because the side he's put on the cue ball's brought the cue ball right back up the right-hand side of the table. And it's an easy black for Jake Newlove to start the match. 1-0.
Yeah, strange that attempt on the last red there from Kian. I mean, I'm sure he'll have been trying to check the path of the cue ball. And he looked as if he was addressing the left slightly of the cue ball, but the ball reacted as if he'd hit the other side of it. So maybe just moved on the shot, a little bit nervy. Maybe expected the side to bite a little more than it did.
Frame number 2 coming up then. Jake. The first chance of the match. Didn't quite take it. Was fortunate to get a second opportunity.
Yeah, great break. Does he get the result? I think.
I don't think
Can
he
he?
has. I don't think he can see the red. I think he's in real trouble actually, because the table is really open, and there's not a pot on here. I think that red is almost touching that cue ball.
Well, it's unlucky if it is. That's for sure. To not be able to see either of the reds, red to corner or red to middle, or have any yellow to attempt. And look at that.
Yeah, it's harsh. Oh, he's managed to squeeze it with a ton of side. Great shot.
Yeah, great pot. Not the easiest of second reds, but at least he's taken the colour set that he wanted. So what does he do here? The ball goes to middle, that's for sure. But this is no easy pot. What a great shot once again. Fantastic shot there, plays the red off the yellow into the middle.
Superb.
So, first 2 opening shots in this frame. He's had to play with a ton of side for his opening red. An artistic second red off yellow to middle. Still work to do here. Not easy into the middle, this. Certainly early stages of the match. But I've got to say, Jake does look very calm. He looks in the zone already.
Yeah, this is a nice angle as well. Should be able to leave himself somewhere just below the balk line to be able to drift back down the table for the 8. Fraction straight. He's underdone that by what, an inch or 2.
Yeah, he can either way around. He's either overdone it or underdone it.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
past or just before.
He might have to leave a bit of distance here now. And that's what he's done, just takes the medicine. Oh, he's fluked it. He's fluked it. Oh, that's a sick nut for Kian Monaghan. Jake looked so composed throughout that finish, but couldn't get close to the 8 ball. And this is a horrible moment for the man in the opposite corner.
Yes, Dan. I'll tell you, I was watching that clearance, and I was wanting to say, you know, this is a clearance worthy of any of our top professionals. And I just had a feeling if I say something, he's going to miss the 8. So I kept quiet.
Maybe you should have said
yeah,
something.
Maybe I should have potted it.
Yeah. What's the opposite of curse of the
commentator?
commentator?
I don't know. Yeah. It's absolutely true. I was about to say this is an absolutely top quality finish.
It would have been too.
Yeah. And he did look so composed, didn't he? Anyway, Kian Monaghan, so bit of a strange opening to this match. Jake Newlove played some great shots, and then just at the end of both frames,
he's not shown any sort of emotion, has he though, Kian? And
no,
he'd have every right to, because that's the second in-off from the break, and both of them have been incredibly harsh.
Yeah, I mean the black in the last frame, that was a very difficult black. So you know, he missed the black. That's understandable, but to fluke it in the opposite corner like he did, and as you say, the breaks that Kian has had, he's just not getting the run at the moment.
No, everything is going against him.
And it's a race to 8, so you know you want to be on the scoreboard pretty soon.
This is very much like the first clearance of the match for Jake. You know, you look at it and you think there's not a lot that can go wrong here.
This is the key shot.
He did find a way. So let's see if he can, you know, with all due respect, complete a clearance properly this time, because the first 2 frames you felt like he should have done and didn't.
Yeah, well, this ball that he just played there, he tried to play onto the ball that would be more or less the head spot for where you rack them. He's landed low, so he's not where he wanted to be here. He'd like to have been straight or more or less straight, just off straight, and he's low.
He could go up table now, take the one below the balk line.
Yeah, but
there's a bit of distance there, but
yeah, and the path of the cue ball's not nice either.
No.
He can kill the pace here, or he can spin, but he elected to spin.
Oh, that's some shot.
It's a great recovery. It's still not perfect.
No, I don't think he can nick the one closest to the middle pocket in and hold.
He's definitely running.
He could take the one below that, the one nearest the black, but that's a really tough pot. So he's going to take the one in the middle and spin around the angles.
Does he go side cushion bottom? Yeah, that's what he's played.
This needs to run. This needs to get past the red. Oh.
Does the white pass the red for the yellow to middle, or is he forced to go down table?
I think he can cut the one in the middle in, I think he's trusting to luck a little bit with where the cue ball ends up after this. Low to check side on this. He's undercut it even. Well, it's not been a solid start to this match for Jake Newlove, despite the fact that he leads 2-0 up, because he's had first chance in every frame. And that fluke black is massive. But Kian Monaghan also missed a great chance in the first frame. So can he make up for it here?
Yeah. Kian played a good clearance in that frame. Inexplicably, his last red, he got terrible position on the 8. So effectively, only the one fault so far from Kian. If you look at the positives, and this would hurt Jake to be only 2-1 in front with the opportunities and the fortune running his way.
Yeah, absolutely. What sort of angle has Kian left himself here? I think it's just enough that he can pop one below the baulk line and run on and off the side rail.
Yeah, if he'd have had more angle, he'd have had the option to go side rail and back out to take the 3 reds into the same pocket, but he's forced to run through, and that's a great shot. Played it really well.
It is a great shot. Again, has he landed straight?
I think he's okay. I think he just runs through regardless. The way he just walked around there, I think he must have, yeah. Even just straight with a smaller cue ball, you do get a little bit of play.
Yeah. Just enough angle to bring it out so nicely.
It's just these cushions, they slide, so. Yeah.
A little short pace.
Yeah, but I think he did that deliberately, you know, with it running so quickly and sliding. Yeah, your best under hitting. So much better from Kian. And he'll feel, honestly, that makes a massive difference. Looked like potential to be 3-0 behind. And here you see Jake played previously a great shot. Cuts into the middle. And that was a tough shot, especially checking it up like he did. And that's what happens when you run out of position. You're chasing. So it's Jake Newlove with a 2-1 lead in this amateur final.
Yeah, I don't know if I was in Jake's position whether I'd be annoyed that I'm not 3-0 up or happy that I am 2-1 up. I suppose that's a sort of glass half empty, glass half full kind of question. How optimistic you are as a person, but
yeah, I think when you're playing, Dan, you just focus on the match, try and clear your mind of anything that's passed. He'll know that he's getting the run, certainly at the moment, and he'll realise that he needs to capitalise on the fact.
Yeah, it doesn't last forever, and sometimes it just takes one mistake for that complete momentum switch. And have we just seen it? Because it's amazing how often that happens. You miss a good chance to go 3 or 4-0 up, and all of a sudden, in off from the break, and leave your opponent a great chance. This is arguably the best chance of the match from the break.
It is.
Although they've all been good, to be fair. That's not, they've all been excellent.
Yeah. Without the in-off there, you'd have to say that was one of the best breaks we've seen.
Well, straight in-off, though. So, hard to call it bad luck. Some players out there that would. Some that wouldn't.
No, it's definitely a bad shot if you straight into the pocket. And there you can see he's going to take yellows. Just push that one away from his opening yellow. There's a yellow next to the black, and you can see the pattern here. Yeah, he's just picked the pace up slightly, Kian. And he's at his most dangerous when he picks the pace up, from what I've seen. And as soon as I say that, he sticks himself on the rail.
Not fatal. He needs to get that out of his head. This is still a nice angle to run this through. And just leaving a bit of distance here, that's all.
This is just a test of cueing. Composure. straight, solid pot. That was in the heart of the pocket. They'll feel a lot better for that. So, lost position a couple of times in this match so far, but yeah,
It's back to 2-all.
parity. Kian has got to feel good at 2 apiece here with what's happened so far.
Yeah.
Ran out of position, landed under the cushion. Obviously not as intended, and he did look frustrated. So it's difficult when you do that, run out of position. That long straight yellow should have been a lot easier, and he put himself under pressure. But sometimes that works to your benefit. So the test was there, heart of the pocket. He'll be feeling good. Just needs to cut out those little positional areas.
I mean, what Kian really needs to cut out is going in off from the break, because he's 2 from 2 so far for that, and neither of them have been his fault, really.
So Kian, can we avoid the pocket with the cue ball?
Yes. I thought for a horrible moment it was going to run up there again.
Yeah, the only thing you can say there is he came straight back, but noticeably the last 2 breaks, when he comes straight back, it tracks back off towards the corner.
Yeah, he's clearly putting a little bit of unintentional side on the cue ball.
So as you see here,
yeah,
he's heading down towards the opposite corner. The last time he went in off in the opposing corner, so anyway.
You'd still have to say you'd be really unlucky to go back through all that
with
traffic.
all those, yeah, most definitely, yeah. If you can get back to that back rail, it's a good break. And that was a bit of a tester.
Really nice shot.
And now he needs this ball out of the way. Needs to open this pocket up for the yellow behind. Just needs to be careful here with the red on the bottom cushion.
Yeah, this isn't the best angle. I think you wanted to be low on this.
Yeah, just low would have been nice. Would have been able to screw back. Could have even aimed for the red on the cushion behind the yellow. And as it is now, he's just a little high.
Extension, please.
Position on his final yellow here.
Really tough.
Yeah.
Really tough. To the point where I think he's going to have to change his route, isn't he? Can he stun past the red?
Well, he's leaving himself a double.
Oh, I don't know about that. See, I thought he could have left himself the middle pocket next.
And screw off the red.
Off the red.
Yeah,
that's too thin.
Yeah, I don't like leaving a double like that, I must be honest.
Easy to say, sat here.
It wasn't the wrong shot, it's as you see it.
Yeah, and not under a 30-second shot clock as well.
Yeah, I see the shot you're looking at. I was looking at the same thing. You play yellow to middle, try and catch the red half ball, drift out to maybe just past where the cue ball is now. Yeah, it's a bit of an ask. You're playing down the cushion, but it's a plain ball pot, and you've got natural position for the other middle then. But we say that if the double drops, he's good. Nice little shot there. So Jake knocks the yellow into the middle. Legal shot with this rule set, as long as he pots his own ball. And that just gives him a little bit of insurance. So he can afford to take these balls down the rails. And if he misses, he's a good chance of leaving this final yellow safe. So he's going to play the defensive option here. Yeah, that's a good shot. So takes one of his balls off the cushion. Snooker's key, and the danger here though.
He's left a one cushion.
Yeah, a one cushion, and there's a big chance of hitting this and potting it.
He didn't allow for the slide.
And that is where people early on do get caught out. The slide. So when we say it slides, it effectively the angle widens because of the heat. The cloth is so rapid. the angle just opens up slightly. And the thing is, you know it opens up, so you try and compensate. But that's experience, and that's the amount of time you play on this table. As you reach the professional ranks and start to go deep in tournaments, you play a lot more on this kind of table. That's a beautiful shot as well. So some great single ball potting.
Not actually sure he wanted that in.
I don't know. I think he's a very aggressive player, isn't he, Jake?
He is.
I think in or over.
If that
I'd want that
over, if that hangs over, then he can go after this finish with no drama at all. You know, he knows that it's pretty safe. If he misses, he's going to leave Kian a shot.
Well, not necessarily. Well, if he'd have had what he could do here, or he could have done, if he was a little nearer, is he could have played the attempt on the ball down the rail, hold the cue ball, and if he misses, he still can't see the yellow. It's a little harder at distance, this. Still think he can hide this cue ball, and that's what he's done. So, good shot, and he's got a good angle here. Just run this straight through. And you want to be anything but straight on this red.
That's pretty straight.
It is.
That's pretty straight. It's not the end of the world, but it does mean that he's going to be queuing off quite close to the rail to take the black.
Yeah, he didn't want to be down here, but
it's just awkward. It's just made it missable. This.
It makes it more difficult when you know that you should have been in better position. But under normal circumstances, this would be in. Certain of that. There we are. So, good frame that from Jake. A couple of defensive manoeuvres. Played a great snooker behind the red on the side cushion. The first shot he played in that clearance, clever. Potted his own ball, potted his opponents into the middle. Just gave himself that security. And then the third to last red that he potted. Again, attack defence. If the ball drops, he clears, as he did. And if it doesn't, Kian was snookered and in trouble anyway. So, good table management.
Yeah, slightly topsy-turvy start to this game. Both players playing some good stuff and some very average stuff so far.
I think it's more a case of a nervy start for both players.
Yeah,
Kian certainly upped his game. Jake was very good there. I think things are hotting up in this final. So, we know he can hit them hard. He just needs to control this cue ball. No direct in off. Much better. Great cue ball. Straight back down the centre of the table. And there we see quite a good layout here. No clusters to talk of.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah, black and yellow.
Yeah, black and yellow is definitely the sticking point. You could make an argument for
going,
reds.
yeah, I mean you could go yellow now, and you could try and move if the black and yellow, the yellow doesn't pass the black, the 8 ball. He could stun up if he wanted to. He could run through and try and kick the back of the 8.
The yellow near the red on the left-hand side might be causing a slight issue as well, so I think that might be why he's going reds.
Both colours. I think you can go for either here. So I think, yeah, oh, sorry, Dan.
Just wondering where the 8 ball goes. I think it goes bottom right. I don't think it goes in the middle.
Yeah, on the main screen it looks like it flies into the middle. On the overhead it looks tight.
Yeah, I don't think you can get that.
Yeah, it's the red next to the yellow that, well, he's gone straight onto it.
Well, he's given himself an option here, hasn't he? He's underdone that, to be honest. He wanted to be straight on it. But it's quite an easy double. even with the slide, because it's quite a tight angle, the slide doesn't affect it so much.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him take the double on here.
I mean, I think I'd cut this to middle. He's just concerned about this yellow that he's hitting.
Yeah.
This is what he's worried about. Yeah, that's the problem.
That's why I'd have taken the double.
Yeah. And he knew that. You could see him grimace when he landed where he did.
Yeah.
He was always pushing that yellow in this direction. So you've got to say that is somewhat of an error.
Yeah, it is, yeah. He's gone too deep into this finish now as well. He can't really hold up. He's got to have a go. So he's going to try and screw into the area. And that's not gone well because he's dead straight on this and he can't get anywhere near it.
Yeah, that's a disaster. He needed an angle. He could. If he overruns, he's good. If he runs further, if he lands shorter, if he was shorter, he'd have been able to stun back off the side rail. And the problem is, he'd need to get either directly behind this red or play the skill shot. Well, skill shot from distance like this, under the rail, under the cushion.
And I mean, the yellow is not in the heart of the pocket either. It's a good 2 inches out. If he gets this, it'd be one of the shots of ever.
Yeah, this is so difficult.
Good effort.
Great effort.
Yeah, it was asking for so much there.
It was almost futile. It was so difficult.
Yeah.
So he's not messing about, Kian. So
like
yeah, release that black.
That's a really nice little clever shot. Because he didn't really care where the yellow was going there. He's just made sure of the position with the cue ball and got the yellow out from behind the black.
And that was a good shot. He didn't want to hit the red there. Had to make sure that he passed the red. If he hit the red there, he risked hampering this yellow he's just played. So Kian was straight on that. As soon as he got the free shot, no deliberation. Very, very positive. And I think he's settled. I think he looks the more comfortable of the two at the moment.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Yeah, he's just made a couple of really sloppy errors, and Kian's made one as well, but it is just the one.
I mean, we are being critical, obviously. The error that we say he made, he potted a ball and he pushed the yellow in front of the pocket, but it was always on that, so, the risk was too high.
It was always happening.
Yeah.
I think he tried to play it soft enough that the yellow wouldn't get there, that in itself was really dangerous on particularly this cloth. So slick.
Yeah. He knew that was the danger. Yeah, not looking quite as comfortable as he did at the start of this. But just discussing it there with someone in the audience. Yeah, he's just talking to Liam Roberts, talking through what's gone right, what's gone wrong, as you do between frames, or as some players do. Some people like to chat. Some people don't. I used to like to sit and be quiet, hide in the corner.
Fortunately for us, you don't want to do that now.
No. Yeah, those days have gone. But yeah, still a lot of people here, Dan. Still a packed house.
Yep, there's Becky Watkins in the... Well, Toby Bolt just got up right in front of her, but our ladies amateur winner this morning. There she is. Standing with Ross Furley.
So Kian just popped out for a comfort break. (3-3) race to 8. I think this could run close, Dan. What do you think?
Well, it certainly looks like it's going to, doesn't it? There's a lot of momentum swings so far in 6 short frames.
Yeah, I just think Kian probably has the edge just at the moment, just in his demeanour. And I think he's made the most of the opportunities he's had. A couple of errors positionally, but right, it's the break. He's been unlucky on this break a few times. Great break once again. But what's he left here? What's he got?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, that is an astonishing break, really. He's caught those so sweet.
Yeah, he's got no easy opener here.
I think the easiest pot is a long red.
Yeah, and we say easiest. It's a
tricky
not,
one.
Yeah, it's not a great opener. It's one of those where if you miss it, you're potentially giving the frame away. So I like this yellow past the black. Yeah, you hit the red exactly as intended. Very well executed. Yeah, played a great shot there. Deliberately ran into the red. He knew he'd be unlucky not to get position from it. And as a result, he's 2 yellows and a black away from taking a lead in this final. Just checks it up slightly. Seems to have got the pace of the table now, Dan. Seems to, it looks very comfortable out there for me.
Yeah, that was spot on as well. It was a really nice shot. Just gets himself right behind this yellow down to the bottom right. He nailed it. And he leads by 4 frames to 3. Brilliant from Kian Monaghan. Fantastic break dish. Puts him into the lead in this match for the first time.
Yeah, 4-3 lead. At one point, he looked like he could have been 3-0 behind. So he's done well. So both players seem to have cut the errors out on the break, which is a good thing. Not straighten off. Always, it's player's error at this level. If you screw the ball or punch the ball straight into a pocket without contact with anything else, then, you know, certainly if it draws straight into a pocket or screws straight into a pocket, if it gets knocked in, that's just the it's the pole gods. Can't do anything about that. So Jake will be eager to level this match. Broke well last break. More of the same.
Thought we were going to have our first dry break of the match then, but red just kicked in at a very opportune moment.
Yeah.
For Jake Newlove.
And reds look good here. Opening red to the corner. This is probably the most difficult shot you would think in this clearance. Yeah, that's a good shot. I think he knew he was running into that red. And as we see it now, the red just above the black 8 would be a nice ball to get onto next. So, low on the cue ball. He may well just catch the edge of this yellow. Yeah. Ran a little further than he wanted, but played it well. He had an option there for 3 balls, really. And as it happens, probably run further than he thought, but he's perfect onto the ball, into the corner.
Yeah, just got to be careful with this one. Easy to over or under screw this. And that's a little bit over.
I think you might have cursed him there, Dan. You've cursed him. Does it pass?
Well,
overhead it looks like it passes. Main screen it looks tight. So there you see, it looks like it passes, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think he's still okay.
Yeah. And if it does pass, he's in prime position, to be fair.
Yeah.
just be careful with the yellow to the right of this red. Doesn't want to hamper. He's queuing for the next shot. And if he thinks he is, he could even screw here if he needs to. It's up to him. That's the shot though. Just stun out. Yeah. Just want to leave this final red to the middle. So drag this cue ball. And you see it. Just off the side cushion. Just roll this into the middle to leave himself a straight black 8 to corner. And this is for parity. And it's looking tight, this match for me. I think this could go all the way. I really do.
Well, it's certainly looking that way at the moment. And Jake Newlove ties the scores once again. We've been at 2-all, 3-all, and now we're at 4-all.
Yeah.
These two are really locked into this battle. Neither is giving an inch.
Yeah, and the errors have disappeared, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, yep.
The standard has improved. Both players are in full flow now. And yes, this is the amateur final. So you can see the standard on the IPA tour, very, very high. These are the elite. The amateur game, or some of the elite. Many of the top amateurs of professional standard, that's for sure, in my opinion. I think it's only a matter of, well, I'm certain it's only a matter of time before Kian takes professional status. The way he's going, the results he's getting.
You would think so, yeah.
Getting stronger.
Decent break again, but this time it is dry. First dry break of the match. It's not a great time for it to fall on Kian Monaghan.
Yeah, plenty of power. Screw back to the bottom cushion. So, control break.
Options available here. It's a tricky shot, but it's not that tough because the yellow he's closest to, he could take that now. He's got a big pocket down to the bottom right. And if he does, then yellows are very open. Equally, reds are quite open anyway. But the red on the balk line is tricky.
Yeah, this is the shot, I think. Ooh,
Oh,
he's
caught the jaw.
Yeah.
Is he fluked it? No.
This could be a big turning point in this match. Now this is a let-off, a big let-off.
Yeah. And he's moved the only yellow that was remotely any trouble. It's a slightly... It's a pretty poor shot, that, from Jake, to be perfectly honest, because he did have a big margin for error with that yellow near the pocket.
He was close to it.
He was.
But he must have been confident of getting it. Yeah, and to catch the middle jaw. Yeah, he didn't... if anything, you maybe thought that he might have tried to use the big pocket and catch the yellow and maybe double kiss or something, but yeah, didn't trouble that yellow over the pocket, so... Little thinner than intended. He doesn't want to run behind the red. Yeah. I mean, he's still okay here. Yeah, you see, he could have. He's got a couple of options here. Play the ball over the pocket. I think that's the shot. Just drift up the side cushion to leave yellow to middle. Natural angle. Just needs to pop out. Well, he could have done with going a little further because he's running away from this last yellow. But he's still okay.
Yeah, he's got a couple of ways he can play this as well. He can just drift it into the left centre, or he can play it really positively and top it on and off the top rail. Probably the drift.
Yeah. I think probably drift it in, as you say. I mean, the previous shot there, he played bottom cushion first, and he was trying to run higher.
I just don't like this angle because you're running so close to those reds on the left-hand side of the table.
Yeah, he may check this, so left-hand side off the bottom cushion and come back out, and yeah, they see, it just slides. And on some of the outer tables, you know, you put that side on it, it would be a much tighter angle.
Yeah.
So he judged that well. I think he knew that he'd hit the red anyway at worst.
Absolutely, but I mean, he put tons of side on that.
And it still slid.
Exactly, he hit the very edge of the cue ball and it only just came back far enough. So, great shot and well judged from Kian Monaghan. And he takes the lead once again. He leads by 5 frames to 4.
So, big let off. Dry break there from Kian. And Jake attempted that yellow down the side cushion. Big pocket, as you say, Dan. But he was close to his work, and it makes it more difficult.
Wasn't an easy shot.
No. But he did have options.
If you're going to go for it, you need to get it.
Yeah, and he could have gone for reds if he wanted to go for reds. There was an argument for both. But if he'd have made that first ball, yellows were the easier set, definitely. So, just bad execution, unfortunately. Caught that middle jaw. So here we go.
Good contact on the break there.
Yeah, good cue ball, good contact.
Wow.
Great split.
That's another one. There's been some real crunching breaks in this match, and that is up there with the best.
Yeah. So, well, there's no yellow, or is there a long yellow if you was to look at it? But problem with reds. So let's just take another look at this break first.
Extension, please.
Yeah, thunderous. So yeah, reds. The red sort of on the side cushion, hampered by the yellow near the balk line. Bit tricky. Would double if he wants to. So he's going to take the reds.
Yeah, I think the double might be the shot. There's not really any way to move that easily. There's certainly nothing in close proximity to it. Those two reds, they don't go to the centre from where he is, do they? So
Yeah, he's not quite where he wanted to be, I don't think. Yeah, I think he's trying to get back in line here.
he's left the double now.
Yeah,
Controlling the cue ball here is tough.
it is. Yeah,
He's going to have to play this almost sort of dead weight, unless he's running the cue ball into the yellow in the balk area, which is fine. But then you're leaving a big amount of distance on your next pass.
that's the thing. If you play this slowly or dead weight pocket speed, you would think the cue ball, so he's going to drag it. So he may well hit it a little harder than he has done. But the problem when you hit it harder is the angle shortens up. And you have to compensate.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Jake, a little unlucky after that break not to have had a yellow to go at.
Yeah, I think the error was the two balls that are close together there. The ball previous that he played, he didn't land. He landed the wrong side.
Yeah.
So he had to run through forward. I think one of those reds would possibly pass to middle. And when you look from where we are now, Dan, it looks like a plant into the middle, those two reds.
It does actually, you're right. Yep,
It does look like a plant.
yeah. It certainly looks makeable as a plant. If it's, if dead straight it's catching the near jaw, there's enough distance between the two that you could make it. Oh, Kian.
Is he just okay? Well,
I think so.
yes, he is, yeah.
Yes, he is.
Only just. Good cueing. Pushed through from the side cushion.
Really nice shot.
Yeah, well played. Confident. Top spin. Side cushion. Just off straight black to middle. And it's a 6-4 lead for Kian Monaghan.
He is starting to really purr out there. He looks really confident. I haven't seen him make a mistake for 3 or 4 frames now.
Yeah, definitely the more comfortable of the two at the moment.
see, top left of your screen, our next match on the IPA stream, and it will be Andrew McKie versus Andrew Whitfield in the last 64 of the Open. An all-pro affair, England versus Wales in that one.
So Kian to break, 6-4 lead, race to 8, and looking very calm and composed. The tiny shoelaces.
Well, I mean, rather that than trip over,
Yeah,
I guess.
correct.
6 frames to 4. Time running.
Praying to the pool gods, perhaps, for a ball off the break.
Yeah. Anything but the white.
Oh, that was
Well,
close to the middle.
yeah, he lost
Twice.
that. Yeah, he lost the cue ball there. But as a result of not striking them where he intended, he didn't get full power on that break. Didn't catch the head ball full on as he wanted. Probably 2/3 of the way across. Hence, the cue ball flies over towards the middle pocket. And the saving grace is it's not quite the layout that Jake would have liked.
Really awkward. Really awkward.
He will be grateful to be at the table. But so yellow over the corner. I mean, reds. This first, if he takes red to middle, he has a bad red just next to it. He's got the option there at some point to move that with the ball over middle, but at the moment, it's what position would it leave him? So it is there though, if required at some point. So let's see what he's got. Red to corner, so he's going red to middle. It's an awkward finish, is this?
It's the kind of finish that makes champions. It's the kind of finish that you're faced with when you're 6-4 down in a final. You take this out and you could put the fear of God into Kian.
I wondered there if he might run down onto the yellow touching the red and just nudge the red forward.
It's a really tough finish.
Yeah, if he'd have nudged it forward towards that corner pocket, he maybe could have used that later to break something out.
He's all in on it now as well. As soon as he pots this red, there are no problems on the table left for yellows. And there are hundreds of problems for reds. That has gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, I mean that was tough. Delicately sort of taking it off the side cushion, but what did he think he was going to get out of that? I don't know.
I'm not sure, but he's got 15 seconds left. He's used his extension in this frame, and he's got to find something from nothing here.
So he's playing ball off the yellow for a double off the side cushion, is it?
I think he might have gone straight for the pocket.
Directly, yeah, but oh dear, and he's tied that red back up behind the yellow. So big advantage here for yellows now.
Big advantage. I think had that red not gone there, you could have argued it would almost have been frame over because there aren't any other problems. So, I mean, that might just save Jake. Kian's obviously massive favourite still.
I mean, Kian here doesn't need to take any risks.
No.
If you look at the 3 reds, well, 4 reds that he has remaining,
Yeah,
he didn't need to go here.
it's difficult to argue that a safety shot would be the wrong shot in this situation. And that's why he's played one.
Yeah, and it's good thinking. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to block the pocket. Should Jake get high on those 3 reds, then this corner, you know, would have come into play. So he's thinking. Jake in all sorts of trouble here. I think maybe
He's just going to have a lash at this and try and pot one of them off the red off the red, maybe? Oh, he's trying to cuff it.
he has, and he's also just tried to break those 2 reds up. So, you know,
It's pretty good.
yeah, it's positive.
It's
He tried to promote something. He was in a world of pain there. Now here, do you take the yellow and run into those 2 balls?
the red might be in the way.
Well,
And it is.
good call, Dan. But he was trying to run there,
Yeah.
just wide.
But he had you know, Kian had 20 seconds left on the clock there. I feel like he could have just taken.
Well, yeah, he was committed. I think he. But yeah, good call. And now, when you look at the table, that advantage that he had,
Yeah,
you know, it's gone. Jake has a couple of open balls there. Forget the one on the side rail. Forget the one that's blocked by the yellows. But the two other reds, at some point, you know, he's going to have a chance to break that awkward ball out.
Kian, is this a delicate little safety shot? Is he looking to?
Is he looking to move the yellow that's behind the red? I think he was looking that way. The thing with that is he's still left that pocket still open. And here, if Jake was to take this, I mean, this is a very, very difficult shot. But if he takes this this red on the side cushion, makes it in the corner, you can see the other red that's near that corner. He may well get an angle to break out his awkward ball. So it needs a really good pot, and that's a really good pot.
Oh, that's tremendous. That is a tremendous pot from Jake Newlove.
And now you see this, he's got an option here, well, an opportunity to break out his bad ball. So does he go 2 cushions and come behind the red? Well, he chose to hit and go straight into them.
Oh, that's about as bad as it could have come out, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought he may have tried to go cushion, cushion and come from behind. The reasoning being that he kicks the red out and the cue ball comes down towards the other red. Just maybe a little bit more control that way, but what a fantastic pot that was, Dan, down the cushion.
Oh, unreal, yeah. Terrific piece of cueing.
And he needs another one here. Does this pass? Is he going for this? No, I don't think he could see enough to pot that, do you, Dan?
No.
Could he?
I'm not really sure. I don't think so. But he had to play a shot. And he's left a brilliant chance. What an opportunity this is for Kian Monaghan to go 7-4 up in a race to 8.
Timeouts, please. Just on
Yeah.
this side.
These are the opportunities you want to get onto the hill in a major final like this. So, plant into the corner, so he's nothing to do with the cue ball. Now you see, well, he's okay. We preferred that yellow not to drop on the cushion if we're being ultra critical, but
I do think that's slightly careless.
it is.
'Cause he
Yeah,
could
he didn't
have
want
caught-
it there. Yeah.
You know, you can hit that yellow at any angle you want, and the other yellow's going in. So you shouldn't be pushing that yellow towards the cushion. But this is nice. That's fine. He's played the next shot really well and given himself enough angle to drift up table. That's a little bit of adrenaline.
And that was the problem with being on that bottom cushion.
Yeah.
Just made it a little bit more awkward.
A little bit of adrenaline in the arm, and that was not in the centre of the pocket either, that black, I can tell you. Just off the far jaw, but it drops in, and Kian Monaghan leads by 3. He's 7-4 up in a race to 8, and the writing might not be on the wall just yet, but it's certainly starting to get that way.
Yeah, and he'll be feeling the nerves now, will Kian? That adrenaline will be pumping. That's probably why he's just run out of position off the final yellow. With it being on that cushion as it was, you know, just screwing back out. Very easy to run long as he did. And he made the black into the middle. And yeah, I'm sure he's feeling it. This is a massive opportunity for him. I mean, a UK Open, UK amateur title like this, it's a massive thing for his career.
He's definitely feeling it. You can see that he's almost trying to give off an air of nonchalance, but it's not working.
That's what he's got to do, yeah.
It's not working. You can definitely see from the body language. He has been brilliant in this game so far, I have to say. I think Kian is deservedly ahead. Can Jake stop him? Start now.
Fantastic break. What's he going to leave?
It's not the first time we've said this. He wants a red and he hasn't got one.
Yeah, he really does want a red here.
Really wants a red. To the point where, and it's not easy, but it might be worth playing a containing safety.
Extension, please.
Well, if he's playing a containing safety, it's got to be a good one. Got to be a very good one. So is he playing this to middle? He's taking the aggressive option. Red to middle.
That's a beauty.
Great shot.
That's a beautiful shot. I didn't know that was on.
Yeah, I could see it was on, but it was a toughie. Especially when you're facing somebody on the hill.
Well, that being on, I mean, that was the shot he had to take. You had to be red here. Yeah.
Yeah, he's okay.
That could have gone wrong.
Very much so. So, cue ball. He's a good cue ball here. So he's going to be playing for the red just above the baulk line, and he just wants to hold up there. That's fine. So it's red to corner, side cushion. And he's just going to run out here, gap between the red and the yellow. Doesn't matter if he kisses that yellow. So, good stuff here from Jake. Very, very difficult opening red under massive pressure. He's still in it. 7-5.
Yeah, great opener. And now the pressure's firmly on Kian's break. The last two have been dry and not hit that well, if we're being honest, but equally he's hit a couple absolutely beautifully in this match, so he'll be looking for the latter once again. He just wants that one golden chance now. That'll be what Kian will be thinking. He just wants that great chance, because if he doesn't get this frame, he'll be looking at 7-6, Jake to break. You know, Jake's break has been very, very good.
Well, lost the cue ball somewhat there.
He won't care that much. He's made a ball and he's at the table. But it's an awkward one.
Yeah. I mean, at first sight, let's have a look at the break. Just lost the cue ball slightly. A little high again on that side rail. Yellow over the corner. So if he wanted yellows, he's got a long plant as an opener. Or he takes this red into the corner. And this is a delicate little shot to play well.
It's a good one. It's a good pot. And does he have an angle now to screw from the one to the left centre across into the black and red? It might be, maybe not quite enough.
He has a red just behind the black. Now, it doubles. And he's just looking here. Is there a gap there? Yeah, he's looking. He's in prime position.
Yeah, there's a gap there.
So is it a double on the black? Is that his final ball? Double on the red, should I say, sorry?
Yeah, I think the red next to the black is his final.
Well, if he didn't play the gap, did he?
No, he's playing it now. But getting the cue ball out from here is... Oh, I don't know about this.
I don't think he played this. I don't think he landed where he wanted to be.
Great double. But
Yeah, I think he played the gap, you know. And
well, he can cut this back into the left centre, and the angle is nice to come round.
He has the actual natural angle here.
Yeah. But if he catches the yellow nearest the cushion thin, he's not going to be on that last red.
Soft as he can while still making the ball. That's what he's after.
Oh, that's come out.
Great shot, yeah.
Absolute dream. It's a brilliant shot. There's a little bit of luck involved, but it's luck that I feel personally is deserved for Kian Monaghan. And he's started his celebrations already. This is his victory lap. He wins by 8 frames to 5. A superb performance from Kian Monaghan. Commiserations to Jake Dillon Newlove. A good effort, but Kian was unplayable at times.
Yeah, I'll second that. Fantastic performance. Great final. Played really, really well, did Kian. Shaky start from both players, but Kian, he just kept getting better, didn't he?
That was a truly terrific finish in the last frame there. And Kian Monaghan will take the plaudits, and deservedly so. Jake Newlove, a good effort, and played some really nice stuff. And
He did.
We'll hear more about that with Kev Barton as we go across to the trophy presentation.
Thanks, Dan, and welcome down to the arena for the presentation. And first of all, let's introduce our runner-up, Jake Newlove. Jake, it's a tremendous feat just to get to a final. Just tell us your thoughts at the moment.
Yeah, just didn't really get going at the start. Really, the table caught me out a little bit, and then once he got going, it was hard to stop. Really,
it was one of them where every time you tried to do something or develop balls, it just didn't quite go your way.
Yeah, I struggled with the cue ball. Like just keeping track of it was difficult. So I can't really do anything.
But overall, enjoyed the experience over the weekend. And when you started out Friday, it's been a long old 3 days.
Yeah, it was a long day yesterday for definite. I think I was playing 7 straight hours, I think. But yeah, it's just good to be here, really.
Well played, and you played your part in a great final. Congratulations, Jake Newlove. But our winner, he's a current world champion, he's now the UK amateur champion, Kian Monaghan. Kian, you've been in this arena twice and 2 victories. How do you feel?
I'm absolutely buzzing, to be honest. Early doors in the tournament, I was struggling. I was like, lost first round. I think I was the first person to lose a match. And then I probably won 10 matches to get here. And the players I beat as well, obviously Jake's been one of the best amateurs in the country for years. And yeah, just delighted.
Well, they always say it's not how you start and how you finish, and you certainly ended up the strongest player in the tournament. What an achievement to come through a field of about 180 players, and you're the one lifting the trophy.
It's crazy. I said to my mate over there before, before I won a few matches, I said, I think the amateur field is the strongest I've seen it. Obviously not knowing I was going to go on and do this, so I'm buzzing. I've been getting close for a while, quarters, semis, and always getting beaten. Just buzzing to finally get over the line.
And that experience from the World Championships, obviously playing in this arena with the shot clock and the conditions, do you think that helped you in this final?
Definitely. Early doors, I felt really rushed off 30 seconds, and obviously you've seen me play. I don't usually take 30 seconds anyway, but just because it's there, it just puts a bit of pressure on. But I think I got it to 3-all, and when I got it to 3-all, I felt really confident.
And just a word about your opponent, Jake. Obviously, a class act, and a fantastic final.
Yeah, he's a class act. He's obviously more than good enough to be a professional. I was probably second favourite going into the final on paper. But yeah, he's a class player, and he's a good lad as well. I get on well with Jake.
I spoke to you early in the week, and you said your target is that #1 amateur spot. Obviously, this is going to be a good way towards achieving that.
Yeah. Well, I'm supposed to be missing the next tour because it's my mate's wedding, so I might have to give the wedding a miss. So sorry, guy.
Well, Marc's going to present you with a trophy. Kian Monaghan, you are the UK amateur champion. Congratulations. Well, a fitting end to a great final there. Kian Monaghan coming through an absolute monster field to take the title. What can you say?
Yeah, well, if he does go on to turn professional next year, then all the professionals were overlooking this match and thinking, wow, he's some player. But credit to Jake, another great final from him, and sooner or later Jake will pick it up another one of these titles.
Yeah, and they are winning the amateur event, and that's just how the system works. But as Kian said, both of these players are professional level players.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we've just seen the reason why, the way that they've played them. We didn't see the best of Jake today, but he'll be back, and if Kian continues to keep playing like that, who knows, he might be back here this afternoon.
Yeah, well, we'll wait and find that out. So that's the first final done today. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break to get ready for the Open event, which we'll be bringing you to a conclusion tonight. So join us back in 10 minutes. And welcome back to Coventry for the final day of the IPA UK Championships. Well, if you was joining us just before the break, you would have seen Kian Monaghan take the amateur title in some style. Marc Pickworth, a new star is born?
Well, we're saying not. Well, I mean, he's a world champion, and he's in the doubles that he won with Jason Hill back in February. A new star. He's been about for a while, Kian has, but if he continues to play like that, there's no reason why he can't, get amongst the very, very best.
But he's obviously now winning that World Championship with Jason. Jason's very, very experienced. But now to do it by himself in that arena, that is a fantastic achievement with that field.
Yeah, it really is, and that I think he has to take some credit for himself for that. Even though Jason will probably want a little bit, he was on the touchlines cheering him on, which is also nice to see. He's taking him under his wing a little bit, but Kian is now moving on to another level, and to do it against Jake Dillon Newlove, another great amateur UK player, is another great achievement. And if he continues with that sort of form, really need to look out.
Absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops over the rest of the tour season. And coming up next, we have got action from the Open. It's a last 64 match between two IPA professionals, Andrew McKie and Andrew Whitfield. Obviously, two names that are probably not familiar to the screen. So tell us a little bit about both players, Marc.
Well, Andrew McKie's been professional about 4 years now. He's had a few matches on the stream table. Andrew Whitfield, very new to the Pro Tour. He took his pro status last year, just creeped in at the, I think it's number 15th in the rankings or something like that. So he accepted it this year, and he's had one or two good results, but he's had a bit of a slow start. But he's more than capable of creating, some good results.
Yeah, and as we know, if you're a pool player from Wales, you're good. It's just a part of the rules.
Yeah, it seems that way. I mean, we're absolutely inundated with Welsh players on here, and there's some very, very good ones. There's a lot of the Welsh players have taken their pro status this year, and they're very familiar, like Liam Roberts, etc. And Andrew Whitfield, he wants to be part of that elite, and it's just a start for him. But there's no reason. But the best way of becoming a really good player is doing it on this table.
Yeah, and Andrew McKie, as you say, he's been around a long time. Very more than capable player. We've seen him play, win some great matches, but it's just about that consistency in doing it, match after match and after match.
Yeah, tour after tour, whichever one it is, and he's had a quarter-final appearance. He's won a few decent matches, but it is all down to consistency with Andrew. He looks very focused there, doesn't he, Andrew? He really does, and he's really up for this. He wants to. I know he's really keen. He loves playing on this TV table. Good character, on and off the table. There's Andrew. Obviously, one of his first matches here as a professional player. A little bit to prove, and but you've got to also say that probably Andrew Whitfield is free rolling here. The pressure's on Andrew McKie.
Yeah, well, one of these players will be in the last 32 after this match. So let's get the match underway and let's get over to the commentary box with Andrew Richardson.
Thanks, Kevin. So, second match-up this afternoon on day 3 of the IPA Tour from Coventry. And it's a last 64 encounter. Andrew Whitfield, as we've just said in the studio, a new professional this year. So this is a totally new environment for him. So both players lagged off. And it's Andrew McKie to break. And this is the first time we've seen, certainly this weekend, somebody using what appears to be an American pool cue to break. I'm joined in comms by Marc Pickworth. How are you doing, Marc?
Yes, all good, Andrew, thank you.
Good.
My first stint of the day. This is your second stint, isn't it, already?
It is, yeah. It is.
Got last 64 match here. The two Andrews. England against Wales. Andrew Whitfield, he just needs to really just try and get a frame very early on the board, and that will settle him down very nicely. A bit more pressure on Andrew McKie. He's expected to win this on paper, but Andrew Whitfield, you can't really write him off, even though he is a new professional player.
So, first shot there. He's played the plant. I think he wanted the skill shot.
Yeah, I think he'd have liked both colour sets there, and then he'd have had a choice after this. Now he's forced into playing the reds.
Good solid strike of the ball.
Yeah, very positive that was. That's exactly what you need to do as a new professional, really. You know, set out the stance of how you're going to go about this game, and Andrew and McKie were looking on, just thinking, all right, I've got a match on here.
Yeah. So the reds, there's a red that doesn't appear to pass bottom into that corner, which is why I think when he played his first shot, he was looking for the skill shot, potentially to be on yellows. But he has an opportunity here, if he chooses, to run into this red or the yellows around it, try and develop it.
Oh, what a shot. Great effort.
Do you know something? It gives him a chance. He's pushed the red over to the middle of the bottom cushion, but he does have sight of this ball long. So, positives, all three balls have a pocket. The red is no longer tied up. It's just how do you get up there? That's the thing.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. There's a little bit of traffic in the way with them yellows. Not sure he can do it on this shot. Needs to leave himself an angle, and now this is going to take something spectacular.
Does he play the cross double?
Don't look like he's got all the pocket, especially where that black is.
No, he hasn't, but if he plays into the middle in front of him, how does he get any sort of shot on that remaining red? That's the issue.
Yeah, playing the cross double would give him that opportunity of getting it up into the top half of the table.
Yeah, that was too difficult for me. That was a massive ask, especially on a TV table like this. Those middle pockets very difficult at best of times. But another big problem on this table for a player that's not used to it is the slide. As we keep saying, these cushions play completely differently to the tables on the outer arena, which Andrew will be used to. So, tried to force that through with running side.
Well, I'm not sure about that opening shot. I think he'd like to have that one again.
Yeah, a bit tentative.
Yeah, it was. Oh, these are the first shots.
Yeah, use that free shot there just to try and develop something, but that yellow near the red, it's awkward. And he's been a little fortunate there. He's left this ball into the corner. If he so chooses, does the yellow pass the red into the corner and the right, top right as we look? If so, he could screw back off the side cushion here. If it doesn't, he's got to look at the other pocket. He's got some work to do. So he's going running this through, is it? Yeah, he is. That's the only problem he's got here is the cue ball. The natural path of the cue ball is running away from where he wants to be, ideally. So he may take this long now and take the yellow into the opposing corner, which is what he's looking at. So the only thing here is he'd like to run through and land low on this yellow next to the red. If it does, if it run it through, he doesn't want to be straight. So, not where he really wanted to be, but as long as he can run through here and hopefully avoid the red, yeah, he can run out. He just needs to cue this well. Would have been much easier lower on the yellow. So, opening frame, needs to cue this well. looking to spin this through, and he may catch the back of the red, which he has, and he's missed the pot. And that was the problem.
Yeah, tried to do a little bit extra with the cue ball there. Just really didn't really cue it very nicely. Is that a bit of a bonus? Just stopping that yellow just going over that pocket, you know, over the obvious pocket for that over red.
Yeah, I think I'd be topping this through. What do you think, Marc? Top it through side.
Yeah, anywhere near the black would be okay, but that was a bit tentative.
No, he could afford to overhit, not underhit. He still has a shot. But these are not easy at the best of times, especially when it's your first time out TV table as a professional. But he can go around the back of this yellow potentially. Even if he catches the back of it, if he pots the red, he'd be unlucky not to get a shot. That's a great shot.
Well,
he'll feel much better after that.
He will. He's sending a message out. Andrew Whitfield. This has been pretty impressive. And that simple black. Make sure he's taken an early lead.
Yeah, so first attempt. Tried to force the ball into the middle and run it through. Very, very difficult shot. I don't even know if it was really on. I think every time there, I think the object ball would probably jump out of the pocket, or the ball would not get to where you intended. But he tried nonetheless. But there, that final red didn't land where he wanted to be, and he played a really good shot into the corner, round the back of the yellow, out for the black, and that's a great nerve settler.
Certainly is. Latest scores in the top left-hand corner. Darren Cook 5, Clint Ianson 5. Clint Ianson was 4-2 down in that, so he's really come back into that match. And guess who the winner of that match plays? You've guessed it, the Duster, Liam Dunster. What a last 32 that could be. I mean, Daz Cook's a great amateur player anyway. But whoever gets through there, they're going to have a little test. Liam Dunster won 7-0.
So, first sight of Andrew Whitfield. His break, first sight of his break. Let's see what he's got.
Oh, good connection.
Good connection, good cue ball.
Or is it? Oh, it's okay.
Well, I say good cue ball, and that he came straight back down, nowhere near the pockets. After that, it's lap of the gods.
Yeah, at least he's going to keep control of the table. I mean, taking the yellows probably isn't getting control of the table in the way that he wanted, but he's at the table still.
He is, and it's a very strange layout.
Yeah.
Nearly every ball the other end of the table. Very rare you see the balls rest like that. So, didn't want that yellow, understandable. Didn't feel there was any advantage to taking it. And there you see Andrew McKie there. Puff of the cheeks. Oof, don't fancy these.
I don't think either of them fancy it.
Well, I'll tell you now, I fancy reds out of the two colour sets here.
Yeah, still not easy, but it's a chance. And you feel like that ball he was just pointed at then, he's obviously looking at a possibility of a cross double and then crashing into the cluster of yellows to try and get out his difficult red, if that's the way that we're seeing it on screen.
Yeah, if at some point he does take this, well, he's just blocked the double there, I think, if he was ever thinking of doing it. So that's possibly not as intended. It would have been a better shot for him to be able to double the red in. Would have had the opportunity then to move the yellow behind the red, or at least one of them. Not forced to go here, even if he doesn't want to. Could play a containing shot, take the pocket, leave the cue ball awkward for yellows. That's what he's trying to do. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no wrong with that. It's not really give Andrew much option here. So we need to be a bit careful.
Red's got the advantage at the moment. It's still a mess, is the table. We don't get too many frames like this. Certainly this weekend, the majority of breaks have been very open. Well, he's certainly asking the question here. That red still hampered by those 3 yellows. He's going to have a couple of chances to break them out, or move those yellows away from the red if he chooses.
Just wondering if he can go around the back of the yellows just on the top cushion to come off there and direct it into the cluster. I'm not sure. It's not easy. There's not a lot of room.
If it was a couple of inches further away from the cushion, it'd be a cert, but I think it's tricky that. Oh dear. Yeah. Well,
it's still at the table. What can he do with that red though? Can he get it out? He needs an angle.
I don't know if he's dead straight. He can't get it out, can he? Ball over the corner, very difficult to control any angle. So he could just drop this in.
Hampered Kian though, if he is going to draw this back.
Which is very difficult. If you had other reds on the table, you could even draw off this red to the red over the corner, but you've got no control over where it goes. So he's just playing, well, yeah, sort of a nothing shot, but I can see what he was trying to do. Just try to bump it out, maybe sit awkwardly behind the yellow.
Yeah, and Andrew McKie, he'll be thinking, well, got away with that one, because if he'd have got that red out, a lot better than what he has there, then he was in massive control.
Yeah, I do think he did the right thing, though, in not taking the red over the corner and taking the risk. Just leaves a little bit of pressure. But there is an opportunity here, definitely, to get these yellows out. And with the yellow over the pocket where it is, and the yellow in the middle of the table, he would be very unfortunate not to land on something here in doing so. Well, has he been slightly unfortunate there? He has the plant for definite, into the corner. But probably as difficult as it could be. Saving grace, natural angle if he does play the plant. He runs across to the side cushion and he has yellow to middle. So he would be okay. And if he plays it the right pace, the yellow that he uses to plant should stay somewhere near the pocket. So he is okay here. Just needs to get a little bit of confidence, just looking a bit edgy. Well, I thought he may be topping this across rather than screwing it, but the only problem with that is the yellow that you use to plant, you don't really have any control. I preferred playing it slower, natural angle across, and you have been unfortunate not to leave that yellow somewhere near the pocket you planted into. But again, he's still okay. He's at the table, that's the most important thing. So he's going to be leaving himself a bit of a cut here. Now you see, good thing, natural angle, corner, black to the same corner. So just need to steady himself. Steady away. Pocket speed, out 2 cushions, and that's what he's played. So this 8 to corner to level the match up, and this will steady him down a little bit. Give him that confidence. And there we have it, 1 apiece.
Yeah, a lot better there from Andrew McKie. Feel a bit better with himself. Just took the ownership just to have a go there. So there has been a foul committed, we're being told, by Andrew McKie. So when the black was potted, he owned up to a foul. So it's 2-0 to Andrew Whitfield. That's a turn up to the books.
It really is. Oh dear. That won't help his cause, will it?
I wonder if he's just caught it with his hand or...
See if we can see here on the replay. And that's just nerves. It's adrenaline. The cue ball hadn't stopped. He's picked the red up from in front of the pocket. So it's a foul.
We're going to have another look at it. But
Yeah, I think he did pick it up. I think on that rerun there, he did appear to pick it up, did he not? Just before the white had stopped. Let's see. It was close.
even Andrew's getting up to have a look. Andrew Whitfield, that is. So we'll have a look.
So let's...
Oh, yeah, that white's still moving.
Yeah. You don't see that happen very often, do you?
Yeah, what's he doing there? Just leave him. It's silly.
I think that's adrenaline. I think he's slightly nervous at the start of this match. Looked edgy. Took out a clearance, that final yellow, he had to cut it in. You know, he was under it. Felt a relief, a surge of adrenaline. Walks back, and as you would in the club when you're practicing, think you're doing the referee a favour. And he's not looked at the cue ball, but it's a big error.
Yeah, rules are rules. They're not there to be broken. Not in these here, look. So, another look at the Andrew Whitfield break. What's that cue he's got?
Well,
it's huge.
Well, I've got one for the American, a Predator break cue that looks just like that. But I wouldn't use it on one of these tables ever. But each to their own.
Oh, good connection.
Well, there you are. That's why he uses it. Look at that.
Wow. Awesome.
I'll dig that out when I get home.
Yeah, well, let's put you in your seat, innit, Andy?
Yes, not half. Dear me. I've missed a trick there. That was a great break. Look at this. So, red's the obvious colour set. It's just this first red. And after the mistakes he's made, well, again, he didn't want to hit that red. A little harder wouldn't have been a problem. But now he's stuck in front of the 8 ball. He's just not going his way at the moment, not settled. Early days, just needs to get a few balls in here, just get a bit of confidence.
Oh,
that's a great shot.
That's a settler.
Fortunately, I think he's a little higher than required. Or should I say, he's got the wrong angle. If he runs a little further, if he's further up table, it's a natural angle to stun down behind the red. He may be forced to screw this ball. You know these middle pockets? Right, well, he's screwed. That's a great attempt. Needs to catch it.
What a shot.
Oh, dear me. Well, the pool gods punishing him here. Made a great attempt there. Screwed off 2 cushions, and he's been unfortunate there, Marc, don't you think? If you're ultra critical, you'd say that the red shouldn't have been behind the black in the first place. So, but that is tough. Screwing back as he did. So, he's going to be putting a lot of spin on this cue ball. It's a total. So, middle or corner would have been probably the only options. Oh, and he's hit. Well, it's all going wrong here.
Yeah.
Another very rare foul. So you never see anybody pick the ball up while something's rolling, and now he's hit his hand. Not having a lot of luck at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, to obviously get that red away from the black, the way he dislodged it out and then snookered himself was very unfortunate. Now it's looking like he's going to be 3-0 behind.
So develop this yellow, but he could do with doing something with the other two, if possible.
Just going back to that, where where Andrew McKie picked up the cue ball he picked up a coloured ball in the end of the frame, and the cue ball was moving. Does that rule still count in 9-ball? I'm sure I've seen on a number of occasions. It don't matter.
Well, it depends. In the States, the different rule sets, obviously. But back in the day, you wouldn't be fouled for bridging over a ball and touching it. It would be a legal shot. There were certain things that were different. I'm not with the current rule set. I couldn't tell you exactly what they are, but it was a bizarre rule when we first used to go to the States. They'd see somebody bridge over and put the hand on the ball and keep playing, which is crazy. But it wasn't a foul. The only thing you could do is say, I think he's moved it, can we put that back? And they put it.
Oh, they just put it
back?
Crazy,
yeah. Or they just leave it as it was if you didn't say anything.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Surely that's changed now.
Well, it has changed, definitely, but yeah.
But yeah, because I'm sure I've seen like some 9-ball events that, tell me if I'm wrong, but, if the ball's not directing into a pocket, they can just, collect the other balls and just throw them down while the...
No, you're not supposed to do. I'm sure that's not...
It's a bit of etiquette.
Yeah. So, does he play safe here? Because this yellow, if it does go to middle, very nervy little shot this to play. And how do you get position on the next ball? If you drop it dead weight, you maybe leave a long yellow. If it doesn't drop, you leave him straight in on the red. But there is an easy safe. Just run this through.
Just see in the background, Clint Ianson was packing his cue up, but he's lost 7 frames to 6, so it's going to be Liam Dunster against Darren Cook in the last 32.
Yeah, he's played that well. Cue ball snookers him from the red, and he's put that yellow somewhere near that corner, so he's got something to work with. Now you would expect Andrew to hit this red. Maybe the only problem, or the main problem he would have at this stage in the match, is not too much time out on this table, and the angles widen, as we say. Yeah, struck that well, but well, he hit it, but he's kicked it down towards this bottom cushion. What has helped him is that he's left him hampered. Ideally, Andrew Whitfield would like to move this bad yellow, but in doing so, he's got to bridge over the 8, and he's running out of time here, so he needs to do something quick.
Yeah, that was the right shot, but he didn't want to leave him any chance of a double, and that's...
Well, there is a double here, Mark. What about doubling back up to the corner where the yellow is?
Or is he looking at hiding the cue ball? I feel that you just go out for it here, because it's such a small cue ball, it's hard to hide behind that big area, isn't it?
I'd be doubling this red back towards the pocket where the yellow is.
Yeah.
In or over. And you have a chance of, he's played it well, I'll give him that. He's played it well, but that had to be precise.
But this is a total. He's now got a chance of just leaving it on the top cushion.
Yeah.
It's a simple get out. But I was with you on that one, Andy. That would have been a bit more positive shot. Directing the red back up to the top left-hand corner. You feel that if Andrew Whitfield does, make contact with this, Andy McKie is in trouble.
Well, that was a great shot and played absolutely as intended. Showing a bit of class there. Not content with just escaping the snooker. That was intentional. Side spin, catches the yellow, and he knows that he's going to drop behind the other yellow if he plays the correct pace. So Quality defensive play there from Andrew Whitfield. Now he's kicking at this. Oh dear. So it's all going wrong at the moment.
Continues to go wrong is probably
Yeah.
a better way of describing that.
I mean, there he could have maybe tried to hit bottom cushion, hit the back of the red, kick the red up. He was in all sorts of trouble anyway. So, free shot on the yellows. The black doesn't pass the red. So, would like to develop this 8-ball. It wants to make sure he leaves himself something easy after his free shot. So, elected to pop the red. Just needs to be careful here. Easy ball over the corner. You need position on this other yellow, potentially to middle. He's just spun it, and it's there. You see, put the side spin on, but just died off the bottom cushion. The spin didn't bite as he thought. On an outer table, there's a possibility he may have come out straight there into middle, but he's still on this. Yeah, good shot. Struck that with confidence. Say he was out of position. And these are the sort of balls you need to be making. 10 out of 10 really. Blacks like this, at this level.
Oh.
And that's the thing. It's tough out there. It really is, Marc, isn't it? Especially when you're new to the professional ranks. On the mainstream table, nothing is easy.
No, it isn't. And Andrew McKie, he's got away with one now. 2 frames to 1.
Well, he's shaking his head there, Andrew McKie.
Latest scores coming up for you in the top left-hand corner. Connor Treacy, 3. Craig Marsh, 5. Remember, race to 7. I've had a comment back on the chat about balls in motion when the frames, well, not officially ended, but it's ended. So I asked the question about the 9-ball. So it says picking an object ball from the pocket after the 9-ball has been potted with the white in motion is a foul. Some refs give a warning for first defence. After that, it will be loss of frame. Very interesting. Thanks for your comment there, Toby. I was going to say, I do see them like take the balls out of the pocket.
Yeah, from the pocket. I thought you meant.
Yeah,
I thought
but
you
it's
meant
still
anything.
the same, isn't it?
Well, I thought you meant something remaining on the table.
Oh, on the bays.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I did mean it to be in the ones on the bays.
Yeah,
but
I don't think.
maybe I've got it mixed up that they're taking them out of the pockets and then rolling them down.
When you do, you often throw them down to the ref.
Yeah.
But you're supposed to wait until everything stopped moving, obviously. But yeah, you naturally tend to take the balls out and sort of throw them down table.
Yeah.
If it's not a ball return, obviously. With the bucket pockets.
Yeah.
Both laughing there at bucket ball, as we've heard it called this weekend.
It's a old tricky game though, that 9-ball.
It certainly is.
Especially with the bays. You know yourself, them heavy balls, big tips and...
Yeah, and you've 1 ball to land on. You haven't got 7 yellows and 7 reds. It's a lot more difficult than it looks to play well, I can assure you. And 10 ball, much more so. Anyway, back to black ball. That's what we're all here for. Needs to make this visit count. Andrew Whitfield missed the 8-ball in the previous frame. They'll shook him up somewhat. And this red in front of him. Does he double it? Played it well. This was one of his awkward balls he's landed on. And because he's played good position there, he's in perfect position now to get onto another awkward ball. the one that was behind the yellow. It always went to middle, but had to make sure he had a good path. So land low on this, just run through, so that's it, perfect. So he's left himself the angle to drift down. And the black does go to middle, opposite middle, I think. We've got an overhead, it does look like it passes. Soon see, yeah, that flies in the middle. So, you can just stun this if you choose, or just run through either way. Yeah, they're both good. A little bit thinner than he wanted. I think if he just drops this, he just doesn't want to be on the cushion. After this, he may elect, he could run, but there you see the spin. He's just about okay. Would like to be straighter in, I would think. But again, he'll probably attempt to check this, and it doesn't check quite as much as it does on the outer table, so that's what he's done, and there you see, he's tried to check it and he's sort of quit on it halfway through. So the nerves at the moment, I think, are getting the better of him. It's another chance for Andrew McKie to level in this match.
Yeah, he's just not keeping it simple enough, is he? You know, he's always having to do something magical with a cue ball.
Yeah, he's nearly there. He's just slightly out of position, and as is often the case, you start chasing and you're always just not quite where you want to be, and you just need to find that extra little shot, and especially with side, it's difficult if you're not used to it. You're not flowing. So great chance here to level the match. Great chance. One of the yellows on the side cushion is potentially not the easiest. So he needs to be mindful of how he gets onto that yellow on the side. Does he just be, is he content to clear that pocket and play it down the rail at some point?
Yeah, you'd expect him just to be dropping on it. He's going to need an angle. Is he going to try and get it out now? It's risky. Yeah. He's not guaranteed to be on a ball.
I think he's gone so far here. Does he play straight into corner, into the other corner, and play it long into the pocket where the red is? It's not the way I'd have chosen, I'll be honest with you.
Has he got too much angle now? I don't know.
I mean, is he looking at a double and hiding the cue ball behind the black if it doesn't go? Again.
Twice across. Don't know.
Pocket speed. I think he can make this ball and maybe hide the cue ball, but dicing a bit here for me. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's snookered.
Two in one shot.
Yeah.
Very good.
He is snookered, so that was his intention. Had a free shot. Straight across, trying to double it. Trying to stop saying bank it. I'm always saying bank it, so I'm yeah. So I think he needs to draw this ball off his side rail to hit it. Yeah, that was the problem. If he was intending trying to make that ball, he needed to screw into the cushion, shorten the angle. Because just hitting it was no good to him with the yellow over middle.
Yeah, there's plenty of room round the back of it, and that is exactly what's happened. Andrew McKie now, great opportunity to get level in this match. And you've got to wonder, how is he level in this match? Because everything's been against him. Andrew. Oh.
Well, that was
it's come out okay, but it could have been absolutely devastating for him. It was risky, a risk that's paid off, and it's now looking like 2 frames apiece.
Yeah, it's for parity. And as you said, how is this 2 apiece at this stage?
Right.
Been a strange match up to press. And Andrew McKie looked very, very nervy at the start of this final. But I'll tell you something, we're feeling a lot better now.
And another comment about moving ball in 9 ball. So one of our very own referees, Ben Taylor Ferrenti, who's been doing a lot of work with Matchroom at the moment. He called a loss of rack in 9 ball to Christina Zativa for potting the 9 and then moving the cue ball before it stopped. And that was in one of the Matchroom events from last year. So yeah, that just confirms what you said, Andrew.
Yep.
You know, it is a rule that you just can't go on moving balls around when balls are still in motion.
Yeah, there's been many different rules implemented in 9 ball and American 8 ball. Certain rule sets you need to nominate your pocket. I've seen that at the highest level where somebody's potted the 8 and forgotten to mention the pocket even when it's right in front of it. Loss of frame. There are all sorts of loss of frame rules. So here we see Andrew McKie once again breaking head ball with the American cue that I was slating, and he thunderously slammed them last time. Well, again, it's okay.
It's successful. That's the main thing.
Definitely hunting that cue out when I get back for the comeback.
You'll be too busy in comms, Andy.
Correct. Yeah.
Scotty Walker's asked me a question on the chat. Why isn't the ref mic'd up? Scotty, that means in some events we do have the referee mic'd up. We don't feel that it's any need for the tour events, but always looking to improve, and we have got a new production team in tow at the moment, so with high vis, and we're always looking into improve. So thanks very much for your comment, and we'll be looking into it. But yeah, we've had them mic'd up before in competitions, and I'm not saying we're never going to do it again, because it would be wrong to say that. Sometimes looks quite professional, referee being mic'd up, to be honest. So, yep.
Right. So
we always like to get the basics right first, and that's what the key was. You know, new production team, in motion. And that's what we're doing.
So he needs to just run this through. A little bit lower would have been perfect. Yeah, just a little bit further would have been perfect. The red near the middle of the table could be an obstacle, but yeah, he's got back up. Yeah, good shot there. So, just needs good position on his last yellow for the 8 ball. That's okay. Well, I say it's okay. That red in the middle of the table is causing some problems here. Ideally, would have liked to have played the black into the corner. So, looks like he's trying to check this up. And he has got a large that's a good shot. A large margin for error. But this is much better from Andrew McKie. And he's gaining in confidence, and these are dangerous times for Andrew Whitfield. Much better. And that's for a 3-2 lead, which in the early stages of this match never looked a possibility, it has to be said. So
yeah, Andrew Whitfield, he probably could have been 4-0 up very easily. Had some great chances, especially when everything was going against Andrew McKie, but things have turned around.
there's still time for Andrew Whitfield in this match.
Got a young lad running around for him as well. That's Adam Stevens in the background, who comes down with Andrew from Macclesfield. I think the Macclesfield area, these two. And Adam in the amateur ranks. He's really pushing for a pro spot. Really, he's tried really hard for the last couple of years. Not quite got there. Just missed out. He'd love a pro spot this year, but we're seeing how strong the amateurs are. It's so tough out there to try and get one of them top 16 spots. Talking about amateurs, Stephen Ellis. He's getting beaten 5-1 against the number 1 IPA player, Marc Farnsworth. Just have a look, just while they're going out for a comfort break, look at some latest scores. So, Simon Ward 2, Jason Hill 4, Conor Treacy 4, Craig Marsh 6, Dean Shields 1, Paul Harkness 3, Ewan Woodell 1, Craig Brown 6, so he's 1 frame away. Kian Monaghan, who we've watched in the amateur final, he's 1 apiece with Jason Remington at the moment. Jake Dillon Newlove, who we saw lose that final to Kian. He's trailing 2 frames to 0 against professional player Chris Bowen. So Matt Schofield, remember he got to the amateur final in Gosforth. He's 6-5 ahead against Gerard Boyle. That's the last 64 match. That's to get in the last 32. So it is all happening. Some good matches coming up. Oh, and I can tell you the next match on here coming up after this one. It's going to be Marc Boyle against Andy Croasdale. That's going to be some matchup, is it, Andy Richardson?
What a match that is, yeah. 2 great attacking players. Marc Boyle is in some form this weekend. Already 1 title. But Andy Croasdale, I love watching him play. Fantastic player.
Yeah, Marc Boyle on the back of that tremendous win last night against Ross Fernie. Also beat Liam Dunster, Marc Farnsworth along the way. A couple of little names there for you. But yeah, that break that he possesses, it's been absolutely awesome. Working up to an absolute T. He's going to be back on this table against Andy Croasdale. And Andy plays with a great pace, doesn't he, Andy?
Yeah, really does. Very fluent. Fears nobody. Fantastic player. Brilliant talent. Joy to watch. So we saw the break there, and the white was airborne there. Smashed into the pack. But in doing so, lessened the risk of the white being kicked in off. The pack opens up, the ball's in the air. And yeah, productive break. So the black obviously tied up with the red. Plenty of yellows to develop it. One of the more difficult balls here. Well, there's problems, a couple of problems for him. The one on the side cushion. Especially if he's struggling. Just watch that middle. Don't land on the jaws.
I think he's okay. But then again, he looked across at the other side of the room. Maybe the jaw is just in the way.
I did think he may have developed the 8-ball earlier in this attempt.
Still got balls in the top half though, hasn't he, to do that? Needs to make. Oh, he had to. He's played that well.
Yeah,
that was a clever little shot. That was from Andrew Whitfield.
Yeah, he spun a little bit of spin there just to throw the ball in. The problem being he couldn't do anything with the cue ball. So I think this yellow does go to corner. One of them possibly. If not, it's well, it's a safety. So he's not got down. And if he does elect to play the right of the 2 yellows near the corner, he just needs to be careful. If he runs off one onto the other, he'd like to take that pocket if possible. Well, it did go past.
has gone past. How's it turned out? I think it's getting any
No.
easier, should I say.
And that's the issue. He's still got that 8 ball tied up. Now, can he screw off the yellow? Has he got enough there of the pocket to maybe just draw back onto the edge of the red and get some sort of shot on his last yellow?
What are you thinking about? He's going to have to pinch the pocket here.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's on, but we'll soon find out. Well, if it was, he didn't attempt it.
He's playing a double.
Yeah, double to middle. That's what he's after. He needs a good long pot here. And when things have been tough for you, this is a bit of an ask. But boy, would he feel better if he could make this and double that 8 ball. Get him right back in. Confidence, confidence, confidence. Keep running.
Cued it okay.
Yeah. Like to have been lower, other side of the balk line.
He's cued it pretty clean.
So,
where's this cue ball going though?
if the red wasn't there, it'd be much easier. Be able to just concentrate. As it is, he's going to have to screw this ball to keep the white safe. So he's going to have to hit it at more pace than he wanted. That's the problem. Makes it more difficult. So, just not going his way at the moment.
No,
Good effort, good effort.
Things are going from bad to worse for Andrew Whitfield now. Looks like Andrew McKie going to extend his lead. He's over on the practice table at home. They should be over here as well. Surely no mistake from here.
Just wants to drop this in to the middle. Doesn't want the white to run away though. He'd like to be as straight as possible. Preferable, well, he's got several patterns he can play here, but doesn't want the cue ball running on this next shot, so. Does he play to corner? If he plays to middle, he's running wide. So it's a case of, well, is he going middle? I don't know if he should go corner, it's however you feel, but he's going middle, and the thing here, he's going to have to go down table, avoid the black. He's spinning, so side spin, 2 cushions. And again, one good pot. He's got a little angle here, so he's going to attempt to screw back and try and leave the, and there you see it, screw back, and I was about to say, try and leave the black into the corner, and he's in off in the middle. So Andrew Whitfield. What an opportunity. Finding it tough out there, but to be level, 3 apiece would be a dream. And he can count himself fortunate there. Elected to go straight for the 8 ball, smashed it, jawed it, and that could have easily gone safe.
Could have gone anywhere. Fortunate for Andrew Whitfield. 3-3.
Yeah, I think he just tried to punch that in to try and get some confidence going. Didn't fancy rolling it over, but he was lucky, because once it jaws, it can go anywhere. And 3-3, what do you think, Marc?
Well, you just go back to frame 2, when Andrew McKie went around, got the clearance, then picked up that red ball while the white was still moving, lost the frame. Seems many moons ago now, and no doubt he's out of his mind. And here we are now at 3-3. Andrew Whitfield, though, he should be well on the way here to winning this match. 5-1 at the worst, I think.
Yeah. Could have easily been score something similar to that, certainly, but 3 apiece it is. So, Andrew Whitfield, obviously, it's his first match out on the TV table. His first season as a professional. He's going to be feeling the nerves, it's natural. But what an opportunity when you've struggled like he has, to be 3 apiece. If he can just string, you know, one good break and clearance, get some confidence running. What a great break once again.
Oh,
But the cue ball, well, that's cursed.
All them balls that was over that middle packet, sorry, the middle pocket, and then all of a sudden it just opened up and just made the gap for the white. Just watch how it was the wall there, and the next minute there's nothing there.
Yeah, and look at these reds. Look at these reds. So this is potentially an opportunity now to take the lead in this match. And I think if he's gonna have a chance of winning this, he needs to clear these. Needs to clear these at this visit. Get some self-belief. Just calm it down a little. So he's okay here. I think he can possibly just... Can he just drop this to middle and maybe just nudge the yellow? If not, does he go to bottom cushion and spin out with left, which is what he's done, but... Is that okay? Yep. I think he's okay there. Just needs to be a little bit careful here if he plays this to middle. He'd ideally like to be slightly high on the red, but runs the risk of losing the cue ball behind those two yellows that are close together. So just don't overcomplicate things. He is hampered by the yellow between those two reds. That's why he would like to have been higher up on the red into middle. So, well, he's going this way, he's going corner. He really does need to play this well. That'll do him. Yeah, passes to corner. So, technique, back to technique. Concentrate. Composure.
Stillness.
And he'll feel a hell of a lot better with that going down, I can assure you. There you go. Andrew Whitfield has taken the lead in this match for the first time.
Well, it was 2-0.
Sorry, I say for the first time.
It seems like it,
Yeah, it does
many
seem like
moons
it, yeah.
ago. Seems like ages ago. Since it was like 2-0 up. Next minute is 3-2 down.
Yeah, he's been on the back foot for a while. It's thrown me, but yeah.
Four 3. This has got Hill written all over it. Surely the decider in this one with plenty of drama.
Yeah, you don't see anybody running away with it at the moment. But who knows? Andrew Whitfield held his nerve there. So, good break. That's what he needs, a good break and a decent layout. That was a good break. Great break. Deserves a ball. Oh dear.
Nothing down. Not the time you want a dry break. You just want a frame. Momentum. That's what you need in this kind of sport.
Yeah, and his left reds here. Reds are looking good. Tricky ball on the side cushion. The opening shot. Is this plant? Straight away. He's got the red to middle. Didn't get himself onto that awkward ball early doors. So, Got options here. Red to corner. Just needs to be careful if he plays red to corner, the right hand side, as he looks like he is doing. He's got to be careful. Second to last red. So the red next to the black. He doesn't want to be leaving an angle on it and struggling to get position on that 8 ball. So he can screw this ball back down table. Get a bit closer to his work if he chooses. Time the ball. Well, he's gone a different way. And I think he's been fortunate. Does that pass to corner? Because it certainly wasn't as intended. Does it pass? Doesn't look like it now, does it? No. Well, it cuts to middle. Yeah, I thought he could have screwed straight back there, Marc. Left the one over the corner to play, you know, the red next to the black. Well,
off the cushion.
Yeah. Not too hard. It's good pace, I think. Oh, well, the spins took it behind the yellow. So he's trying to bend round this, a little bit aside.
Yeah, he was a little bit close to the his work there. It really weren't a great selection of shots. Yeah, that were easy to do what he was asking of it there. So, Andrew Whitfield back at the table, and I think this is just going to be how the match is going to be. There's going to be unforced errors all over. You know, this frame isn't over yet. You feel if Andrew Whitfield does get a 2-frame lead, you should wonder where Andrew McKie can pull back to getting it level again. Okay, just needs to keep this simple. This is what we haven't seen him do, is keeping the game simple. So let's come downstairs first, nothing wrong with that, but he hasn't got the right angle here, and the cue ball, it could be moving if he elects to take the one that's closest to the bottom cushion. Cue ball is getting away from him. He's asking a lot again. This isn't the way that you keep pool simple. Nicely done from Andrew Whitfield.
So this ball does go to middle, but the cue ball is getting position on this final yellow. He may run into this yellow, which he has done. Well, he just didn't want to be straight. Loss of control. I think he had to hit that. You were trusting to look somewhat. Can pot this ball, but he'll have no sight of the 8. So he's asking the question. So a couple of options. I think it goes top left if he chooses to play it. But he's looking at playing the red off the 8 into the right middle here. He may have had has he had a result? No. No, I think I'd have taken the shot there to corner. I think if it's tight of the pocket.
Yeah, if there's a pocket on, you've got to go all out on the pocket and believe in your ability. When you're canning off balls that can move that ball as well. Andrew Whitfield, what looked like it was impossible to be 2 frames ahead again, coming from nowhere.
Well, 2-frame lead. You think he was losing looking at him? Yeah. Obviously, his standard when he's practicing and when he's competed previously will be higher than this. He has struggled out there somewhat, but he's in front. And he should concentrate on the fact that he's in front. The pressure is firmly on his opponent in this match now. 5-3 behind, race to 7. And struggling, both players. It's a decent lead, I feel, Marc, considering the circumstances.
Yeah, definitely race to 7. So a leader. I'd never expected Andrew Whitfield to get back, to be honest. Thought Andrew McKie might have moved it on and saw out the match when he got back to 3-3, especially with everything that was going against him. Still think this has got 6-all written all over it. I do.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. But this one really counts. 1 behind, or your opponent on the hill. So, been breaking well up to press in general. Certainly the latter end of this match, once again, struck them really well. Struck them really well. And nothing down. And look at the reds again. Look at the reds.
Just that black, isn't it? Just tied up by the yellows.
Yeah, but look at that red next to the black. You could see a couple of ways to develop the black, should you require it. Yeah, reds, definitely reds. And I'd be thinking early doors about how do you get this 8 ball out. You don't really want to be trying to develop it at the end of the finish if you have the option to get there early. So, out of position here. He's going to take this into the corner, screw off the side, and back out to middle. Played it well. Good recovery. So he's got to be looking, I would think. Well, I'd be looking shot after next, definitely. If not now, definitely, you need to be trying to get that black out. While you have the red at the bottom right, there's a bit of insurance. You would be unfortunate not to be able to see that or something else if you broke it out with the red next to it. So ideally, yeah, I'd like to come off the back of the black here, so pot the red, cushion first, something like a half ball contact. You don't need much pace with this, you're just trying to nudge that black clear of the yellows, and you should hold for the other red. Well, he hit that well, really well. And this is much better.
Yeah, couldn't have come out any better, that couldn't. Just nothing careless now. Just make sure you get the cue ball in the right place.
Away from the cushion, I would say that's the only problem. You can see he may have, you know, bad contact or something, and he drops onto the cushion. But even then, he's running the right way. Not behind the yellow, obviously.
Oh,
Not behind the yellow.
I think he's all right. He's fine. Again, it's very close to losing the cue ball.
Yeah, and it's been a good clearance this. So one of his better clearances in this match. Take them the right way. I liked how he took the red to remove the 8. I think that was a well executed shot. Yeah, and his confidence levels are up now. 6-3 on the hill. So yeah, he took that early lead, which I forgot about earlier. Took the early lead and then struggled. Both players struggled, to be fair. And then the momentum was definitely with Andrew McKie for a period in this match. And at one point, I think we both thought, Marc, don't you, that he was looking the stronger of the two. At 6-3 behind, he has a mountain to climb now.
Yep, got to remain in 4 frames. Tell you, Connor Treacy has beaten Craig Marsh 7 frames to 6. So the local boy Connor, former world champion Craig Marsh 7-6. He's into the last 16. Marc Farnsworth also into the last 16. He's beaten Stephen Ellis 7 frames to 3. That's the only 2 players in the 16 at the moment. Craig Brown still 1 frame away against Ewan Woodell. He's making a bit of a comeback. Was 6-1 ahead there, Craig was. Kian Monaghan still battling away against Jason Remington, 3 frames to 2. Another one of the Scottish contingent, Morgan McInnes, 2-0 ahead against Avon Parry Williams, one of the Welsh boys. Simon Ward 5, Jason Hill 5. Simon Ward's been beyond most of that match. Is he going to go on and take that? The winner of that will play Connor Treacy. Connor Davison, he's into the last 16 now. He's just beaten Mickey Oliver 7 frames to 5. He's got now rewarded a match against Marc Farnsworth in the last 16.
So Andrew McKie at the table on reds. And there's a little cluster there, but a couple of ways he can develop those balls. Can use the ball nearest the middle if he so chooses. It's all about the order you take them in to give yourself the best chance.
You've got to say here, Andy, though, that battling away with 3 Andys here, wasn't it? I've got Andy in the comms, and the 2 Andys on the table. That you know, Andrew McKie, he can't afford any more mistakes. You feel that one more mistake, and that'll be him out of the competition. And there's a mistake.
Yeah,
well, he's got a bit of good fortune there. The 2 yellows just give Andrew Whitfield something to think about there now.
they do, but he's going to have an opportunity at some point. Well, is he looking at? Yeah, he's the plant off the red. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I think it can be made.
I don't think it's difficult. The only thing there is punching into the red. Suppose the red doesn't catch the black, does it? That's about all, you know, something could go wrong, I suppose. But definitely it is on. So this is a chance, if he takes it, to take this match. Well, it's a good shot, first innings.
Yeah, nice shot. Definitely picked up his confidence levels now.
So he's going to take these 3 balls high, I would think. And maybe 3rd to last yellow is the plan. It's one way of looking at it. It's how he sees it, obviously. So he's just off straight, and he's the wrong side of just off straight here. Could elect to screw back if he chooses, or he can run through. Well, not quite. He tried to spin that off the cushion. He still has this plant, but this is not the way he planned to go. He wanted to get rid of that ball just near the baulk line, so this is the key shot in this finish. Well, the adrenaline will be pumping now. First match on the TV table for Andrew Whitfield. Struggled early on. This is it. Gonna check this. Needs to screw this yellow out. And ideally, just off straight, so he wants to go further up the table just off straight. He'll be able to stun down towards the black. That's what he's, well, I think he's another couple of rolls and he's perfect. So a little bit further would have been perfect, but he's still okay here.
Yeah, I don't think he can get close to his black here, but the way that he's stepped up the pace a little bit now, showing a bit more confidence, you'd back him to get this one.
Yeah, and he played the right shot there. He didn't try to do anything, didn't try and force anything. Leave yourself a shot. This long black for a 7-3 victory. And it's there. It's there. So 7-3, Andrew Whitfield.
Yeah, just punched that last black in there. And, he'll feel a little bit better about himself there. Potting that.
Yeah, battled through the nerves. Edgy match from both players. Both struggled at times. But 7-3, convincing on paper. Maybe not quite so much when you watch the match. It could have been a lot closer. But 7-3 it is. And he progresses to the last 32 of this Open. And we'll hand you over now to the studio with Kevin Barton and the victor.
Thanks, guys. And I'm here with Andrew after his win against another Andrew McKie. Andrew, tell us your thoughts on that match.
Both of us were terrible for the first 7 or 8 frames. We were making mistakes everywhere. Not used to the table, not used to the lights. First game on the stream in the IPA. But I played well sort of the last 3 frames to take it away from Andrew, yeah.
Were you able to enjoy it at all, or was it because it was the situation and, like you say, first time on the stream, the clock, the lights, the cameras, was that distracting you a little bit?
At the start, yeah, it was distracting me a lot actually. I was decelerating on my shots, but towards the end, when I started to get used to it and cleared up a couple of frames, yeah, I enjoyed it at the end.
So into the last 32 now, and it's a good run. Obviously, you're a new professional, and in the pro ranks, it's always really difficult when you're new pro. You're always getting the worst draws possible, and it's difficult. So how are you finding it?
Well, I drew Marc Boyle in the first pro event in Newcastle, Liam Dunster this event. But yeah, hopefully now I can get a good run in this and earn some points, hopefully. So.
Did you enjoy those matches? Are they why you turned pro, to play the likes of Marc and Liam? Yeah,
of course. I can only improve playing them. There's no negatives in losing to, multiple title winners at all. No.
As a new professional, did you set yourself any expectations for the first year, or is it just the old adage, one match at a time and just see where it goes?
Yeah, one match at a time. I'm not going to expect myself to go and win events first year at all. Just do what I can, take each match at a time, yeah.
And there was an incident in that match early on. I think I just caught it where Mr. McKie, he moved the balls whilst the white was still moving.
Yeah, I didn't see it, to be honest. It's only when Andrew asked the ref to go and check the footage that I knew anything about it, really. So, but it benefited me. A bit unlucky for Andrew. He obviously didn't realise he was doing it. But yeah.
And thoughts now going into the last 32? It's starting to get into the interesting bit now.
Yeah, I'll probably be back on the outer tables where I'm more comfortable. So hopefully play a little bit better than that out there. So yeah.
Well, you never know, Andrew. We may well see you there later on this evening. But good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
So Andrew wins the Battle of the Andrews. We've heard of the Andrew sisters, not the Andrew brothers, but yeah.
The Andrews. I had Andrew Richardson in the comms as well, didn't I? So I was battling away against all of them.
Yeah, obviously going to be difficult for Andrew Whitfield, new pro, first time he's been in the stream, but he's got the win and started to show some decent form towards the end of that match.
Yeah, it did towards, let's be fair to him, towards the end of the match. I mean, it weren't a convincing display, Andrew's probably said that himself. Andrew McKie, very sort of out of sorts a little bit and didn't expect to see some of that. He had a few bits go really against him at the very start, maybe that ruffled him up a little bit. I'm sure he'll be back at some point, but Andrew Whitfield, started to steady up and he's just got I think with Andrew Whitfield, obviously a new professional, sometimes you've got to have that extra belief in you, and sometimes it's very hard, if you're getting bashed up each tour, etc., and you take some big losses to heart, but if you can overcome that, he can go on to a very good level.
I mean, as you said, you can't have a harder introduction into the professional ranks than having Marc Boyle in your first event and Liam Dunster in your second. I mean, I don't know who's doing the draws, but they're being a bit unfair to him.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you're a new pro, and you do need to win one or two of them just to try and get some extra ranking points and get a better placing in the rankings, etc. And, he's going about it all right. He's in the last 32, so he's on his way to getting a few more ranking points.
Yeah, you just never know at this game what might happen. We may well see Andrew Whitfield later on in the stream. However, next up, it's last night's winner. It's Marc Boyle. He's looking to do the double. It's a feat that's rarely been done, but he's looking to win both the professional event and the open event, and he's up against Crowe, one of the fastest players in the world. We're in for a treat with this one, Marc.
Yeah, Andy Croasdale, one of the fastest players alive currently at the moment. He's a phenomenal, such a natural talent. He really is. He seems to be getting a few results recently. He seems to have settled in these IPA pro ranks, especially in the new conditions, the new cloths, new balls, etc. And the way that the shot clock is, he wouldn't have been used to that many years ago. But he loves playing. He loves being on this TV table. Loves producing it. But he's up against one of the very best players in the world, Marc Boyle. And what we saw with Marc, the break, it's going to be all about the break again. Even Andy Croasdale, he's got a pretty good break, so it could be all down to that.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Marc. I think it's time to get the action underway. So let's get over to the commentary box and Andy Richardson.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, next match up. Last 32 encounter. Well, the man of the moment, the man on form, Marc Boyle, against Andy Croasdale, another fantastic, super talented player. This one could be a fantastic match, it really could. I love watching Andy Croasdale play, and he fears nobody, I promise you. But Marc Boyle has been exceptional this weekend. I commentated on a match he played flawlessly in. And this break of his that we always talk about, when it's effective, which is almost always, it's a deadly weapon. This weekend, he's been smashing this side break. And some of the layouts that he leaves, once again, thunderous break from the side. And straight away, ball down at the table. And there's a red right in front of him, if he chooses reds. So he's got two awkward reds here, both hampered by a yellow. But he can get on one straight away if he chooses. And he's a couple of reds next to the other cluster, so he'll have plenty of opportunity to develop that one. And we all know how creative Marc Boyle is. One of the very best. One of the very best at the top of his game at the moment. Full of confidence. After his victory this weekend in the professional event. But unfortunately, not gone as planned. Joined in commentary once again by Marc Pickworth. So Marc, what do you think to this clash?
Yeah, it's a very different contrast of styles where Marc, you know, is very methodical around the table, really, you know, examines the table, where, you know, with Andy Croasdale he's a bit more natural and just sees his shots and executes them very well, to be honest.
Yeah, Marc Boyle very measured, calculates everything, doesn't he? Very structured the way he goes about these clearances. Andy Croasdale fires through the balls when he's on form, sees things very quickly. The heart of a lion. So, it's recovered. But this is tricky. Yeah, he can punch into the corner, stun out to the side, and he'll be leaving the red into the corner where the black is. That means he can just run through for his final yellow. So you can see the pattern here. Red to corner, back to the side cushion. Wants to be as straight as possible. Just a little bit off what he was looking for. I think he may just have to run into the side of this yellow. Would have liked to have been dead straight or fractionally low, further left. I think he's okay here, so into the corner, run through. Oh dear. Well, a very rare mistake from Marc Boyle in this opening frame.
Yeah, and that just being out of position just for the, you know, the last in, final inch or whatever it was, that has caused the error. Going in off, just trying to pinch a bit and or cannon the ball, didn't happen. But what you'll see now is Andy will probably clear these up in no time at all. They don't waste much time. Andy Croasdale done, nicknamed Crowy. Not very original, but that's what he likes.
Yeah. So good first shot there. Develops one of his bad balls, and he's come back up into middle table. Perfect. And you can see no time at all here. These two at the bottom. Ball to middle, ball to opposite middle. Fires through these. And as you were saying, Marc, he's such a quick player. Thinks so quickly. Great to watch.
Yeah, certainly is. One of his good friends who he pals around with at the tour, Jason Hill, he is a completely different contrast of style, and I'm not sure how they get on, to be honest. And he's like slow and boring, I'm going to say.
Poor lad.
No, we love Jason Hill, really. I'm really kidding. I only know I'm having a little chuckle. But yeah, Crowy, brilliant to watch. Easy on the eye, isn't he? I think that's it, as it's always commented on.
So, just landed a little too far off angle here, but well, he's just taking his medicine, drops it in. Slightly more awkward angle than he wanted, but this is in, I'm sure.
He'll punch this in.
Punch it in, he does.
Yeah, he doesn't hold back, Andy. It pushes everything in.
Yeah, it's quite an intimidating style, don't you think?
I think it does. It does set out a positive behaviour, to be honest, and it gives obviously the other players looking. You know, it comes across positive anyway.
Very confident around the table.
Been about years as well, hasn't he?
He has.
Back in your day as well, wasn't he, Andy?
I remember him as a little kid back in my day playing money matches at Speed Pool,
Yeah,
knocking about with his dad. His dad was a great fella as well.
You wouldn't want to be playing speed pool with Andy Croasdale, would you?
And when I say he was young, he was about 10 years old.
Jeez.
He used to be beating everybody. Yeah, it was something to see that. But what a player he's developed into.
Still producing it at a very high level, Andy Croasdale. I was just saying in the studio to Kevin, he's had a few good results recently. He seems to have settled in a little bit more now here with the IPA. Taking it a bit more serious, maybe, I think. Best way of explaining it.
Oh, that's unlucky.
That cue ball's going to stick in the middle of the table, and then it got kicked into the top right-hand corner. Very unlucky. Didn't split great, maybe because of the amount of spin he got on the ball. It's taken the pace out of the cue ball. Look at that cue ball spinning.
Yeah, unlucky. Slightly different break to everybody else we've seen this weekend. So not breaking from the side rail, elects to break from the back cushion, but usually players tend to break from the centre of the balk line. There Andy was over across, so struck them well, parked the white and got kicked it off. Just unlucky. Marc Boyle here taking his time, just mapping out his route, making sure takes no risks, no undue risks. So there you see straight away, very clever shot, leaves the plant to middle. So what looked like a little cluster problem is immediately opened up with that first shot there, pushing the yellow. So red onto red into middle. And look at that now. Great patterns, as do all the good players, all the best players.
So some latest scores. Through that one, Marc Farnsworth beating Stephen Ellis, 7 frames to 3. He's into the last 16. There is one last 64 match still being played. Jake Dillon Newlove 4, Chris Bowron 4. So they're into a best of 5 to see who gets into the last 32. Simon Ward talking about Jason Hill, that got back to 5-5. Simon Ward 7-5 to Victor. He will now play Connor Treacy. Simon will. The last 16. That match is already underway on one of the outer tables. Yeah, mentioned this one as well. Connor Treacy, Greg Moss 7-6. That's the confirmation. So that match is underway now. The last 16, they're all underway. Marc Farnsworth playing Connor Davidson, and Simon Ward is playing Connor Treacy. Steve Petty, he's the only ever one that's in the last 16 awaiting an opponent. He pretty much trounced Michael Tomlinson, 7 frames to 1. Great result there for Steve. He's been on the IPA tour years ago. He's still only a young lad as well. He's to a very good level. One of the amateur players. He's very much capable of getting deep in this open event. Liam Dunster's also in the same half of him, so he's currently 3-2 up now against Darren Cook. Remember, Darren Cook ousted the world champion 7 frames to 6 earlier this afternoon. Curtis Lee 6-1 up against Joe Reynolds in the last 32. Dean Shields is now 6-5 up against Paul Harkness in the last 32. He was 4-2 down in that as well. Jason Remington 5, Kian Monaghan 4. Our very own Dan Davey there doing everything he can to make sure he don't do any comms this weekend. Still grafted away on these outer tables. He's got Andrew Whitfield now. That match has just started. Sean Gifford, Jordan Everts, both amateur players. They're currently playing in the last 32. Currently 5-3 to Jordan Everts. Another tasty clash, amateur player Matt Schofield, who got to the final of the first event of the amateur. Currently locked at 2 frames apiece against professional player Ryan Clark. keep you up to date with all of them scores. But if you wanted to have a look at the scores, they're all on qscore.com, or we have got some links on our website, ipapool.com. Back to this match, 1 freight apiece.
Yeah, Andy Croasdale, unfortunately, in off from the break, previous frame. And as we saw, a faultless visit to the table from Marc Boyle. Took advantage of that bad luck. And, well, Andrew Croasdale hasn't seen the table since. And he may not see it this frame either. Thunderous break, as we are accustomed to, from Marc Boyle. And both colour sets here are on. No clusters. Wide open table. So the most difficult ball you would think would be the yellow to the right near the cushion. But I'm sure, and there you go, I was just about to say, I'm sure he has plans, but they were not the plans he had.
It's just a prime example. When you cannon into balls, they can go wrong, and that's what's happened. He's going to have to now get it out with another ball.
So
he's rerouting a little bit.
So here, does he have the angle to go up and move this yellow that's hampered by that red, or not? I think that's what he intended. Would have liked to have had an angle, maybe dropped slightly lower on this to be perfect, but and again, not quite the angle he was looking for. So just landed out of line both times there. Once again, he was attempting to play this ball to corner and be able to screw back. So he can't move it with the one to corner and the other one to the other middle. And he's running out of time here with the... You never want to be trying to bust the ball out last. But that's basically what he's going to be confronted with.
Yeah, he's got no choice here, has he? This could go wrong, horribly wrong.
Yeah. So it goes to corner, no problem. And he can hit the back of the red and release this yellow. But the control is the key here. Control it is. Very well played shot.
Yeah, not the way he wanted his last ball. Having to play this off maybe 2-3 cushions to get back for the black. Oh, this is what he's faced with now. Big shot.
So he's a fan of screwing off the side cushions. I have seen him do it before. Yeah, there you see. He plays that shot so well. This must cut into the middle, surely, because I couldn't see him getting any more side than that on the ball. A lot of players, as you said there, I think they would have run round the angles. There it is.
Yeah, capped it very, very simple indeed.
2-1 the lead. What a match we've got here.
We certainly have. We're just going to have a swap round of commentators, and he's just going to go off a well-earned little comfort break and a drink and that. So just swapping it over now. So we might just go quiet for a little bit just while we muffle a few chairs. Talking of commentators, obviously joined by one now, Dan Fairway. There's our very own there, Dan Davies, doing his best not to do any commentating this weekend. Oh, has he missed that black? You'd have loved to see that one, Dan. Got some revenge on him for there. That black was unmissable.
Yeah, revenge for the last tour.
Very good timing there, just to switch across. We'll have to get that on one of our chat groups, making sure that he's reminded of that one, Dan. We'll let you do all of that. You owe him one or two, don't you?
Just the one, to be fair. I was quite nice to him as well, even though he did that. So yeah, still hope he gets.
So,
Moving back to the match, Andy Croasdale at the table, trails by 2 frames to 1. It must be really difficult to be taking on. Wow! That's an unbelievable fluke.
yeah, there's got to be one for the replay, definitely.
Well, I was about to say it must be really difficult taking on Marc Boyle in this sort of form and knowing knowing about his form. But that was extraordinary, and I think if pieces of luck go that way, go your way like that, it does make life a bit easier. Life's not getting any easier, mind. Let's have another look at this. That's an unreal shot. That's ridiculous. To skill them as well.
Yeah, not took advantage of it though, so by winning the frame from that visit.
No, so Marc's got problem yellow here. Yellow next to the red. I don't think you can land on that. I think the red's too close. It's possible, but it'd have to be real pinpoint stuff. So he's just contained Andy here, but I don't think that's a great shot, because I think he can see the one over the pocket, which at the very least gives him a chance to attack. He couldn't get the cue ball back out. No, I think he's snooping himself here as Andy. The total snooker might be helpful, because if he doesn't have to hit a cushion after contact, he can just roll into one of these two reds, but he's gone really hard at it. You can see the thought process there. That Marc Boyle is definitely heavy favourite for this frame from here on out. See my colleague next to me furiously scrolling through the scores.
Yeah, just having a look back at there's one last 64 match that's still currently being played, and that's Jake Dillon Newlove. Obviously, his match delayed because he played the amateur final. He's playing Chris Bowen, a very tricky opponent. Chris, one of the professional players, but he's leading 6 frames to 4. Jake is. That was 4 frames apiece, so 1 frame away now from getting a last 32 tie against Isle of Man's finest, David Addinall. Liam Dunster, 4-2 ahead now against Darren Cook. The bottom half of that draw's opened right up since Clint Ianson got beat by Darren Cook, 7 frames to 6.
Yeah, that's one for the shock category, I think, because it always is when Clint Ianson loses to someone who's not also a fellow top professional. To be quite honest,
he's a great player, though, good amateur player. Darren Cook is.
Oh, without a doubt, no disrespect.
Only just missed out on top 16 as well. Talking about good amateur player, Jordan Everts, He won an amateur event last year. He beat Sean Gifford 7 frames to 4. Sean Gifford beat Gareth Hibbett in the previous round. Jordan Everts beat Wade Morley as well in the same round. So that's why 2 amateur players have come up against each other. And it's Jordan Everts, he's into the next round, and he's going to be playing Steve Petty, who's also an amateur player. And Steve Petty has just beaten Michael Tomlinson 7 frames to 1.
Steve Petty's a hell of a player.
He is a great player, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think his heyday, if you like, was a little before my time. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, he's
I've
still
seen him play a couple of times. I'm sure he's a former professional.
Yeah, on this tour he is, yeah, but he was very young when he took that status up as well.
Right.
But yeah, so them two, no doubt they'll be kicking off very, very soon. Kian Monaghan, the winner of the amateur event on our first stream match this afternoon, trailing 6 frames to 5 against Jason Remington.
Oh no, what's Dan going to mess up here?
Oh, don't say this. Dan Davey is winning 2 frames still against Andrew Whitfield. So even that missed black from Dan Davey that we...
Whoa. He nearly did. He was trying his best. Get the rest out, mate.
That's Connor Tracy on the table next to that one. That's the last 16 match, playing Simon Ward, and he's trailing 3 frames to 0.
Simon running deep in a tournament is good to see, but also dangerous for everyone else.
Craig Brown, Curtis Lee, they're into the last 16, awaiting opponents at the moment, but they're in there.
Marc hasn't caught that break quite as flush as he'd like, but he has made a ball and he does have first opportunity at the table.
Just a new feature that we're trialling out. We're just getting very close just to look at the cue bend. Doesn't keep his cue right down on the table, but that's probably because balls are flying back up towards him.
Yeah, great little shot that.
It's quite impressive, isn't it, the way that the ball glides across the bays and sometimes, you know, comes off the bays a little bit when it strikes the actual pack of the balls.
It's, I mean, we've talked so much about it, but the fact that Marc Boyle is hitting the cut break with that kind of power is the impressive thing. It's ridiculous.
Dean Shields, he's just got through to the last 16, beating a very tough opponent in Paul Halkness, 7 frames to 5. He's now been rewarded with a match against Craig Brown. That's an interesting tie. Very interesting for the last 16. Curtis Lee is waiting for the winner of this, Jason Remington, Kian Monaghan. 6-5, remember, Jason Remington. Matt Schofield, 3. Ryan Clark, 3. Morgan McInnes, 3. Evan Parry-Williams, 4. Some great ties being played at the moment. That match, Chris Bowron, Jake Dillon Newlove. Chris has pulled one back, it's 6-5 now. Is that going to go down to the wire?
It's a lovely shot there from Marc Boyle. Really got hold of all of that cue ball. Has worked this out from what looked like a really tricky finish. A slight question mark remains over the red that's lodged in with those 2 yellow balls. Does that pass the yellow down to the bottom left?
That camera angle there suggests possibly. I'm going to sit on the fence with a possibly bet.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Sit on that. Still sat on that fence.
You get splinters. Well, he's taking it on, so...
I knew it went. I just wanted to create a bit of drama. Cleanly goes. Cleanly goes. And a great positional shot there from Marc Boyle. Even after all the splinters I've got out of it.
Croasdale's in danger here of being blown away a little bit. does not look like missing. Would be some achievement if he were to take down both this weekend, Mark, but you wouldn't put it past him.
No, not at all. I mean, he's used to winning 2 tournaments at a weekend. But winning the pro event and the open event is a very big ask, not done very often. Especially when you're playing like probably 12, 14 matches.
Yeah, it's only happened 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, mentally it's very, very tough to do. But he's got the game to do it. He's got a lot of belief. Have a look at Dan Davey. Breaking off 2-1 now against Andrew Whitfield. Break from Dan, you'll be pleased to see.
Oh, great break. Well,
Look at the cluster.
That's a contender for break of the day, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be winning Smartrack Break of the day there. This camera trickery, look, getting right into them. This is where Dan Davies been spending.
I'm not going to say a word. Yeah, no, just not going to say a word.
If he just knew that we've been spying on him.
There's something horrible about that camera. It makes people do bad things.
We might have to get yours back out from the archives.
That's just unnecessary, frankly.
Well, it made the Channel 4 YouTube page, didn't it?
Moving swiftly on.
Oh, well, okay.
Back to
Sorry, have I missed something?
back to an actual good break there from Andy Croasdale. And it is a good break, and it's left a good table. I think if he clears the red that's fully in the balk area there, it will open up the other one to go into the top right. Of course, it doesn't need to, it goes in the middle as well. This is a slightly awkward angle because the cue ball is running straight into the yellow. So he can't just drop this in because the cue ball will stick. So he's got to play this with quite a lot of top and quite a lot of pace. Makes this missable.
Hard off the pocket, great pop, and force the white out as well.
He's just forced the white out. Any softer and that would have stuck.
Yeah, you feel like if you didn't, cue it nicely,
Yeah.
it was sticking.
Now, long straight stun shot on this red, and it should be essentially frame over. Screwed it back, that's risky, and that's not gone well. And he's now got to take this on as a plant. It's not the most difficult, but it's not easy either.
Straight down to it. Judged it very well, very well. A lot of distance between them two balls that could have gone wrong.
The thing he judged really well there as well was the pace of the cue ball, because the cue ball was always running the wrong way. So he made sure he left it straight enough to the corner pocket rather than the centre pocket. That was a really nice finish from Andy.
And one that he desperately needed. Try and get himself back in this match.
You have to say winging it slightly at some stages, but yeah, excellent finish.
Jason Remington, Kian Monaghan, that's gone 6 frames apiece. It's into a decider to see who goes through. To play Curtis Lee. Top left hand corner, latest score Dunster against Daz Cook, 5 frames to 2. The Duster 2 frames away from getting himself into the last 16 himself. He might have a little bit of a wait there. Connor Treacy, he's on the comeback. Talking about the Duster, there he is looking at us. Come back, Connor Treacy. Pulled 2 frames back now against Simon Wood. Was 3-0 behind in that match. Have a look at the Marc Boyle break. Oh, that cue was bending. yellow just going on this top cushion. Is that going to make much difference to the clearance? I mean, even the opening shot, it's not easy.
I think the real problem here is that he doesn't really have an opener. Yeah, the cluster at the top right as well is a problem.
The amount of balls in the bottom half of the table, you've got to say, is a bit unfortunate not to have an opener.
I think
The red go top right, maybe. I don't think he can get through to it in the middle.
the yellow that he's closest to, does that go top left? I don't think so. Doesn't look like it.
Definitely that red don't go top right. You can see from that camera angle now.
Retaining shot.
Yeah, didn't leave himself anything on. You don't normally see that off the Marc Boyle break either. He does normally leave himself something.
I mean, it was unlucky. Just, you know, it's one of those things that happens. Sometimes the cue ball rolls up really close to another ball and blocks everything else. A couple of options here for Andy. Got thin snick in the middle on reds. That looks to be his favoured choice. Taking it long. He's taking it long, and it's a great shot.
So that answered my question about that red. It did go to the top right.
Can he pop this red in the middle and drop down onto the red next to the black? Take that now. That's what he's tried. That's pretty good.
Positional play. You've got to say he's happy with that.
Yeah, he's probably got a bit more angle than he wants here. Because if he hits this hard to get it out, he might flick the yellow. And if he flicks the yellow, then he covers the pocket for the black. So in playing it soft, well, he's flicked it so hard, he's made sure it came out. It's a good shot.
Yeah, very clever. Worked it out well. The Remington Monaghan match is finished, and it's Kian. He's got over the line, continues his run of form after winning the amateur event.
He's having a decent day.
This afternoon, yeah. He could go deep in this. He's playing some great stuff and beating a great player, Jason Remington, 7 frames to 6. He's going to be playing Curtis Lee next, and he's already got a table assigned, so he'll be going straight back on. No rest for him here. Still no confirmation on the next match after this one. I've not seen anything just yet.
I have to say, I love watching Andy Croasdale play pool. Just so fluent. He really punches the balls in. He really hits them.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's no rolling anything in, is there? Just chucking them all in.
No, when they go in, they stay potted, don't they?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, Scotsman there might consider himself a little unfortunate.
It's the Dan David table. Seems to be keeping a very close eye on Dan. Lots of river matches going off. The Ladies Open still battling away. I'll give you some scores in that one next.
Rhiannon and Graham there at the table 4, top of your picture. In that Ladies Open, she's come through a few matches.
Yeah, she has.
5-4 against Linda Mader in the last round. So. I do have those scores.
Yep, so they're down to the quarter-final stage now. Deb Birchall, winner of the elite title. She's trailing 4 frames to 2 against Alice Paylor. Jenny Lawson 1, Liz Disney 3. Emma Graham, she's trailing 2 frames to 1 against Kate Ringe. And then Sarah Middleton 3-0 behind against Marion Ward. So we'll keep up to date with that. Sarah Middleton got to the final of the ladies amateur event this morning, but lost out to Becky Watkins. Some great ladies players here this weekend, all battling away.
Dry break from Andy Croasdale. And that will be first opportunity for Marc Boyle in his 8th frame. It's a tricky one. The 2 reds and yellows on the side rail. The side and the bottom rail, I should say. certainly making things interesting. Marc's tried to move the red and has failed to move the red on the bottom rail. So now he's stuck on reds and certainly has an awkward ball. It's quite tough to see how he gets into that one, Marc. Red there in the middle of the bottom rail.
Yeah, there's no obvious ball near it, is there?
No.
It's got work to do. Just while he's thinking about how to go about that. That last 64 match between Jake Dillon, Newlove and Chris Bowen is finished now. And it's Jake that progresses to the next round by 7 frames to 5, and he'll be playing David Addinall. That match will be kicking off very, very soon indeed. So, what's Marc figured out here?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I think he's digging himself a bit of a hole. Really tough to see an out from here. If he pots this one and leaves it thin, then maybe he could pop the one down the rail and go twice across into the red.
Ooh. Is he okay, or is he on this? I'm not sure.
See, I don't...
Okay.
It looks like he can pot the red, but I don't see how he gets into the other one from here. Is there enough angle to go twice across? Is he playing it with loads of running side to try and hit it?
Trying to get it out just by...
I don't think that shot was ever on.
He's trying to create something that wasn't there. But even now, it's not, I wouldn't say there's a double on. So a double into the... He has got some cue power though, Marc.
I mean, I think he's looking at potting this clean and screwing back to the side rail and just trying to leave. There's a very small margin of error to get on this red. But boy, is it tough.
He's playing towards this yellow, leaving himself here, so...
He's giving himself a shot.
He's got a shot. This is very, very fine. Really, it's very hard to judge where the white ball's going, but if you can keep it going up and down the centre of the table, you feel like he'll have a shot on the black.
Yeah, I think this is one of those where you just concentrate on the pot and hasn't got the pot.
Yeah, it was not easy. Far from easy.
Horrible, horrible shot to have to take on. But Marc had 2 goes at getting into that and failed both times. Andy Croasdale not normally known for being a player that takes a backward step, but yet he's going to play a safety here. And it's easy to see why these yellows are not easy, even though there's no reds in the way. 2 on the side rail, 1 on the bottom rail. The 2 in the top half of the table that are a little bit clustered together. You know, equally, it's not a great safety shot and does give Marc a chance to hit the red and see what happens.
One thing he didn't want to do was tie it up.
Yeah, the red's in no man's land there, isn't it? And he could just, I mean, there's a number of things he could do here, but I think he'll probably just nudge one of the reds off the side rail, I was going to say, and then just find some safety.
I just know how attacking Andy Croasdale is, so I don't think he's got anything else in his mind but taking these out. He's got work to do. A couple of yellows are tied up.
Doesn't necessarily have to do anything actually here with that yellow. It does go down to the bottom left. So I mean, if that could be his last ball. you could, you know, the last 3 yellows, the one on the rail, then the one near the corner, and leave yourself straight on the one next to the red down to the bottom left. I think this is a safety. Certainly a bit of 2 in 1. The referee called this as a total. It is. I don't think there's any danger of there not being a cushion hit after this, Marc.
No.
There's no value in just rolling up to it, so Marc might as well have a hit here. There is a possibility it goes into the middle off the yellow. But you have to hit it a lot thicker than that. And now Andy Croasdale, who bided his time in this frame, made a couple of safeties, now has a perfect opportunity to level the scores.
Oh, I can see the next match on this TV table is going to be Dean Shields and Craig Brown. So that'll be coming up straight after this one. Not sure this one's going to last very long, to be honest. It's been pretty quick fire so far. You've got Andy Croasdale running around the table. He's not going to be wasting any time.
Yeah, there are very few Marc Boyle matches or Andy Croasdale matches that last a particularly long time. So when they play each other, it's definitely not gonna take too long, and it doesn't. 4 all, a maximum of 5 frames left to play. Oh, there's a cameraman on the screen. Give us a wave, Costas.
And he has done. It's very good of him. First time I've seen him all weekend, since he's put that big curtain up around him.
Referee Brian Moss studiously studying the balls once again, making sure they are all perfectly touching ahead of this 9th frame break from Marc Boyle. I thought that cue ball was almost going to skill shot in with the yellow after that break for a second. But it stayed out. Again though, it's not the best split from Marc actually. He hasn't caught it quite as well as he has been this weekend.
Ball. Yeah, the cue ball was just skidding around, going towards a pocket. He left himself an opening shot. Does this clip? Yeah, it just clips. Done well to get the cue ball there. Not that it's going to benefit him in any way, shape or form.
Yeah,
it's like he tried to play a bit of a cannon.
I think, to be fair, it was so thin it was just pot the red.
Yeah, just get yourself the colour set.
Yeah.
Important.
Now, this is a big shot. He's taking on this red in the balk area. It was a really tough shot. I don't think he had a lot of choice but to take that on. I think the problem is that he doesn't appear to have covered the top left pocket entirely. So I think that yellow on the left hand side of the table will go in there. But Andy's missed. Oh, that's a howler. It wasn't the easiest shot queuing off the rail, but you fully expected him to make it.
Yeah. Yeah, That's an error.
And there was still plenty to do. But I would have expected Andy to probably have won the frame from there had that gone in.
Yeah, and then take the lead for the first time. That's exactly what should have happened.
Now, Marc Boyle has been left with the remnants to mop up. He's got away with one there. Simple screw shot for Marc Boyle. Doesn't even need to do that. More angle. He's an easy black for 5-4. And he duly obliges. Still no results yet in the ladies' quarterfinals. Deb Birchall has come back against Alice Paylor. She still trails, but only by 4-3. Liz Disney one away. As I say that, Alice Paylor has beaten Deb Birchall, so Deb will not do the clean sweep in the ladies this weekend.
No.
Alice Paylor, our first ladies semi-finalist. It does look like that she is going to be joined by Liz Disney, who is currently 4-1 up on Jenny Lawson. In the bottom half of the draw, Rhiannon Graham on table 4 there, top middle of your screen, just behind Dave Addinall. She trails by 3 frames to 2. And in the last quarter-final, Sarah Middleton trails Marianne Ward by 4 frames to 1. All those games races to 5, so 2 of them are very, very close to being completed by the looks of things. Just Rhiannon Graham and Kate Ringe. Still battling it out.
So a better break there from Andy. Got to say, a little bit unfortunate. He's got kicked back up to the table on the top cushion.
Puffish yellow to start off with in the middle, not dissimilar to the one he missed in the previous frame. And he's done the same thing again. That is so careless. I think, Marc, we become almost desensitised to players not missing those at this level.
Yeah, they're just like a... so we always give it to them, don't they, that they're not going to miss, but they do. Oh, human.
Those 2 shots, though, the last frame and this frame from Andy Croasdale, are a huge swing in this match. And it, for all the money in the world, looks like that's going to be 6-4 to Boyle. When if Croasdale had taken those 2 chances, it would be 6-4 his way.
Yeah, and it's little things like that can just make all the difference in the outcome of the matches, and that's the mistakes you can't afford at this level. Yeah, I think what you find with this game mentally, when you do miss the odd easy ball, you just seem to continue with all the errors, which sometimes hard to get out of when things are gone against you.
Yeah, they definitely start to compound if you're not careful. I mean, I don't know, he'd be able to tell you, but I do wonder if Andy had that previous frame shot in his head when he took that second one on, because they were remarkably similar. They were both queuing slightly off the rail, both that sort of awkward half ball into the middle from an angle.
Seemed to like play in his mind a little bit, possibly, or still in his head.
Marc's not entirely happy there. He's overscrewed that by a good foot.
Yeah, so he's going to have to do a little bit extra with his cue ball now.
Yeah, because you can't just run up and down either, because that red on the bottom cushion is potentially in the way of getting a nice bounce. You might almost have to play this with right hand side and round off 2 cushions and leave the last yellow long. Almost get the cue ball back to somewhere where it is now. Underdone this.
I think he might be just on
just
it.
Fine. Yeah, no. He is. He's on it. He'd probably like to be a bit straighter, but he can just roll this in, I think, and be on the black still.
Yeah, I felt like he held back on putting on too much side, just in case he stunned it a bit too much and he'd have gone close to the corner pocket. But played it well.
Yep. Going back out to the middle of the table nicely, and strokes in the black for a 6-4 lead. One away now, Marc Boyle. And Andy Croasdale pondering the meaning of life in his chair there. And he will wonder what might have been had he not missed, particularly that yellow in that frame.
So back to the Dan Davey table. He's leading 4 frames to 2 against Andrew Whitfield. Kian Monaghan is just going on for his last 16 match against Curtis Lee. Simon Ward on the table above Andrew Whitfield. Just going about his work there, 4-3 now against Coventry, but looks like he's got a good chance there to extend his lead to 5-3. Somebody extending the lead is Liam Dunster. He's 1 frame away now from getting into the last 16, 6-3 ahead against Darren Cook. I mean, if Liam does go on to win that final frame that he needs, he's going to have a little bit of a wait, because that David Addinall, Jake Dillon Newlove, that's only just started.
Well. Just when you thought the curtains may have been closing, Marc Boyle hits a dry break. Nothing wrong with the hit either. There's nothing found a pocket. Croasdale has to take this opportunity. Has to.
There's confirmation. Simon did go on to take the remaining 2 reds and now leads 5 frames to 3.
I don't feel like it's been absolutely vintage Marc Boyle in this match.
No, and you know, playing yesterday at the level he played at, that can take a little bit out of you as well. I see a lot of motions running through his head as well. But he's still got it in the bag, hasn't he? He really has. He just, if it comes out again, would help everybody. Mark Farnsworth 5, Connor Davison 1.
Shot from Andy. Delicate that. Slightly awkward perhaps, leaving yourself a nice angle to get from last red to black here. Just needs to run far enough over. Stuck on that yellow ever so slightly. So A bit of check side here.
Very nice.
Yep, just straightened up that cue ball off the cushion and leaves himself the 8 ball for a very nice finish. Reverse dish for Croasdale, and he's still fighting away. Still trails, but just by 1. 6-5 to Marc Boyle, with Croasdale to break next.
Possible 2 frames remaining. Oh, we're going to see our first deciding frame on this TV table.
Really?
Yeah.
All weekend?
Yeah, all weekend. Yeah.
Good lord.
I don't remember one anyway. Maybe we're going to get deciders all the way till the very, very end.
Oh, well, it's bound, guaranteed now, isn't it, surely?
Yeah. Andrew Whitfield, he's on his way back. 4-3, now he trails Dan Davey.
Determined looking Andy Croasdale. Hits the pack reasonably well, and there's balls flying in. And there's one of them is the 8 ball.
Yeah.
So we start again. Typical.
It went straight in the middle though.
Yeah, there you go, just kick straight in. My eyes were drawn to the red at the top left. Back to the outer arena for a moment then. Darren Cook pulling it back against Liam Dunster. Maybe just putting a bit of pressure on.
Morgan McKinnis on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Battling away against Evan Parry Williams, new professional player, Evan. 5 frames apiece. Very close matches that are going off.
Oh, where's this cue ball? Oh, that's...
Oh, it's stuck there. You feel any softer, that cue ball drops.
I mean, it would have been desperately harsh anyway. And it's still not particularly pleasant, because it's not really left him a particularly nice shot to open. But look at that.
Crazy game.
Well,
What does he do now, though, Dan? Like you said, he's going to have to take a yellow on, is he?
he's got the yellow on the balk line. Is probably the easiest and perhaps only straight pot on the table.
It's far from easy. Cueing over the pocket. An elevated pocket, I may add.
Not entirely sure what he's going for here. I don't know if he was trying to make the plant, but I don't think that those 2 reds do plant, so...
Maybe they do. That's very soft pace.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly. Nice sliding cloth. It's, yeah. Terribly unfortunate for Andy Croasdale, that. Has had a bit of a result by pushing those 2 yellows together, maybe. Just giving Marc a bit of food for thought. I'm not entirely sure that the red next to the black will go. Marc has gone red, so we'll find out in a couple of shots' time whether that does or not, because if it doesn't, the red near the centre pocket is a decent ball to open them up.
Latest score in your corner. David Addinall has taken a very quick opening 2 frames. Match only went on a few minutes ago. 2-0 now to David Addinall.
He doesn't hang around when he's on it.
Yeah.
So, moment of truth. Does that red go? Or does Marc Boyle need to move it? It goes. It must do. And he's left himself absolutely plumb on it as well. Lovely shot. Perfectly judged. That's the game, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Now we're seeing the closing moments now.
Andy Croasdale can feel a little unfortunate, perhaps, about where the cue will finish from this break, but he missed a couple of relatively routine balls earlier on in the match, and those are the ones that will hurt him, and they are the ones that cost him. Marc Boyle wins by 7 frames to 5. Another match for the Scottish juggernaut, and he steamrolls on into the last 16. Andy Croasdale will make his way home after a good effort, but not quite good enough. Top performance from Marc Boyle, as always. Consummate professional. As we take a view over the arena. Marc, you can see him there just making his way towards Kev for his interview. And, well, it's beginning to look like they're ready, so we'll hand over now. Kev Barton is with Marc Boyle.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Mr. Magic yet again. Marc, you must be getting used to that seat. You're in this booth more than I think I am.
You need to get a new seat. It's not comfy anymore. No, I don't know how I won that game, to be fair, because I just felt like I was up against it. And I know Andy missed a couple of balls into the middle, which gave me at least a life again, you know. But to be honest, Andy should have beat me there.
Yeah, he certainly had a few chances, probably one that he thinks he maybe should have been a little bit closer. I mean, it did look like a 6-all, you know, pretty good break, and unfortunately pointed the black and had to re-go again, and then left himself pretty much nothing after that.
I know, when I seen where he was, but I can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to play the plant, well, the red onto the yellow onto the plant, you know, but it was a tough shot, especially where he was right in the bag, and they left me basically a finish you would get 99 times out of 100, you know, but because it's to win the match, you feel that wee bit edgy. But no, I'm just glad to get over the line.
And how's the last 12 hours or so been for you after that fantastic performance yesterday? And it must have been really draining. And coming back today, how's the energy levels?
I was absolutely shattered last night, and then went to my bed about midnight, 1 o'clock. Could not sleep, so I was basically up to about 3:30 in the morning, tossing and turning, and then I got up this morning and it was like a train hit me, you know. But went for a wee swim sauna, and I feel okay. I feel okay just now, so I just need to eat. I've not been eating much, you know, so I'll be obviously playing a lot, but I don't know if I've got a wee break, maybe grab a wee bite just now.
I mean, to do the double is a phenomenal achievement. What's it going to take over the next 3-4 matches to get over the line?
A lot of determination and a lot of luck as well. You know, so you just need things to fall for you at the right times, and just hold yourself together. Basically, it's down to holding yourself together when you get the chances.
Marc, great to see you again. Well played, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. And hope you get that bite to eat that you're desperate for. So, Marc Boyle marches on. The Marc Boyle Barmy Army, just no sign of easing up. The Marc Boyle train.
No, he keeps getting the results, doesn't he? I mean, we haven't seen the best of him in that match there. You know, the momentum, a little bit of stopping and that, but he's still in it. He's still got a chance of getting both of them, which hasn't been done for a while, and it's not done very, very often.
And just obviously we wouldn't ask Marc to look a bit further ahead in the draw, but the way the draw is looking, it potentially could be him and Dunster again in the semi-final.
Yeah, it is, and but there is also a chance of playing Dan Davey in the quarter-final, so that's a repeat of what happened in the professional event. So, because Dan Davey he's winning again Andrew Whitfield, so that's a potential same game that's come up. But yeah, he's into the next round, and that's all you can ask for sometimes. Just got to keep battling your way through it, and that's exactly what he's done.
And as we see every time in the Open events, it's pretty much a bloodbath for the professionals. You know, the likes of Ross Verney, Clint Hansen, Gaz Ibbott, Craig Marsh, they're all dropping like flies.
Yeah, dropping like flies on the way home, whatever they are. And, just seeing Andy Croasdale, Jason Hill, they're all on the way home now. And there's still a couple of very good amateurs in this. Probably a few more, still got Kian Monaghan, he's still battling away. Jake Dillon Newlove battling away. You've got Steve Petty, Jordan Everts. They all could be there at the very, very end.
Absolutely. Well, we have got a last 16 match coming up for you now between Dean Shields and Craig Brown. Obviously, Craig Brown took part in the first match when we started all those days ago on Friday against Simon Ward. Did not put a foot wrong, but unfortunately came out the wrong side of an 860 feet. And Dean Shields, who we saw on the stream yesterday, not his best performance, but we all know his ability.
Yeah, it's a very interesting matchup. It really is, and Dean probably this is one he should be edging and just getting into the next round. But Craig Brown's a very tricky opponent, very goes like unmarked on the radar, etc. And but he's very capable, and he likes playing on this TV table. We can always see him get him a few good results. And as you said, Kev, he only just missed out on getting through the next round. It was only a couple of shots here and there that could have made all the difference. This is a time now that he needs to forget all that, move on, and it's going to be an interesting one, this.
Absolutely. Well, let's get the action underway. Our referee, Rick Lloyd, is racking the balls up. The players have lagged, so let's get over to the commentary box and Andy Richardson.
Not quite. Still damn fair way in here. But we move on. Dean Shields versus Craig Brown in the last 16, the first of our featured last 16 matches. There is Craig, 2022 World semi-finalist. Up against Dean Shields. Shootout. Still looking for a maiden IPA title. Referee, the man in the middle for this one, Rick Lloyd. There he is. Inspecting rack. And there is Dino.
UK Open, last 16 match. Round number 1, Dean Shields to break. Time running.
Well, first break of the match is dry. And so the first chance of the match goes to Craig Brown.
Extension, please.
And the indication suggests he's looking at yellows. First problem has been solved by that terrific opening shot. The yellow is just nudged out, didn't go. squeezes into the middle pocket. And the pattern is becoming slightly clearer, but it's a bit awkward, this. The 8 ball, I think, will pass to the bottom left. But the ideal ball to get on it is the only ball he can pot now. So Craig's going to have to take this yellow on. He must be leaving the 8 ball into the right centre now. So it's opened up into a decent chance, this, actually, for Craig. Slightly more angled than he'd like here. Hubel's going to be running towards the cushion, doesn't want to leave it on the cushion. Instead, has perhaps run it a little far down the table. Now, I think he's just off straight in the wrong way here. Hubel will be going up table when he pots this. So, he could run through and take the yellow into the bottom left, which he's going to. Again, that's a fraction short of pace, but he should be able to hold this. Pull the 8 ball to the centre, and he does. Good finish in the end. And Craig Brown takes the opening frame, a reverse dish from the break of Dean Shields. He leads by 1 frame to 0. Score there in the top left of your screen. David Addinall leading Jake Newlove by 4 frames to 0. He is right away with the starter's pistol in that one. Craig Brown breaks off in frame number 2, makes a ball and leaves a decent looking table. Pretty good break, that. The red covering the top left pocket.
Extension, please.
Maybe a concern if he chooses yellows. There is plenty of gap to land in with the cue ball. Of course, the reds are also on too. Looking at the thin cut into the bottom right on the red, he is. Just needs to make sure the cue ball pushes through the yellow, and he needs to make sure of the pot, and he has just. That could quite easily not have dropped in. Take another look. See, just clipped the yellow on the way through, and can consider himself pretty fortunate that that still went. Craig Brown. I'm not sure he'll care too much at this point because he's absolutely nailed on for the finish here. Zero problems at all. These two have had some battles over the years, I'm sure. Two players who have certainly made marks on the IPA, but have yet to really get their names in the history books. Craig Brown, one step closer, one frame closer. He leads by 2 frames to 0. Dean Shields yet to see the table.
Frame number 3, Dean Shields to break, trailing 2 frames to 0. Time running.
Frame 3, and Dean Shields will be looking for a better outcome from this break. Oh no. Oh, I thought the cue ball was going to go in. It didn't, but neither did anything else. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a change of style from Dean, breaking like this, because the first 2 really have not worked for him. Rather similar to the first frame. Craig is left with a awkward but not insurmountable table to go at. Problems for both sets, but there's a really isolated red over on the right hand cushion, so I think he'll be looking at yellows here. Also has a nice yellow near the left centre to try and develop things. Looks like he's going after that immediately. That's not fantastic. What has he left himself? I do think the yellow that's just gone to the side rail would double. And I think he might have to take that on. He is. He's missed it. And Dean Shields has finally got a chance to come to the table. Red, I mentioned after the break, that has not moved yet. That will be the key to this frame for Dean. Has he left himself an angle now to nudge it? I don't think so. I think got slightly too much angle on the red to the right centre to be able to top through into it and just break it open. Well, perhaps not. Wants to catch the red and not the yellow. Okay, tried to force his way through everything, and that's gone badly wrong. Not sure if he can see the red to the bottom left here. If he can't, he's in real spot of bother. You could see that. A little sarcastic tap of the table there tells you he's underdone it. I think he was aiming to leave the perfect angle to go across into that red once again. He hasn't done it. Dean is really digging a hole in this frame. And it's going to take something special to extricate himself from. Perhaps he has found it. Can he put this red in baulk? Stun up the table into the red on the cushion. Has to catch the red, can't catch the yellow. Can't catch the middle jaw, that's fatal. There is surely no way out of this frame now for Dean Shields. He's going to try and screw back around the angles, but that was never on. It's a good pot. Two players share a laugh. I don't think Dean can quite believe how this frame has gone. He just could never get that ball out. Our referee, Rick Lloyd, will check if this is a total snooker or not. To be quite honest, I'm not really sure what Dean does from here. I think it'll probably just be some sort of hit and hope. Off the top cushion, as hard as you dare. Just try and get the red moving. Well, he's gone for a slightly more measured approach. And has possibly had a bit of a result. Doesn't seem to have left Craig anything easy. Craig can quite easily hide the cue ball here. She does. Has covered the up and down as well.
Time out. Time running.
Off the jaw. Dean Shields gave it a good effort. And that was the best he could do from a bad situation. And it will be Craig Brown who will surely take this third frame from this position. Reshot as well, don't forget. Doesn't need it. Stream, or do we not know that yet? Easy pickings for Craig Brown in frame 3. There are just no problems for him here, and he's starting to run away with it. To be fair to Dean, he hasn't exactly had the lion's share of the chances, and that may be something that will change as the match progresses. There are definitely alarm bells ringing in that man's head. There's his score there. At the top of your screen, Curtis Lee trailing our amateur champion Kian Monaghan by 3 frames to 2. And we do also have our first quarter final lined up. And it will be Farnsworth against Ward. What a match that would be.
Frame number 4, Farnsworth break, leading 3 frames to 0. Time running.
apologies for the delay and the break in communications there. We've had a slight switch around in the commentary box. I'm still here, but I've had to move seats because Andy Richardson's come back and taken his rightful spot once again.
Yeah, I'm back. A little bit of a break.
What did you have?
A bit of chicken.
Oh, very nice.
A coffee and a bit of a sit down. Escape the broom cupboard, as we call the commentary box.
We don't do enough sitting down in here, that's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of fresh air. So, bring me up to date. It's 3-0 the lead, I can see. Craig Brown.
3-0 the lead. Dean's had one half chance.
All right.
That's about it, really.
Okay.
It's not going well for Dean at the moment, and I think if you didn't know that from the scoreline, you'd know it from his face. He does not look happy. Not a happy bunny in that corner there.
Yeah, frozen out then, is it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Well, you might be sat there a bit longer by the look of it. Well, he's not quite landed where he wanted to be there, I don't think. Soon, there you see. Just reroute slightly, drops low. So he's got a long yellow to corner. He can run through if he chooses to play the last yellow into the left-hand middle as he looks at it. I mean, he's got loads of room to play with here. If he drops short, runs long, he's definitely got a shot at the last yellow, and that'll do him nicely. So it's looking very much like a 4-zip. And the pain continues for Dean Shields. It's lonely out there, sat in that seat there when you're not getting the opportunities. And that's top level pull for you.
3 dishes from 4 for Craig Brown in this match. And the other one, a half chance for Dean, where he had one ball completely tied up that he could never get to. And Craig did the rest. Now, Dean Shields so far has not broken well in this match either. 2 dry breaks from 2. Be interesting to see whether he changes it up here. He's been pretty much centre ball striking from the front. Will he continue in the same vein?
Yeah, may elect to break from the side. Players often change when they're struggling. It just depends. I think Dean, does he tend to break from the front more than anything else? Yeah. I know what I've seen of him. He seems to predominantly break from the front.
He's a player that wears his heart on his sleeve, and we've all been there in the situation he's in right now.
Definitely.
And it's not much fun. And he is changing it up. Breaking from the side. Is this the cut break, or? I imagine so.
Very much like Liam Dunster over the corner pocket. Not off his hand though, just off the pocket liner.
That's better.
But that'll do.
That's much better. Look at that for a split.
Well, if you could repeat that every break, you'd be a happy man. Punched into the side of them, struck them really well. Cue ball from the side, back into the pack. And, well, look at the Reds. Look at those Reds.
Yep, arguably that's the most difficult shot of the clearance done, that first shot. He's in great position.
So he's had no table time by the sound of it. So just needs to pose himself and make sure that he runs these balls out. The issue with the ball lowest, it's near that yellow, it's just positional. Just needs to make sure if he takes these 2 at the bottom, he's got to get back up to middle table. What's a good angle?
He's just slightly underdone that previous shot, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And, I think he's rerouting now. Yeah, he's going top and then bottom.
As long as he leaves an angle on this ball into middle, and that looks just about perfect to me. Yeah, I think he'd like to play the higher of these two if he had a choice first. It really doesn't matter, either will do. So if he plays this top one, runs through, he can run off the side cushion. And the idea here is that he gets low on the last red, which is what he's trying to do. He doesn't want to be, and he's not low. So again, he can clear here, but he's going to have to screw out. Yeah, wasn't a problem. Didn't intend playing that way, but made short work of it anyway. And there we go. 8-ball in the centre. He's on the scoreboard.
Yep, Dean Shields off the mark in frame number 5. A welcome 1 goes up on the scoreboard for him as we watch Dan Davey 6-4 up against Andrew Whitfield. We are in to the last knockings of the match. 2 balls away for the win. And a place in the last 16 for our long-time co-commentator.
Yeah, I think we're giving him the sack.
Oh, he's overscrewed that though.
Must have heard us.
Oh, don't. Ah, nailed the black. Nailed the black. And Dan Davey wins by 7 frames to 4. Sees himself into the last 16 alongside Dean Shields and Craig Brown. Of course, they are already well underway. Dan's had a good weekend.
Yeah, I'm just about to say he's playing well this weekend, is Dan.
Yeah.
So close to beating Marc Boyle previously.
Yeah,
painfully close.
9-8 yesterday. Yeah, he was not happy. Bless him.
And he came in to commentate with me on the next match for Marc Boyle, which must have been double pain.
That's just mean.
Yeah.
Making him do that. Poor Dan.
Well, he may well get onto this TV table again as he keeps progressing. So, ball down. But the yellow blocking the corner pocket.
And the yellow on the side rail. If it wasn't for the yellow on the side rail, you'd go yellows all day long. And it probably still is because of the yellow blocking the corner pocket. And the fact that he's only really got a yellow to start with. But that's going to take some real moving, that. And the red is close enough to the yellow over the corner as well to make that a bit of a problem. You certainly can't use that yellow to get the other one out.
Yeah, the 2 yellows left the screen. Awkward. I mean, if you were directly behind them, I suppose there's some form of plant to middle, but you'd have to be dead behind them. You don't really want to be relying on that. But yeah, the key is this ball on the right of the screen, on the cushion. Now, he did look at this. I don't think it doubles into middle. I'm not sure. Is that you having a look again?
It's a hell of a gap.
Yeah.
Between the red and black.
But if it's there, isn't it? And it's sort of relatively risk-free.
It's worth a go as a shot.
Yeah.
Nothing yet. Oh, hello.
Oh, disaster.
No. It
Disaster.
was such a good shot as well.
Oh dear. Yeah, he eyed up the double. You can see the path through.
How do you end up snookered from that shot? Look at this. And just that red flicking into the yellow. And the cue ball's gone nowhere. Good lord.
So, I was talking about this plant to middle, but I said if you're right behind it.
Anything but.
Not one cushion.
Good effort.
Yeah, good effort. And if anything, just makes it a little bit more difficult on reds. The way he's pushed that yellow near the middle. But yeah, great double. But when you did the rerun there, it did sort of look obvious, didn't it? The red was kicking down towards that yellow.
Yeah. Hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah, of course.
But yes, you're absolutely right.
Well, if he'd have realised that, he didn't even need to go for the double, did he? He could have just played and tried to get out for position.
True.
Yeah.
Maybe he was. We'll never know.
Yeah, I think he was playing the double.
I think so.
He just didn't think that was going to kick the yellow in. So Dean Shields has got a chance here again to put another frame on the scoreboard.
Ooh.
That could have gone better.
It certainly could. It's okay. He can pot the right hand of the two reds in the middle of the table. And he'd be unlucky not to be.
Yeah, he'd be running into the other red, so he's okay. He could make a mess of these balls at the bottom, but it's just important that he pots this ball. Yeah, that's okay.
Doesn't want that red to... Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah,
you can still see it.
Play that first.
Yeah.
Couple of ways to play this. Play that first. You could play the ball to middle and come back, play the plant next. You could play this now, then play the plant and play the ball nearer the middle as last ball. So he's checked up. He's playing the plant first. I think I'd go that way. So a little bit right hand side there, just to open up the angle of the cue ball from the bottom cushion. And this there, you see, just drops into the corner. So plain ball will do. And you just don't want to let that cue ball run too far. That's fine. So he now has an angle. He can stun behind to leave it into the corner, or he may just be able to hold it for the middle. It's up to him. Oh, he's played across there and he surprised me.
Oh, that was mighty close, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't think he'd be playing as far over. Obviously, angle maybe wasn't what I thought it was. Anyway, it's okay. But again, a little bit tricky, more tricky than anticipated. Cue ball not in any danger. Natural path is not into the pocket. Yeah, and he's missed it.
Oh, Dean.
He's missed it, and that was a great chance to get back in. 4-2. I think he'd have taken 4-2 considering where he was when I walked into the commentary box.
Yeah, absolutely. But 5-1. 5-1 certainly seems like he's in the jaws of defeat. Just as that 8-ball he just misses in the jaws of the corner pocket.
Yeah.
It's a long way back. Really long way back, from especially in a race to 7.
Yeah, it's just a straight yellow to corner. Just runs it through. Didn't even need to run it through, probably. Not as far as he did, but I'd like work of these. So instead of 4-2, 5 won the lead and raced to 7. Massive lead.
Yeah. Greg Brown just needs 2 frames. Dean Shields needs to win 6-1 from here if he is to progress to the quarter-finals. And look at that. We have our next stream game decided for us. Coming up next, the Manxman David Addinall up against the Duster Liam Dunster. And that will be a very interesting match between those two. Out here, Curtis Lee taking on Kian Monaghan on table 7, and Jordan Evans taking on Steve Petty on table 8. Still plenty of action going on the outer tables.
Number 7, Dean Shields to break, trailing 5 frames to 1.
So,
Time running.
Dean Shields to break. And he needs to play perfect pull, and he needs his opponent to dry break, you would feel, to have any chance at all in this match now.
Oh. First things first, has made a ball.
Yeah. So the 8-ball locked by the 2 yellows to the corner. Obviously easy yellows to start. Got a choice of colour sets, but problems with both colours. Yellows, the two yellows near the side cushion, near the cluster of 3. They need developing. He has the yellow near the corner nearest those two that he could use to develop at some point if he chooses. So he's got a couple of ways he can go about this. If he chooses yellows, he will have opportunities to move those two.
No guarantee with that, though, is there? If you're the shot that you're talking about, which I think might be
coming up, maybe.
Coming up now,
well,
but he's overdone that.
Yeah, he has. If he was landed lower, I think he was going to play that.
But the problem, even playing that shot, it's really hard to see how you get both those yellows out in the one shot, unless you're really leathering into it, which playing a ball like this down the rail, not easy, especially not from here.
He's still playing it. Maybe he needs to catch this half. Well, he's just missed it. Just missed it. And that's not what he wanted.
He didn't put enough side on that for me. I think he had to play that with tons of right-hand side. Left-hand side.
So, does he take the pocket here, Dan? The only thing he may be looking at is the two reds. Well, 2 of the 3 in that cluster there. And they're not a direct plant to pocket, but it's very close.
Oh, great effort. Great effort. Didn't see that one.
No, it was very creative. I'll give him that. I'm very close to going in.
Has just made a bit of a problem. That yellow's tracked up table into balk. Has covered the red right in the middle of the balk area. That now needs some moving. I think the 2 reds on the right hand side might actually be a plant.
Yeah, and if they're not, another option is you could come down to the bottom rail and hit the back of that plant, which is what he's looking at now, which kicks the red up table towards the corner with the 2 yellows in front of the 8. That's quite a clever shot. Because the cue ball, he would be leaving sight of 1 yellow, but not an easy shot, and there's a very good chance that he would block that pocket or if the ball drops. He's got another visit, but no, decides to go this way. And now I think they are a plant.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think they are. I think they're still a plant. I think they were.
I think they're a bit easier than they were now. I think before you were planting, you were probably going to take the pocket. If you can play this at the right speed, I think that you've got every chance of making that plant comfortably. So let's see which way he goes about it. And there you are, he's going for it now. Trying to get up on it. He needs to run.
That's not there. He's got to hit it too thin. You still want to be nicely behind that plant. There's a good inch gap between the 2 balls.
Yeah, I mean, he's got ball to middle. He could come round the angles, try and get behind it again. But it's just getting more difficult. The 8's blocked. The other red's blocked. So what's he going to do? Is he going to play the back of this? What's his plan? Does he go across? Does he play the ball into corner, off the side rail, come back out? Maybe try and track over towards the yellows and the black? No, he is playing the back of this plant.
He could do, but I don't think the red that's in balk goes. Wants this to hold up, I think.
Yeah, he does really.
Didn't want that in.
Yeah, and that's how it goes. If you'd have wanted it in, it'd have hung over the pocket.
I'm sure that red in balk doesn't go.
Right. Doesn't look like it, does it?
No. Well, he's gone for the double, but I don't think he'll be entirely unhappy that he hasn't got it.
Yeah, he was chasing whatever happened.
Yeah.
So maybe he's asking the question here.
Yeah, I think so.
The problem he has here is that yellows, if they attack the ball in front of the corner, you're going to kick the other yellow. You every chance of developing. Well, I thought he may have hit that harder, you know. I did think he might have pushed that yellow with a little bit more pace.
Bizarre decision.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I mean, he's got a great save here.
He does, but that
Yeah.
yellow was always going up towards that.
You had to hit it harder, surely, I would have thought. That's an error.
Oh, he's left it on.
It's a massive error from there. Well, he's laughing.
Nothing's gone right for Dean Shields in this match, and that is prime example. He's left a very tough shot here for Craig. I mean, what do you do? Do you just drop it in the middle and then leave yourself a tricky shot next, or do you try and...
You make the pot here. That's for sure. Yep, you make the pot. And the thing with this is you know that you've nothing to worry about with the cue ball. So it's a tough pot, but your last red, you know, it's nearer the pocket than this is for sure. So.
And how much easier are these when you're 5-1 up?
Yeah, and you've been given a chance that you didn't think, that you thought you shouldn't have.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's right. When you're given that opportunity, when somebody's fallen over, it does...
I reckon there'll be a wry smile from Dean here as well, because I think he's left him absolutely plumb straight on this.
Yeah, he's shaking his head.
Yeah.
So he's going to have a tough next shot after this, you would think.
He can't go forwards.
No, he can go backwards, but then it's middle pocket.
He's got to absolutely leather this into the middle pocket to get the action he needs to come round.
Yeah, and they can easily jump back out, what the French call gamelle.
That is a very good bit of cueing. He needs another one. What was that, sorry? The French?
Une gamelle. If you pop the ball into the pocket and it jumps back out, you know, they sometimes throw the ball straight back out. Yeah.
I've heard Cadbury's parrot.
Yeah, well, same thing.
But I've never heard the French version.
Yeah, well, it's a few strange terms with the French game. You've got a plant in English, un petit train, a little train.
You are showing us all of your vocabulary skills.
Too many years playing pole in France back in the day. Yeah, here we go. So, well.
It's really tentative, that, isn't it, as a shot?
Yeah.
Dean has missed one black in this match already. Can he hold his nerve here? Get this one on the board.
Well, the one thing he could take this as a shot to nothing.
He's missed that.
I'd have gone the other way there.
Same.
I'd have played the other corner, screwed back to the balk line.
Yep.
And he was a way off, wasn't he? It's been a struggle.
Yeah, that was surprising. Although in the context of the match, was it? I think, to be honest, from 4-0 down, Dean was in his own head a little bit. Oh, well then.
Big let off.
Huge let off. Tough shot, but yeah. You back Craig to make that one. And Dean Shields, at the second time of asking, does pot the black. And it's 5-2. And
he's hanging on in there.
Yeah. It would be a huge shock if he came back to win from here, but, you know, those are the kind of moments that change matches. Curtis Lee and Kian Monaghan there, table 7, top of your screen. Kian, the amateur champion, is rumbling through the Open event as well, and he leads Curtis Lee by 5 frames to 4. On table 8 there, in the middle of your screen, Steve Petty against Jordan Evitts. Jordan Evitts, an amateur title winner from last year. Petty, former professional. Jordan Evitts is 2 balls away, but he's finished the wrong side of the yellow. And, well, potentially a good moment for Craig Brown to take a little break this, because it's a really interesting match to watch. Final frame decider. And Jordan Evitts has some real work to do there. Can you keep the cue ball away from those reds and bring it back up the table? Would do you take the yellow, the thinner cut into the corner?
Yeah, you can play a left-hand side, spin off the bottom, side and back out.
Oh, middle pocket. Oh, that's so close. He's held his hand up. And you can see why. And he strokes the black in. He's beaten Steve Petty by 7 frames to 6. That was mighty close, wasn't it?
It was. In the forefront there, we have Dan Davey.
Yeah, Davey up against Marc Boyle.
We have the score. I don't know the score there.
Time for some revenge, perhaps.
Yeah, a repeat of, was it the quarter-final?
Yeah, I believe so.
In the pro event. So close. Led in that match right up to the end, did Dan. Just failed to get over the line right at the end.
That was
very,
the opening
very
frame.
close.
So
right, okay.
I'm sure we'll be keeping an eye on that.
Keep an eye on that.
Back to the main event, and back to Craig Brown, breaking off in frame number 8 against Dean Shields.
Yeah. Breaking off here to try and get himself onto the hill, needing 1.
Not the best contact there, but he won't be too unhappy, I don't think.
Yeah.
There's the age-old question left to work out, reds or yellows. Arguments for both.
There are, yeah. I mean, yellows, you can see there, he has the ball on the side cushion just below the red. He could attack that straight away if he wanted to. He could screw back into it. In doing so, he'd remove the red and potentially he'd move the other bad yellow as well. But it's a very aggressive option, is that?
Yeah, there's a lot needs
and it's
moving.
not a guaranteed position on his next ball. But I do think he would be unfortunate not to have some sort of shot afterwards. Reds, well, the red doubles, and the red that's next to the yellow, just above that middle pocket, that does go into the corner, so there's a clear-cut path there. Don't need to move as much, but I think yellows are the colour here. And another option here, he could play yellow to corner, stun onto the other yellow. Well, he's played the plant. I think it was he left the plant. Or was he completely?
He might have just about.
Yeah,
left the
I
plant,
thought he'd hit into. I thought he was going to catch the yellow, and then leave the yellow to play into this the red above the yellow. Has he left the plant? Let's see what he's got here.
It's certainly not what he played. That
No.
he certainly didn't want to end up here. That's for sure.
I mean, I think that is the shot here now. Plant into corner, cue ball onto the red. He's played double.
Good double.
Good double, but I don't think, is he on anything?
I don't think so.
Well, there you are. Throwing his hands up. No. Yeah. So, defence, he's trying to block that red. I think he's successful there.
Yeah, I'd agree.
You say block it, but the thing is here, I mean, it's still not a massive issue. The other red that's near the one that's blocked, you know, he could play that and still land on that blocked ball. He still has a red near the cushion, near the middle pocket. That will double.
Extension, please.
So there is a clearance here. There's a clear path.
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, definitely.
But it's on.
So he's looking here. Would seem as though he's thinking about playing the red off the yellow thin to open up the other.
Tough shot. Very, very good.
Very good pot.
Oh,
but he's run too far for the ball he intended. Now, look at this for a shot. He's got a long, straight red, hampered by the yellow.
Doesn't want to run the cue ball through either, because if he runs the cue ball through, he'll end up behind the yellow. So
Got a cross
playing
double
the double.
potentially, yeah. Cross double.
Got it.
Got
Oh,
them both.
no
all three.
way. Not in a million years could you have called that.
No, be a great trick shot with that. So let's see this again. Cross double. Spot on. Runs into his other red.
Oh, it's
Cursed.
horrible.
And then straight into the middle. Very, very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, for the cue ball to hit that and go that way into the middle. Horrible, horrible moment for Dean Shields.
Would have liked that yellow just to hold up slightly. He's okay. So yellow to corner. Yep, uses the red. Doesn't want to tie that yellow up. Just making it awkward again. So he may well elect to try and play between those two yellows. The yellow near the left-hand side of the screen, and the yellow that he's just sort of blocked the path of to one pocket. He's got a natural path here, if he chooses. And if he was to overrun, he would have the other yellow at the other side. So, yeah, this is the shot he's played. Spins it over, and that's just a little bit further would have been perfect, but that's what he played between those two yellows. So he can go yellow to corner, runs onto the red. And you'll see he'll have these two yellows, one to either middle remaining. It's whichever way he chooses, but I think it's the one to left first. Just depends what angle is. I can't see the exact angle from here, but yeah, there you see. So the good shot in that clearance there was the shot to land between those two yellows. He struck it well. He's in prime position, plumb behind the 8. And this is to go on the hill. So 6-2 the lead.
It's easy street for Craig Brown at the moment. Everything is coming up his way.
Things just not going Dean Shields' way, are they?
No, I mean that was just horrible, that in-off. It's the kind of shot that you just cannot allow for. I suppose you could argue that his positional play throughout the clearance before up to that point wasn't amazing, but I still don't think anyone deserves to go in off like that. It was pretty horrendous.
He played it well, he executed it well. He played that shot well for me. He played the double. He knew he was running into the red, didn't he? Unfortunate to pot both balls and then certainly to go in off. Cruel. So, last big push here for Dean Shields. He's good enough. Just needs the chances. He's to up it a couple of gears.
Yellow's in. Has made a ball.
Yeah, but look at these two balls down at the bottom of the table. Red and yellow, awful.
Awful, and really, in order to attack that, you want to be yellows. Does he have a yellow to start? He does have a yellow to start.
Yeah, yellow
Down
to middle. Yellow to middle as well, I
Do you
think.
think that'll go to the middle?
I think so from the overhead.
I think he's got one that goes bottom right,
Yeah.
if not.
He definitely goes bottom right. He's got a choice.
Yeah.
I think you go bottom right if he's going to go. If he wants yellows, just depends what he wants. It's an argument for leaving that yellow there where it is. If he's going to go yellows, it's a good ball to get onto the black.
I was going to say that. I think that's my last ball if I'm going yellows.
Yeah. He could take the long yellow first, couldn't he? But I think he is. He's taking it to middle first. Well, there you go. That's been quite kind, really.
Yes.
Could have easily caused problems there.
Yeah, that red's gone into a really nice spot because, as you say, you know, a couple of inches either way, top, bottom, right, left, and it causes a problem. Finished in a sort of nice window.
Yeah, the big problem here is
He's not
if
happy.
he does, yeah, of course, he's not got the right angle. He wanted to run a little further because he needs to go into these 2 balls at the bottom. The problem being, when he does so, it's going to be hard to guarantee his next shot. He's more or less probably going to have to get on the ball that he's trying to knock out.
Yeah, that's.
And again, he's straight. We're running out of balls.
Well, he's got one, hasn't he? He's going to have to break this yellow out and land on it. Which is a very tall order.
Well, he could take ball to corner, come back out, and sort of come back where he is now, nearer towards the right-hand middle, and leave an angle and split it that way. That might be what he tries. In fact, that, well...
He's underdone it. Underdone.
Yeah. Surely that's what he was trying.
You would think so.
Yeah, he certainly didn't. He didn't try and get where he is now. So there you see him just Q arm, just didn't hit it. Just been a struggle, hasn't it? Been a struggle.
Yeah, he's not quite been there. I think it's one of those games where he was 3-0 down before he'd really seen the table, and it's so easy to feel like the world's against you at that moment. And then you miss a half chance and it's 4, and then you get a bad in off and you're 6-2 instead of 5-3, and yeah, Dean will feel like the world is against him right now. And to a certain extent, he's got a point. It has been a little bit.
Yeah, and he's an absolute world of pain here on yellows. Craig here, there's no need to attack. Huge favourite. Take his time. Try and get a free visit if he chooses.
You could try. The other thing you could do is just roll onto the red, sort of down the cushion from where the cue ball is, and just make Dean play the tied up yellow.
Well, yeah. The only problem on reds is that tied up red and yellow.
Yeah. So if you make Dean play that ball.
That's a clever shot.
Yep.
It is a clever shot, is that?
It's done exactly the same thing. Just
yeah, opened his balls up and he's killed the yellow on the side. If anything, a bit unfortunate there that he's tied the 8 up. I don't think that red ball that's glued to the 8 goes in either middle. Good shot. All he could do really, try to sit right on the face of this.
He's got close enough that it's done the job.
Yeah, I mean, he may be able to just drop off this red onto the side, but it's very delicate. Not a shot players like to be playing. So yeah, just this is clever as well. Sit on the back of the yellow. Or indeed, he's kicked it over to the side. He could have just sat behind that if he chose to. Both good.
Either way, yeah. Because the thing is, you could argue he's left the double on, but
yes,
there's absolutely no way that Dean's getting around for the next one.
He's so far in front here. Both yellows horrible, and the black. I mean, the black, where's that go? If you do pull out a few miracles, there you go. Well, that sums the game up for him.
Yeah. What's the opposite of a miracle?
I don't know.
Dean Shields.
An anti-miracle.
Whatever it is, Dean Shields will find it. It's not his day, I'm afraid.
Yeah, nice to see Craig there. He's smiling. I think he feels for him.
These two have been having quite a few bits of, if not banter, at least certainly the odd eyebrow raise and the odd cracked smile between them.
So here, play the yellow onto the bottom cushion and run into the red and black, which is what he's done. Well, it's gone about as bad as it could, and it's still great. So there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Are we going to see the old plant 3 ball? Should make this. Doesn't need any pace. Yeah.
Come out just about okay, I think. I think the one nearest the pocket will still go, but the way he's looking at it and that facial expression suggests that perhaps that's not the case.
Yeah, or maybe it does, but he's slightly concerned because he's running into the yellow. That would only probably leave him the red down the cushion. I mean, you'd expect him to get it, but He's playing that outside ball, so we'll soon see. Well, he could just miss it. So lots of check on the cue ball.
Even if he did catch the yellow, though,
Yeah, he's still got a shot, exactly.
he'd probably have had, like you say, the one down the rail, or even the one to the right of the black spot.
Yeah,
He'd have been unlucky to have neither.
I think it's more of a case of he thought he would be in great position. It was that,
Yeah.
you know, just puts that little bit more pressure on.
Just a pool player being a pool player.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, you try and play as close to perfect as you can. This wants to spin out. Beautiful. So, just drop this in the middle. So it's dead weight. He wants to land low. He doesn't want to run through here particularly. There you see, perfect. So he just stuns. So the just drawing back a fraction. Just you can even nudge the black if he needs to, but perfect. So red to middle, 8 to the other middle. For what is, it has to be said, a convincing victory.
Convincing indeed. Craig Brown beats Dean Shields by 7 frames to 2. And it was, yeah, comfortable for Brown in the end. Whereas Dean was made to work very hard for his 2, and nothing really went his way, did it, Andy?
No, I mean, I came into the match, he was 3-0 down. You said he had no opportunities. And it's always tough when you're behind like that. And everything he tried to do, it just seemed to go wrong, didn't it?
Yeah, can be a cruel game at times, but not for Craig Brown. And he is in the studio having a word with Kev Barton.
Thanks a lot, and I'm here with Craig Brown. Craig, into the quarterfinals. Give us your thoughts on that match.
Yeah, I think. I probably got the little bits of rub. He didn't break. He's like, well, I don't think he broke bad. He just didn't get a ball down at the beginning of the match, and I managed to get away. I managed to settle in because I felt the last match that I had, I was really struggling at the back end of it. Like, it was weird. I was 6-1 up, and I just kind of like, I don't know, just started to fold a little bit, and then I managed to scramble over the line, but I think I got like a half an hour break there, let me reset, so yeah, I'm happy to get through in the end.
I think your words would dissolve, I think, when spoke to you briefly after that match, but obviously, where would you say your game is at in general anyway?
I think it's there somewhere. Like, I mean, it comes and goes, that's the problem. I know what I can do. I don't even think I've done what I can do yet, to be honest, but I'm just happy to be still batting, to be honest, because I haven't had a great season. Well, not that it's been that long, but yeah, Friday wasn't good, even though I played well. So yeah, it's nice to get towards the business end.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in that match against Simon on Friday, you didn't put a foot wrong. There's nothing you could do. It's just a couple of in-off breaks. So we could all see when you were playing, you were stroking the ball really nice. Yeah,
I mean, like I said, I think the tables kind of opened up nice for us every time, didn't it? So it allowed us to kind of get both into a good rhythm. Yeah, like you said, I didn't do much wrong. I think I got kicked in off unluckily twice, like no fault of my own, I wouldn't say. Simon obviously broke amazing, and he's not going to miss with the layouts that he was leaving. So yeah, if I can keep getting balls down off the break and give myself chances, then I've got a chance.
So into the quarters, she got to semis of the Worlds for the second time on the trot. So as you say, the game is there. What have you got to do just to go that extra step?
Well, there's lots of things, isn't it? You can improve in all areas. I think it's. I just want to feel comfortable. You know, I want to feel comfortable, and I want to be like mentally right, and then just win or lose, you can just get on with it. But I kind of get in my own way a little bit sometimes. So once that's not there, then I've got a chance.
Okay, but overall, the weekend, have you found it in Coventry? I mean, it's been so busy. I mean, nearly 280 players here. It's been the atmosphere's been pretty electric.
Yeah, I think it's been a really good tournament. I haven't played on a table which hasn't been great, to be honest. Not that I've played a lot of matches, but everything's played well. Like you say, there's a lot of players here. There's been a lot of matches. It's a little bit warm in here, but glad I brought my gloves, so I'd be struggling without it, I think.
Okay, well, Craig, well, good luck for the rest of the tournament, and hopefully we'll see you later on.
Right, thanks,
well done, mate. So Craig Brown takes his place in the quarter-finals, and coming up next we've got another classic matchup between the Isle of Man's David Addinall and the former world champ Liam Dunster. You can see that on your screen, both in their purple tops. And these two have got a bit of history, and I think one of the last times that they played was in the grand finals in the Isle of Man last year, and Liam just came out on top in the deciding frame. But this is definitely going to be super competitive, and David with a lot of support back home in the Isle of Man, and Liam obviously huge following with what he's achieved in the game and over the last 3 or 4 years. So we're in for an absolute treat coming up. Looking a little bit further ahead on the IPA calendar, now that we've just got a couple of minutes before the match starts. And coming up in June, back end of June there, see 23rd to the 25th of June, we have got the first ever IPA Scottish Grand Prix, and that will be taking place at arguably the best club in the UK, McGoldrick's, at Rutherglen in Glasgow. That is a fantastic venue, and you know, if you want to take part in that event, there is no qualifying criteria. You simply go to the IPA shop, pay your entry fee, and you're in the draw. So the deadline for that is the 10th of June. So if you fancy a bit of IPA action and you've got that weekend free, then that is the place to be. And then coming up after that, we've got obviously the Tour 3 and Tour 4. And again, if you want to enter those events, it's all the details on the website. And then looking a little bit further ahead, a date for the diary, the 2024 World Championships. That will be in Gosforth, and that will be in February. And all the details for that are out on the website. And again, another new event from the IPA, the World Team Trophy. That will be taking place the weekend before the World Championships start. And there'll be more details coming out about the World Team Trophy and the teams that will be taking part. But again, the World Championships, if you want to be the person lifting the title and the £15,000 first prize, then again, just enter via the website. Okay, I think the players are in the arena now, and our referee, I can't see who the referee is, and well, the referee, or Brian Moss, I can just see him there now. He's got the players ready, so I think it's time to get over to the commentary box and Dan Fairway.
Well, thanks, Kevin. It's not Dan, it's Andy. He's just had to pop out, comfort break. But he will be joining us shortly. So, next match up, David Addinall against Liam Dunster. You see here both players lagging to see who goes first or has the choice. It's Liam Dunster, who's nearest that cushion. That dictates who has the choice to break first. And you always take the break. So Liam Dunster will be opening proceedings in this match. So a decider last time. I don't know if it was the last time exactly that they played each other, but as Kevin mentioned, previous history of these two, obviously Liam Dunster, absolute animal when he's on fire, and even his B game, well, just a superb competitor. But David Addinall, extremely talented, been very impressed with him. And yeah, there'll be a lot of supporters of his watching this match, the Isle of Man.
Yeah, one of the most well-liked people on the tour, Dave.
There we are, Dan, he's back. Referee just making sure we get a good rack. And the smart rack, we have to just mention that. We haven't had a bad rack yet, have we?
Nope.
Not a single bad rack, certainly on this table. All the players very impressed.
UK Open match, first to 8 frames. Apologies.
So Liam,
First frame, Liam
as always, as he always starts, over, and I do find this break, nobody else seems to break like this exactly. He breaks from over the pocket, which a couple of people do, but off his hand. So he's elevated, he's bridging straight down, and you would think that this cue ball would be airborne. the point of contact. He gets such a, and he doesn't hit it as hard as he can.
That's the key.
It's measured.
Yeah, that's the key from Liam and his cut break. And it's, I think, because of the way that Liam plays the game. Liam generally feels that he can almost guarantee a ball playing that break, and this is a rare dry visit for it. But he's not too bothered if the table comes out messy. He's happy to take control and work out the best way to beat his opponent from there. He doesn't care if he breaks dishes, doesn't care about that first golden opportunity. He just cares about making sure he's in control of the frame. Now, Dave Addinall can just about get through to see this yellow. Actually, perhaps that tactic from Liam hasn't worked quite as well as it usually does, because this is a really nice chance on yellows.
Yeah, if anything, I think this ball to the corner here, it's the ball just above it that he needs to be careful with. So he's just looking, does he play the ball to the corner and come out to where he's just shown you there with his Q-tip? So leave the long yellow next maybe. That's what he's played. It's good thinking. So long yellow, and he's got those two yellows to middle. It's not quite straight here, so the ball will slightly drift out, I would think. But it's not a problem. It's okay. He can more or less hold this. Just off straight. Well, that was the thing, you see. In fact, he's come way back. Has he come back far enough to see the yellow to middle anyway?
He might just about be able to squeeze that in.
Yeah, he's very fortunate if that's the case. I know he wasn't straight, but he must have caught that. He must have potted that into the right side of the pocket.
Yeah.
And he is fortunate.
He'll take it.
Yeah. What a recovery that is. Yeah, stuns wide. I mean, it was a good pot. He made the ball. It's not that he missed anything. It just wasn't as intended. Great levels of concentration when I've watched David Addinall. Seems absolutely absorbed in the game.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Great touch.
It's been a really impressive first clearance from Dave.
Yeah, I agree.
And he opens the scoring. He leads Liam Dunster by 1 frame to 0. I think I heard you talking about it when I came back into the commentary box, but these two have had some memorable battles.
Yeah, I was just saying, I know I wasn't sure if it was the last match where it went hill when they played. Was it in the Isle of Man they played? I think Kevin was just saying in studio that had I don't know if it's a fairly recent match. I'm not aware of which particular match it was, but I do know that they went hill.
I feel like that's happened more than once actually between these two. But yeah, there certainly was one in Dave's home venue. Yeah, it was in the grand finals in the Isle of Man.
Yeah, I thought it was, yeah.
Yeah, and Liam was the victor on that occasion. But I know Dave's knocked Liam out of tournaments 2 or 3 times as well.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, there's some history between these two.
Yeah, good break. What's the lay like?
Oh, it's a little bit awkward, isn't it? That yellow has really blocked off any nice opportunity on the table.
I think he has a yellow to middle, a cut, potentially.
Yep, either that or the red on the balk line if he did want to go reds. He can take that long. I think that's what he's looking at.
Well, reds are good here if he can make this ball.
Is he taking it into the middle? No, taking it long. Great pot.
Yeah, fantastic. Great position. Straight away, just where he wants to be. Red to corner, the one on the cushion. That'll open up that other ball that's potentially hampered by the yellow.
Yeah, the red that's in the middle of the table. I wonder if it's worth him taking that now. And he
definitely, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and then, as you say, up into the balk area.
Well, there's 2 ways to play it. While he was down, I like this as well, where you clear the ball from the other end of the table. If you so choose, it's up to him. That's how he sees it.
Just think he wanted a bit more angle on this one now. He sort of puffed his cheeks out.
You can play one of the three here on the cushion and just drop forward slightly, or he can play this ball. And it's, well, the clock's ticking. Yeah, there you see. Plays that red on the right there. That's one option. He doesn't know which way to go, does he? Not sure where. It's just the cue ball here. Needs to be careful. Needs to be careful.
Oh, it might be just about okay, this. It's not what he wanted, but he could cut the one in along the rail that's on the top cushion, and he'll still be okay.
Yeah.
Delicate. He's gone really hard at it.
So it needs to bounce.
This is pretty good.
Fantastic from where he was, really. He'll take it. So there you can see, he'd like to be slightly high or slightly low. I think low is his preference, judging by where he put his cue. He just doesn't want to be straight, as we always say. He'd rather not be straight.
That's absolutely spot on.
Yeah, perfect.
This is really impressive stuff from David Addinall to start this match.
Especially considering his opponent. Because if you let Liam in, you can be sat down for a while, can't you?
You certainly can.
Couple of dry breaks and keep the seat warm. So quality, top quality pull here from David Addinall. Liam Dunster, well, he's done nothing wrong.
Liam Dunster, yep, hasn't had a visit yet. David Addinall leads by 2 frames to 0. Superb stuff from the Manxman, and I'm sure there will be some muted cheers already on the Isle of Man. Now then, into the outer arena, and Dan Davey on table 9, looking to, well, open his account against Marc Boyle. He's 4-0 down. He's the man they call Double D. And, well, you have to say he should do from here. Just underdone that a little. His cue ball's tracking towards the centre pocket.
Yeah, he's just slightly wide of perfect, isn't he? Delicate little shot, played it well. Anyway, back to this main table.
You can just see him in the top left corner of your screen now, so we'll see his
Ah, you
reaction.
can, yeah.
Yep, that's gone in.
It's good. It's in.
He's put his cue down and he's racking up. Dan Davey takes the frame as Liam Dunster prepares to break in frame number 3.
So let's just take a look at this break. Again, not full pace, but deliberately so.
Not full pace, but full control. Yet again, though, nothing down.
Yeah, so it's not working quite as well as it has done previously for him on this TV table this weekend. But once again, scrappy. Look at the leave here.
Yeah, can Dave Addinall pick apart this finish like he's done the previous 2? Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, well, the thing was with Reds. I mean, look at it's a mess, isn't it?
There's just not many players that are prepared to go toe-to-toe with Liam like that in a safety battle. Particularly without determining colour set. It's a bold choice, that.
So he could just push this yellow forward and sits behind the other. What he's done there, he's just made sure that yellow does go, so out of the 2 sets, well, there's a clusters at the corner is a real problem, but you feel that you've got more options to do something with it, with the yellows probably, with them being the dominant set in that corner. You know, it's difficult to bust those 2 reds out, it is. So again, nobody wants reds at the moment.
Dave has left a yellow on here for Liam. It's really tough, but that yellow over on the right hand side will squeeze in the middle pocket.
Yeah, the thing with yellows here is if you were to take yellow as a suit and got an opportunity, this ball on this bottom cushion here could be promoted towards the pocket. There'd be a good chance that you put your opponent in trouble behind the other yellow. This is tough to the middle though, Dan. You wouldn't forget exactly. Look at Liam there, puff of the cheeks. Oof, don't fancy that. Doesn't mean he won't go for it, but he doesn't fancy it. He's such a clever player, Liam Dunster. Such a great tactician.
Not long left. Gone for it. Missed it. Almost to the point where you wonder whether he actually played it.
Two schools of thought there, Dan.
Yeah.
Because that's quite clever if he's tried to put it on the rail. So he said to his opponent, right, I'll give you a shot of this ball down the bottom end here, but I'm going to kill one of the yellows.
Problem is he hasn't.
Yeah.
It still goes in the middle. You've got to be behind it, but that still goes.
Yeah, which tells you he possibly went for it,
Yeah.
knowing that if he misses it and misses it wide, there's a chance he leaves it safe.
But I mean, the fact that it hasn't really even hit the jaw suggests to me that he didn't go for that. Now, what's Dave eyeing up here? Because they've been continually turning down reds, and yet
I like yellows here. I like the yellow on the cushion and then push the yellow on the bottom cushion towards the pocket and sit behind the other one.
I mean,
I know what he's looking at. You can see he's got several options to go into those bad balls, but he needs a bit of, well, he needs more than a bit of run to make sure that he clears that area. And Liam won't be bothered. He'll like this. I think Liam will want him to go.
yeah, definitely. I agree completely.
There you see, fantastic shot.
Yeah.
But you just couldn't see, you know, those balls coming out in his favour.
And now,
So he's still got a ball on. That's not the issue.
yes. But Dave's too far into the clearance now, really, you feel. Not really anywhere to hide. Liam would have so many defensive options available to him.
Yeah. So he plays red to middle, holds on the 8. Now,
Can he clip this one into the middle pocket?
that's what I was going to say. That may be what he intended doing. There is a path. There is a path. But again, once you hit it, you know,
Where do you end up?
where do you end up? How do you
Yeah.
How do you keep that attempt going? He's going to have to think of something here. He's going to have to be creative.
Okay. Oh,
Oh,
wow.
miscue.
Huge miscue.
Yeah, miscue. You don't see many of those, do you? Not at this level.
No, I've seen a couple.
Yeah, I mean, they happen. People miscue. It's
I mean, generally at this level, it's because they're trying to do too much with the cue ball. And I think that may have been the case there for Dave. You know, you're really trying to put some sort of extreme spin on it.
there you see. Liam played that shot cleverly. Deliberately pushes the cue ball forward because of the shot that you were alluding to earlier, Dan. He didn't want to leave him that cut into middle to be able to break out that ball. So he made an attempt there. In or over would have been good. Well, there's a shot here as well. Can you see this one?
Yep.
So he's bridging over. I thought he may even set the ball in the middle, fire round.
No, I think this is...
Yeah, well, look at this.
This is a nice angle. If it's going to come out, this is a good angle to attack it from.
It is, because he's pushing it towards the pocket, you would think.
Yeah.
And there's a good chance that the white comes back out, but there is a lot of traffic here.
Perfect here is if you manage to catch the cushion first and go into the back of the first yellow.
Yeah.
Real precise stuff. But, oh, no, he caught the red full ball. Caught the yellow full ball. Didn't want to hit that yellow at all. And now, well, there's just no way out of here. This is... He's going to do well to hit it.
I mean, it almost makes no difference, probably,
No.
if he does hit it or not.
No.
He's so far behind now in this. The black's in the way probably of hitting it with any.
I'm just hitting this as hard as I can and hoping, I think, but
Yeah. Well, I
it's
think
got
it
past the
was
black.
Great
This is a good
attempt.
effort. Oh, it caught the yellow. Just caught the yellow on the way through. Be interesting to see what Liam does from here, because he may not go game with the first shot. He might just open up.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a remarkably thin gap Dave had to get through there.
Yeah.
It was a great effort.
I mean, he can play a free shot here, can't it, and leave himself an angle to break those two balls, but
Just
doesn't need to take any risks at all. He is so far in front. You could play the back of the two yellows and just bump it out.
Yeah, I can see.
Make him play again. Just take your time. You've got no need to take any risk at all. Liam will play the percentages, that's for certain.
I'm surprised he's looking over there. Personally, I'd just the
Ball behind.
yellow that's in the
Yeah,
middle
this is
of
the one.
Yeah,
This is the shot.
yellow that's in the middle of the rail. Just bump it out. That's perfect.
And he's paid attention there to where he's knocked that yellow. So all three of those yellows go into that corner. Nothing blocks.
I mean, Dave's got.
Well, it's just
You would think no chance to even hit it from here, let alone.
if he gets anywhere near and lands just short, he's going to leave him perfect anyway. So
Zero chance, I'm afraid, for Dave Addinall there.
So thin edge of this red promotes the yellow, but he wants that red to stay on that cushion there. Didn't want that red to spring back out.
It's not absolutely over yet.
No, the ball nearest that corner. That needs to be moved. You'll see that move shortly. But with the red where it is, even if he was to break down, Liam won't be daft. He'll go the right way. He'll not be leaving anything anyway. There we see the ball I was talking about. Frees up the ball on the cushion. Great to watch. Great patterns. Always seems to go the right way. Even when there are, you know, a couple of options, 2 or 3 easy options, always plays the right one. Always thinking, go the safest way. Eliminate the risk, or at least reduce the risk. And over time, it's small increments, but that makes the difference at this highest level.
It's what he does best. He is as close to a risk-free pool player as you will ever find.
Agreed.
Which is unusual for a pool player. Most pool players enjoy a bit of risk. We like a bit of danger, I think. But
yeah, I
not
mean,
Liam.
back in the old days with the old rules, there were a lot of people that were very conservative, very negative, obviously, with the rule set as it was. But with this rule set, you know, aggression is key, but it's controlled aggression. And Liam Dunster is a master tactician with this rule set, as well as being a devastatingly lethal potter of the ball. What a combination.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows. He just knows this rule set inside and out, and he knows how to get the most out of it. He knows how to use it to his advantage. He can mix it with the best of them in any game, but
great little shot there. Didn't want to risk running anywhere near that red, so screwed across to the side cushion. Just held there a little bit side. And it's this 8 ball into the middle. To get his first frame on the board. Stop the rot. And it's there. Clinical. Played all the right shots at the right time. Yep, David Addinall chasing the finish in that game. It was getting harder and harder.
Yeah, I wonder from Dave's perspective whether he would have done that if he was 2-0 down. I think being 2-0 up might have given him just a little bit of extra confidence. I feel like we've just watched Dan Davey miss there, right at the end. I don't know. Either way, he's still 4-1 down to Marc Boyle on table 9. See there as well, table 6. Craig Brown taking on Kian Monaghan. The amateur winner is 1-0 up in that game. And, still battling away here in the quarterfinals of the Open event. I mean, what a weekend he's had so far. Brilliant from the young man.
So, David Addinall to break. Again, great break. Oh, nearly.
Oh, we both had our hearts and our mouths there.
Yeah, close. Close. Look at this.
Great chance. Great chance for Dave.
Red goes to middle.
Yep.
Yeah. This is a fantastic chance.
So you've got the red and yellow just below the black there. If you can clear that red first, it's worth doing because it's an awkward ball to get onto because of the proximity of the yellow. And once that's done, yeah, it's difficult to see too much in the way of issues.
Yeah, you can play this to one middle. And that's a clever way to play it, but the only thing there is just sort of sacrificed getting perfect onto this ball into the middle. But I think it was worth it. It's still fine.
Yeah,
if it had been straight, sorry Dan, if it had been straight, he could have played the ball up at top and maybe cleared that area of the table.
Yeah, I do like the way he played it though.
It was a 2-in-1. He didn't mean to run into that. I don't know if he's blocked it.
He may be a bit fortunate there. It's tight, isn't it?
On the overhead, it looks tight, yeah.
I don't know.
The thing is, if it doesn't go, he doesn't really want to be playing the red that's next to it yet. He wants to, unless he can hold on that yellow.
He's taking it on.
Well, it goes. It's okay. Panic over.
That could so easily have gone wrong, though.
So
close.
Yeah, because he elected to play that the ball into middle and knock the yellow on the side, just gave up perfect position. That red at the top of the table now on the ball climb. You know, he's got to get on that. He's got to be accurate. So just spins it. And really, when you look at this, is he looking at screwing back to somewhere similar? Maybe a tad further back? Maybe half a ball roll? Leaving the long red to corner?
Yeah, I think along those lines. It's just imperative that he gets in that gap.
Yeah.
You know, as long as he's in that gap, he can make something happen.
Has he gone too far? Yeah, he's gone too far, I think. And that's what I was saying, right? That first shot when he just pushed that yellow, you know, he could have just played the ball directly to pocket, and this ball is now snookered on. Would have been history.
Well, you can see his plan. Cushion first, he's trying to cut it back to the top left pocket. Cue ball's going to go close to the corner if he gets close to this. But he didn't. And this is a great opportunity for Liam Dunster to achieve parity in this match.
Yeah, and that's well, he's had his chances. 2-0 up, played brilliant as David Addinall. maybe chased that next finish in the next game, but you know, fair dues. Things didn't work out, but this one here, I just feel, you know, he really had an easy opportunity in this particular game, and maybe just tried to be a little bit too cute early on, just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to disagree, but really the bad shot for me was overscrewing the last one.
But the trouble with the shot like that is you've only got one line. You're drawing on a straight line. You want to be playing into a space.
Yeah.
You know, you often can screw straight back or play a couple of cushions, and the reason you play the cushions is you play into a V, into an area, so you've got a larger area to land in. He was thinking he didn't want to be straight, he didn't want to be the wrong side of it. It wasn't quite as easy as it looked. So do you play this off the red to just push the red over? I think I would, yeah. And now it just needs to kick that.
Helpful little flick.
It is a helpful little flick.
No, it's finished very straight.
Well, he's got great safe, hasn't he, if he wants.
Yeah, I mean, it might be worth it, because whichever way he goes from here, if he pots this yellow down the rail, he's going to be queuing off the cushion a long shot with his next shot.
Yeah, but you take this ball, you could screw back to where he is now a little bit further if he wanted to. He's got options here, but at the end of the day, he's got a safe with this ball on the side rail. You could have argued there, drawn back, screwed back, and played the yellow long down to the pocket where the red is.
Yep.
Would have been a free shot, really. Either way, I think he'll be in trouble here, David, when he comes back to the table.
Now, has Liam covered the one cushion escape?
And that's what he was doing, that's what I was about to say.
I don't think he has, though.
But it's thinking all the time, isn't it? It's not just that he's snookering him.
Yeah.
It's how can I get the maximum out of this shot?
But I don't think he's covered it. I think there's an angle here where, you know, Dave can find this off the one cushion, and if you make good contact, you never know.
Well, he can definitely make it, because all you do is you screw into the cushion and you shorten the angle. Screw in with right hand side would alter the angle if you tried to pot it. Or if he'd have hit that harder at the same point, he would have shortened up slightly. So he had to sort of create an angle, but it was there, as you said, Dan.
Good hit from Dave.
Yeah, definitely. Is it enough?
No.
That's the problem.
Sorry, viewers.
Yeah.
It's just not. No.
Yellow to middle, down table, off the bottom cushion, back up. Just watch this, he'll leave himself the option of a couple of balls. There you see. So he'll be intending to leave the red near the black, probably his last ball. It doesn't have to be. Just needs to make this long, or relatively long yellow. He could effectively play for either. There you see, perfectly played, as is so often the case with Liam Dunster. So the last couple of games, Liam really has had the tactical advantage heavily early on. Two failed attempts, a clearance from David. And unfortunately, we have parity and two apiece.
I think that's the one that will hurt Dave.
Yeah.
The previous frame,
yeah,
he'd have been taking that clearance on in the knowledge that there was every chance it wouldn't happen. That one, I think he'd have been pretty confident in taking them out.
Yeah, it's just it was the first shot when he killed the yellow. Just left him not quite where he wanted to be. So he's sort of come down table, and then unfortunately, he's not dropped exactly where he wanted to be. Luckily, it still went. And it was just a case of the second to last ball, he had to screw back into a very small area.
Yeah.
He should have, that in a real world, he would have wanted to play that long ball earlier in that clearance. He didn't want that to be his final ball. But it was almost there. Just overran slightly.
Frame 5. Scores tied 2 frames all. Liam Dunster to break.
Well, Liam Dunster just seen something on the cue ball. Mark on it. That may be from when David miscued earlier, possibly.
Possibly.
Yeah, can happen.
Time running.
So Liam, has he gone to the other side here? He normally breaks the other side, doesn't he?
He has. Yep.
And if we notice, is he still bridging over the pocket? Yeah, I think he is.
Is he? Because I
Don't know,
feel
it's-
like he'll be off the side rail.
Yeah,
almost.
he is. He's a different. So this is very interesting, Dan.
Yep.
He normally breaks right over the centre of the pocket liner, and he hit them harder.
That's his.
That's a clever. That's
is
a
his
totally
attacking
different break. Yeah, it's a totally different break.
Yeah, that's his attacking break. Look at it. It's a great split. He still didn't absolutely leather them.
No, but
like you see
I
some
don't
players,
think he
but-
wanted to leather them either.
No, I
Yeah.
agree. But I just, yeah, that's a beautiful break.
I mean, you can tell there he must have studied the break. Yeah, very interesting. Different from the other way. Usually over the centre of the pocket liner off his hand, which I always find, you know, I imagine to be more difficult because you're bridging down and the ball must be airborne at the point of contact. It must leave the cloth slightly when you're striking down. So there he's more parallel with the table.
Yeah.
Less risk of... So when you put more pace on, it would make sense to me that you stay more parallel to the table.
Well, this is interesting because I expected him to go reds here, but perhaps this yellow passes the black.
Yeah, it didn't
didn't
look like
think
it.
it
No, I
did.
didn't think it did either.
I mean, to be fair, there weren't any problems on reds either. The one over on the side rail probably goes in the middle off the yellow anyway. So I'd sort of argue that even now I still feel like reds were probably the better colour, but they're both easy enough for Liam, you would think.
Yeah, it's just the yellow on the bottom cushion that he needs to be attentive with. So he has a long yellow. It's just a case of you need good position on the ball on the bottom cushion.
Yeah, so that will be his last yellow now.
Yeah.
Which isn't necessarily ideal.
Well, he could take this long, couldn't he? Leave an angle from the one in the middle, go off side cushion and back behind the yellow.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's going to be close to it, isn't he?
That'll be the plan.
Yeah. So just come back slightly here. There you see. Now, ball to middle, side cushion. Maybe a touch of spin, but he'll be looking to land somewhere to the right of this yellow on the bottom cushion. And preferably not straight. There you see, he made sure he wasn't straight. Because straight, yes, he could have made the yellow, but he'd have had a very, very slim, thin cut on the 8. As it is, he can bring this cue ball back off the rail now. So he make sure of the pot. There is that red above it. That's the only potential you would think obstacle. But I don't think it's going to be an issue here. There you are, runs it through. Beautiful. And this is clinical at the moment. Power pull. Fantastic patterns. Great way to learn the game, watching somebody like Liam.
Yeah, the first chance that Liam Dunster has had off his break, and he makes it count. He leads by 3 frames to 2. And Dave Addinall has gone from 2 up to 3-2 down. In I was going to say in the blink of an eye, but that's not really true. But certainly he'll feel like he's had the lion's share of the chances and yet trails in this match. Looking out to the outer arena, table 9 there, Marc Boyle leading Dan Davey by 5 frames to 1. Somewhat of a different story, that match, so far at least, to their encounter yesterday in the semi-finals, quarter-finals rather, of the professional event, where Marc Boyle beat Dan by 9 frames to 8.
Yep, the only thing I would add to that is that every time we pan over to this table, Marc Boyle seems to be in trouble, despite the big lead.
Is he going to make contact? He's not. Well, he's definitely in trouble in that frame now that he hasn't made contact with anything there.
Well, David was fortunate there. Made good contact, and the cue ball was coming down table. But it just seemed to swerve towards that corner, and luckily collided with one of the balls. Here we see it. Let's watch this break. Can you see that? Comes straight back and then begins to swerve, spin on the ball. Luckily collides with a couple of balls there, and well, look at the result. What a great result that is for him.
Fabulous split, yeah. Couldn't ask for much more, particularly having missed a chance recently.
Yep, you've got an argument for both colours here. Yellows look good. Anything being, you've got this yellow low below the red, near where you rack the balls, and because of that, he's elected to go reds. Either colour good.
Just about held up in time. A little thinner and this would be awkward, but you fancy Dave just to punch this down the rail and get the cue ball out nicely. Here we go.
So, it's the ball. It's below the balk line there. He's got to be careful here. Really love to get on that after this next shot.
He's just come a little far, I think.
Yeah, I think he has. Now he can still get on it, but he may have to have a bigger cut than he wanted. Yeah, that's what he's done. Still makes this ball.
To be fair, that's about, yeah, that's about spot on.
Does the red above the yellow, does it go into that corner, Dan, do you think? Near the black? Does it go?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know. I suspect he wouldn't have taken red.
I agree with you. That's why I'm asking. Because I think that was the big difference. Well,
that's a terrific shot.
A fantastic shot. And if it doesn't go, he's got the option here, hasn't he? He's landed perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a difficult shot to control.
If it doesn't go, he could even drop the one in the middle first, and then take the one near the black spot into the bottom right.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. Yeah, it must pass.
Yeah. Oh.
Doesn't want to be on the cushion. That's not what he wanted.
This is a bit awkward now.
Yeah, because he's running into the black here, isn't he, naturally?
Yeah.
Unless he elevates his cue, and if he does, it makes it more difficult.
I think you've got to take your chances here and hope that it just slides into it. Oh, wow.
Yeah, but even so, if you do run into it, I think you've got to run into it with more pace than that. I mean, maybe if you potted the ball, it's a different story, but let's just have a... Can we get another look at that?
There was a very weird contact going on there, but I don't know whether it was...
Let's have a look at this.
Cue ball onto red or cue ball onto black afterwards.
No, he missed it, didn't he? He hit the
He
yellow.
did, yeah. I do think there was a kick between the cue ball and the black afterwards, which is what we saw on the camera. But
I mean, even so, I don't think he had enough pace on that there to develop that black. You can't make mistakes like this against Liam Dunster, you really can't.
I can only assume, And it might be the case because he caught it at the wrong angle.
Yeah.
He felt like it was going to catch it thinner and just brush off it.
That's what I was saying initially.
Yeah.
I think that must be the case. He could get this black off the cushion here if he wants. That's what he's elected to do. Doesn't want to block that yellow.
Oh, he has as well.
No, I think he goes. Look at the overhead. I think it goes. You think? I think it does.
Possibly. Yes, I think it probably does.
Well, it certainly goes. I'm sure if he plays off the back, if he had to play off the black, yeah, you can see there, it must go, surely. We'll soon find out.
Well, Dave Addinall has had chances in practically every frame, certainly every frame bar one, and two of them you would say were relatively routine, and you can't miss these chances against Liam.
No, you can't. That was a lovely little shot he just played with the ball over the pocket. Maximum left-hand spin. And when there's those red dots on the cue ball there, you could see that ball spinning, and he landed absolutely perfect.
Yeah, there's going to be some disappointed fans back in the Isle of Man, I imagine, at the moment, because they will know that Dave should really be winning this game. However, it's Liam Dunster doing the heavy lifting right now. He's about to lift himself up to 4-2.
Yeah, so this black to middle for a 4-2 lead. And I certainly agree, Dan, but at the very least it could have been level, couldn't it?
Yeah. Yep, could and should, if we're honest, but it isn't. And Liam Dunster takes advantage of his opponent's mistake. He leads by 4 frames to 2. And he'll be very pleased with that, I'd imagine.
Yeah, not that you'd ever know by looking. Emotionless at the table.
Not a chance. Now, Dan Davey did manage to get that last frame on the board, but Marc Boyle is at the table.
So is Marc Boyle on reds here? That's what we're looking at. Yellow's a stronger suit there at the moment. Not a great deal in it, obviously, but
Over on the right of your screen there as well, Ross. Sorry, not Ross McInnes. Morgan McInnes taking on Ryan Clark. 6 frames to 4 lead for the young Scotsman as he looks to book his place in the quarterfinals. Liam trying to find the exact same molecule for the cue ball to rest on.
Precision. This is why we know he studied this rack, studied this break. And like I was saying, when he plays it off the cushion.
Oh, wow. Well then.
He hits it harder. But oh dear. And that's unlucky. And look, he looks wounded there.
It is unlucky.
There was a show of emotion there as he walked back to his chair.
Yeah. Sometimes Paul can do that to anyone, even Liam Dunster, the Iceman that he is. Let's take another look at this. I mean, look, he's controlled the cue ball nicely. It's gone back into the back.
Yeah, he's very unlucky there. Very unlucky.
He does. He looks furious. Genuinely livid.
We don't see that often, do we?
No. Another opportunity arrives at the door of David Addinall. Surely this one will be taken.
So the yellow, does the yellow go to middle? Is he looking at yellows?
If it does, you'd guess so. I mean,
from the overhead it does. From this angle it doesn't look clear whether it does or not. Yeah, you see there over the, it goes, doesn't it, the top? Yeah, so yellows it is. Won't be straight. He's a little straight on this. Maybe can just punch out slightly here. Yeah, I think he can. Whoa. Well, he's played that one nowhere near where he intended, but as it happens, there's a long yellow.
He's not got the pace of the table though, has he, Dave?
No. Does this go? Yep, it does. So
straight down on it.
Yeah, well executed. And now, the ball we were talking about right at the beginning, that top yellow of those two, goes to that middle. The thing here, he needs to drop this in, and he needs to just roll through. He elected to push through off the bottom cushion for a similar result, and that's okay. Can play this to the middle. Could use the black if he wanted to. Well, he's played the inside of the two. I wasn't sure if that went.
No, why didn't he play that as his first ball?
Yeah, I don't know.
Nice finish in the end from David Addinall. He trails still by the odd one in 7, but he's still in the game. And that, quite frankly, will be delightful for him at the moment, because I think he would probably feel like he was going to be 5-2 with Liam lining up that break.
Yeah. I mean, he ran out of position slightly. He just ran through a little bit too far, but he left himself the long yellow. A lot of pressure on it. Punched it home. And here we see Dan Davey at the table.
Is he on the comeback trail?
Look at the side he got there. You wouldn't see side like that on this table.
No.
So slick.
Yeah, it would slide more than that.
Good example there of the difference in the playing conditions. Why it's so difficult for the players that aren't used to these TV tables when they first play on them. Totally different reaction.
Oh,
wow,
Dan.
That's a bad shot, Dan. Unlike Dan. Very unlike Dan.
There's definitely this outside camera. It makes people do things.
I think it's us, Dan. It's either me or you. One of us.
I mean, I don't think it's me, because...
Well, it's me then.
It happened to me on the camera as well.
Yeah, I was there. I was part of that.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's you.
Let's take a look. The famous let's take a look at this break.
Yeah, it's Andy's fault. To everyone on the outer tables, we apologise for Andy's.
Yeah. Right. Back here, let's have a look. So smashes into them.
Awesome break, that.
Brilliant break. A brilliant lay.
Yeah, yellows are lovely.
Yeah.
Yellows are really nice. Can punch the first one in and get up to that one on the rail, on the top rail.
Yeah, and then it's just a case of the one over middle.
Yeah, wants to finish nice and straight on this. Doesn't want to be hampered. That is just about okay.
Yeah, I mean, he could run through now. That's what he's going to do. But that's probably not... He didn't mean to land where he is. He is slightly hampered by this red.
I think he might have been happy to run through anyway, but definitely didn't want to be hampered.
The only thing with this sometimes is you get like a bad contact if you just try and roll slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's done the right thing. He wasn't as straight as we thought. So he's left at the natural angle to take himself lower down the table.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if he drifts this in, it almost can't go wrong, because you're going to have a choice.
Yeah. He could play into any of the three here.
Wow. I think he caught that a bit thinner than he wanted to. I don't know whether he maybe got a little roll off there or something, but I'm sure he wasn't trying to play it that thin.
Well, he's okay. That's all that matters.
Yep. It's actually come out quite nicely, really.
Yeah, that's all that will concern him. So it's just a matter of which ball he wants to use to get onto this 8. Take the corner. So yeah, 2 into the corner first.
Yeah, I'd want to be taking that corner one last, to be honest.
I wouldn't have quite gone this way, if I'm honest with you.
No.
But he may go out 2 cushions here. Depends exactly what angle he's got. The thing with this, you see, well, this has got to be accurate.
With 2 cushions is, yeah, you can...
2.
Oh, needs to hit the black.
But 2 cushions, you can't really get in trouble.
No.
He played it well. He played it really, really well, so it's of no difference, really. He's nudged onto it, and it definitely now goes into that other corner. But again, the cue ball is running.
Do you think it does?
Running away. Do you think it does? I think it possibly does.
It probably does, but
Well, it's one of those
tight.
we can never see, can we, exactly?
No. Well, he's played it like that,
Yeah,
so it does.
yeah.
I wasn't sure if he might screw across. Does look tight past that red from this angle, but not from that one.
Yeah, well, it flew in, tight or not.
4-all. 4-all. Who'd have saw that? Who'd have seen that coming before that cue ball dropped in off that Liam Dunster break?
Yeah, right back in the match.
David Addinall is certainly keeping Liam Dunster honest here.
Score, please.
So, result there, top of your screen. Morgan McInnes beat Ryan Clark 7-5 in the last 16. Through to the quarter-finals of the Open. Good result.
Yep. Boyle 5, Davey 3. So Marc Boyle didn't capitalise on that missed yellow from Dan Davey in the previous frame. That is surprising. And at the top of your screen there, table 6, Kian Monaghan and Craig Brown. Kian racking the balls up, but it's Craig who is 4-1 to the good.
Yeah, and I don't know if Dan was looking at reds there. Looked in a good position if he was. Himself right back in that match. So Liam Dunster once again staying over this side, breaking from the rail. Not off his hand, which tells you he's going to hit the balls harder than he normally does.
Not the best connection this time, actually. That's why it's gone so awkward.
Well, it's a big case for reds here. Red tied up with the yellow, but he could promote that straight away if he chooses.
Yeah, I think that's the shot. And actually, if you get that right, the clearance could well be on. The red over on the right-hand side, that'll be pretty comfortable into the right centre pocket, as long as you get nicely behind it.
Yeah, I think it's more about if you break this ball out now, it's controlling the cue ball, isn't it? So he's just making sure that he hits exactly where he wants. So he knows he's guaranteed to break this red out. He's thinking now, how do I get the best control of this cue ball after impact?
I think ideally you want to hit the yellow before the cushion, but it's in it a different way.
Well, if he thought that that kicked that red where it did, that's such a clever shot.
Yeah, that's the key. That's what he's spotted, and that's an incredible piece of vision.
Yeah, an extra dimension, that.
Yeah. Because the reason I suggested that you want to hit the yellow first is because if you hit the cushion first, the yellow's likely to, the cue ball's likely to stick near the cushion.
Yeah.
But the fact that he realised that yellow would come out and promote that red as well is
another
a
level.
little piece of magic.
Yeah, it is.
Frankly.
So this ball near the middle at the right of the table. We're not sure if it goes into the corner, so he's on it now. Right, well, he's looking at it. So does he play this and screw the ball back slightly, or does he leave the one for the middle? Yep, lovely. Soft screw. Still leaves a slight angle. Now you see, red next to the black will be his next ball. And if you look there, the most awkward of the balls now is the one that's just behind the yellow top of table. But if he leaves that red next to black, he can get straight onto that with a minimum of effort. And that's the way that Liam Dunster plays the right patterns, minimum movement of the cue ball, nothing fancy unless required. He does have that in his locker. He's a great shot maker, but his patterns are flawless when he's in full flow. So he's on this difficult ball, or most difficult ball. Don't say difficult. Just needs to work out the best path to the last red.
It's absolutely incredible how often the top players break off and you think there is absolutely no chance for clearance from here, and they find that one key shot that opens everything up so beautifully. This is just slightly betwixt and between here positionally, but he's straight enough, I think, on that last red to the bottom left that it's not going to cause him any problems.
Yeah, I don't know if he tried to play that to come further out. Playing it to come further out would have left him the option for middle or the corner, the other corner, but he's still on this, and he's a great shot maker, so let's see what he's got. Bang, middle of pocket. Another great clearance from Liam Dunster, and he's back in the lead, 5 frames to 4.
Getting right down into the business end of this match now. And both players are looking pretty good. I would say Liam has shaded it, because to be fair, I think Dave's probably had more chances than Liam. But yeah, Dave needs 3, Liam needs 2. There is very little to choose between them. And table 9 there. They're about to break. That is... that could be a contender for break of the day as well. That's a great split. I think that's Dan Davey at the table. And we're not sure that one of them's remembered to update the tablet. Oh, they have. Dan Davey back in it from 5-1 down to 5-4. And
if it is Dan at the table,
certainly looks like Dan.
It is Dan, yeah. He knocks this long yellow in. Could be 5 apiece.
Could well be.
Oh dear. So, first error with the break there. Straight into the middle. And that's player error. It's not bad luck.
That's good night as well, I think, because Liam's got a free shot now.
Yeah. Look at these reds.
Yeah. You clear that pocket. You maybe play the plant first off so that you can leave the red over the pocket and then play that, and then you just make your way around the table.
Yeah. Or you play it this way.
It makes no odds, does it really?
Well, you say that. Again, if it's quite clever if you think about it. So if he pushes it away, he's got 2 ways of playing this. He's trying to eliminate the traffic, isn't he? Let's see what he does. So if he just sets this ball up, yeah, so in or over, he's got a better position straight away on his first shot, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, possibly.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with playing the plant. It's the first thing I looked at when I looked at it.
I think if you played the plant and left the red over the pocket, you could have made this for your next shot anyway. But
it's just that you'd still have had those 2 yellows near the red, and this way he's totally out in the clear.
Yeah.
Again, fine margins, both work, but probably when you've seen what he's done, that's the little difference, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, that really was a massive error off the break from Dave Addinall. And that may turn out to be the difference in this match. Liam's got 4 reds and a black left, and you can't see him missing them.
No, takes this red, that opens up the other red, just behind the black. So it's more or less a little stun, a little run through, a little stun, there's nothing to do. Oh, goes for the lowest ball first. Pots this into the corner.
Just has to not underdo this one.
Yeah.
The only thing that could go wrong, I think.
Well, that's why it's the good way to go, because you can overhit this, can't you, and be good.
Yeah. Or you can be perfect.
Yeah. Well. There you go. That's Liam Dunster for you when he's on form. When he's flying. He makes it look so easy. There you see 3 roll-ins, but he's taking his time. Goes through the same routine every shot. Gives every shot the same respect. I've said it many times. Keeps a tight ship. Look at that. A lot of players would have just got down, rolled it in, banged the black in. But every so often, something funny can happen, can't it? And if you don't concentrate, don't give the game the respect it deserves, from time to time, it can cost you.
6-4. 6-4, and Liam Dunster moves 1 frame away. Just 1 more break away, potentially. Marc Boyle at the table. How's this for a shot? Ooh, that's not gone to plan. And it's 5-all. Dan must have cleared in record for time in that last frame. Are things unravelling for Mr. Magic? Out on table 9. Well, it's a good recovery.
Great recovery.
Yeah, you're still backing to make these from there. But, I mean, it has to be said, what an effort from Dan Davey to come back from 5-1 down.
Yeah. He's had 2 massive battles, hasn't he, with Marc Boyle this weekend. Final frame decider yesterday, and he was in front in that match, wasn't he, at the end?
Yeah. Yeah, 8-6 up, I think.
Yeah, something like that. There you see, 5 apiece, so Marc Boyle under no illusion. Dan Davey is a force to be reckoned with. Whatever happens for future clashes, Marc Boyle will be under it playing Dan.
Liam, this time with the break, and it's pretty successful, but it's not left a great table.
Yeah, yellows first sight, so he's got a red over the corner, the yellow on the cushion. Now you see that break again, look. Yeah, yellow's the colour for me. There's work to be done, things he needs to do. 2 reds and the yellow near the racking line. A little congested. So the yellow that's on the cushion below the balk line, that'll need attention. So Liam taking yellows. He's coming off the bottom cushion to perfectly hit the back of the 2 reds and release the yellows.
Absolutely.
And in doing so, he's killed the reds as well. So
yeah. Absolutely beautiful shot.
Yeah.
So well worked out. Not dissimilar to his last break, where you looked at the table initially and you thought, they're not great. And then one shot afterwards. Just that one shot later.
Lovely shot. So plays the plant. So it's going to be that ball on the bottom rail below the balk line. That's where the work is. This yellow goes to corner. He has a yellow to middle. So looking at yellow to middle. I'll play this one off the red. What a clever shot again. But has he stuck to that ball?
I think he's stuck on the black, yeah. I don't think that's great. Is he going to play this as a plant? Because he can't really get the cue ball back out from that position.
Yeah, the thing is, if he can play this as a plant, the cue ball plays off the side cushion, if that was what he was to do, he could get a good position on that yellow over the middle to run down for the ball lower on the table. That's what he's done. He didn't really want to hit the black there. He straightened up. Now I think he's just got an angle still, but if he hadn't hit the black there, he'd have had a good angle, wouldn't he?
Yes, but I think he's still fine. Like
yeah, I think he's okay again.
Bit of top right here.
Yeah, he can even afford to run. If he has to, he runs to bottom rail between the yellow and the two reds. He could even run into those reds.
I think he might be screwing into
Well,
them.
it's either way around. It's whatever he fancies.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Well, from getting himself back into the match, David Addinall has not really seen the table. One in off from the break.
Yeah.
But a thoroughly deserved victory, assuming Liam Dunster takes these out, you would have to say. He's been pretty much flawless.
Yeah, great to watch. The only thing here, well, there is no thing here, is there? But he won't be trying to get too straight on this black. He doesn't need to. So he's not going to try and be cute with this. The black goes to the middle. So he's going to try and just probably draw this back slightly, but he won't be taking any risks. There you see, that's what the good players do. Back themselves to make the pot. Trying to screw back for perfect position, taking no risk to get behind the reds. So this red to middle for a 7-4 victory. And I think that's about right score-wise for me. But David Addinall played well in this match. Hasn't done a lot wrong at the end, has he?
No. No, well, yeah, in off from the break.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's a hard school when that's the only fault you can pick out of the last I don't know how many frames, really.
Well, Liam Dunster makes his progress in an IPA tournament yet again through to the quarterfinals after a 7-4 victory over the Isle of Man's David Addinall. And like you say, Andy, a tough school. Tough school indeed.
So once again, back on this Marc, Boyle, Dan Davey table. Repeat of what we did yesterday.
Is it going to be a repeat in terms of who wins, though? Because Dan Davey needs to take these yellows out to stay in the match. And then there will be a deciding frame. Well, I'm not quite sure how that hasn't dropped, quite frankly. My co-commentator looks stunned. He thought the yellow was in.
I didn't even know it hadn't dropped.
It's still over the pocket
right.
somehow.
Oh. To be fair, I was slightly distracted there, but yeah, when I've turned round, I don't know what's happened there.
We've all been there.
Well, that was a good shot, wasn't it? What a great shot that was. Running to his bad ball, kicks it out. The only chance that, well, I say the only chance down here is the fact that he's blocked that other red in the corner.
Yeah,
but he's got an opportunity to go into it now.
He's got more than one.
That's the thing.
I think personally I would knock the one in that he's closest to and then take the left hand one of the two in balk. Or the right hand one from this camera angle, to be fair.
Yeah, some people may look now and think that you could play this one nearest to him and screw up, but the danger there is that even if you were to make the yellow, you could well sit behind the red, and if you look, the black would be in the way of the yellow long, potentially. You could end up snookered there, or certainly you'd lose control. So, yes, he could go into it from here, but too dangerous.
No, I think you get yourself a nice angle here and then you go into it, because it's actually a massive target. It's a huge target.
Yeah. So he could go here. This is one time he could have gone, but I wouldn't go yet, because again,
I think he's come too far.
Yeah. He could have played off the one in the middle, couldn't he?
He could, yep.
He did look at that. I know he did look at it.
Oh, is he going now? Will it flick off the yellow and get there perhaps? Doesn't matter. Great shot.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, just nice little graphic in the corner of your screen there with what's coming up next. We will be interviewing Liam Dunster after his last 16 win, but we are just going to stick until the conclusion of this match. And I think it's going to be another heartbreaker for Dan Davey, Andy, by the looks of things.
Yeah. Put up a great fight again, though.
I genuinely, it's hard to see how that yellow didn't drop.
I wasn't paying attention at the time, I must admit, as I said. Wasn't looking.
What
I
a
turned
nose
round
there.
and I believe it was still there.
If you're right behind it, perhaps you could see why, but we weren't. We only have this one camera angle. But it's going to be Marc Boyle into the quarterfinals.
Well, he's still on for the clean sweep.
Yeah.
Perfect. Big ball to corner. This is for a 7-5 victory. And yet another close call there against Dan Davey. Tough for Dan.
Tough for Dan, but in it goes for Marc Boyle. He will face Morgan McInnes in the next round. Our next match on the stream table, I can tell you, after the interview with Liam Dunster, will be Marc Farnsworth versus Simon Ward. What an encounter that will be. But before we get on to that one, we're going to have a word with Liam Dunster after his last 16 victory.
Thanks, Dan, and Marc Boyle. We saw their matches into the quarter-finals. The double is still on. One man at the side of me who's looking to stop him, Liam Dunster. Liam, always a great match with you and David Addinall. Usually go pretty close. That's what we were all expecting.
Yeah, it goes close all the time. I think it was just down to the breaks in the end there. My first two breaks were pretty poor, so I swapped over the other side and it seemed to work really well. And then at 4-2, I think that's the best I've hit the break and got kicked in off. So I just sort of just stuck with it because I knew I hit them well. So I knew it was just unlucky that I got kicked in off. So I stuck with that, and luckily for me, it was a few nice finishes.
What do you think was going wrong with the break at the start? Because we noticed that obviously you changed it up there.
Don't know. It could be anything. Slight little gaps in the pack. Could just be absolutely anything. Could just be the timing. Could be clipping the first ball first, too soft, too low. No, it could be anything.
and your form and your game in general, are you happy where it's at?
Yeah, played quite well this weekend. Yeah.
Okay, into the quarterfinals, and obviously this is the business end of the tournament, and you feel you're in good shape to be lifting the title tonight.
Yeah, still feel like I've got a bit of fight left in me, so yeah, feeling good.
Okay, well we'll let you go off and have a little break, Liam, before your next match. For good luck at the rest of the tournament. So Liam Dunster continues his progress in the Open event. He takes his place in the quarter-final, where he will take on an amateur, Jordan Everts, who we all know, fantastic players, won one of the amateur events last year. But it just shows what this Open event is all about. It's just, there's no safe place for anyone.
No, there isn't. I mean, there's 3 amateurs in the quarterfinals once again, and Kian Monaghan, I mean, he's 6'3" now behind against Craig Brown, so he's looking like he's probably going to be eliminated. But Jordan Everts, he's going to have Liam Dunster in it. That's a challenge. And then Morgan McKie, he's still battling away, but he's going to have a battle against Marc Boyle. But what a weekend the Scottish have had this weekend. They've just been batting on all fronts, and it's just about who is going to stop these guys from now on.
What is it about the Scottish, and why are they so strong and pretty dominant at the moment?
I mean, they have some really great quality competitions. They all seem to turn up. Even like the team matches are so together up there. They really are, and it's obviously led by a lot of great leaders up there who run all the competitions, etc. And they just stick together and produce some phenomenal talent.
Yeah, and we had obviously 2 Scots in the final last night, and but coming up for a change, we've got an Englishman and a Welshman. But it's a rerun of a match that we saw on and enjoyed on Friday. Marc Farnsworth, the current pro #1, against Simon Ward, this year's runner-up in the World Championships. But who seems to be playing some of the best form that he's shown for some time.
Yeah, and I think he's showing a lot more consistency now, getting into the latter stages, etc. Probably a bit more consistent on what Marc's shown this year, and which is, there's not many times where you can say that in an interview. But Simon Ward playing some great stuff. He'd like a little bit of revenge on Marc Farnsworth for this one, definitely, especially the way it turned out on Friday. But Marc Farnsworth, he also wants to get back to winning ways. The only way he's going to get back to winning ways, he's got beating players like Simon, but he's also going to have to be the likes of Marc Boyle again and Liam Dunster, who are still in the competition.
Yeah, it's bubbling up very, very nicely indeed as we reach the conclusion of the IPA UK Championships here tonight in Coventry. So the players are ready, the referees ready, our commentators are ready. Over to you, Dan.
Well, me and Kevin, we've decided to come in and just give the boys a little bit of a fresheners, because it is still quite warm here in Coventry, and but it's nice just to get in the comp box, let them have a freshener, and there's still quite a few matches left, Kevin, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, and as we said, it's bubbling up very nicely, but I think we're getting a little bit soft, Marc, giving them time off. I mean, I really don't understand where that's come from.
Well, they've been doing some long stints this weekend and put a little bit of time in. I mean, they've not just been doing comms, they've been doing other tasks as well, and we're going to see the benefit of some of them tasks later on throughout these following weeks, months, etc.
I mean, we don't normally let Andy out of the commentary box till at least midnight on a Sunday, so he's skipping outside, thinking he's had a pretty good result.
Yeah, well, he's staying tonight again, isn't he? So he's staying all the way through. He's going to be here to the very bitter end. Who is also going to be here till the bitter end is the question. Who's going to be getting to the final? Is it going to be one of these 2 players?
Well, it won't be Simon Ward if he keeps that up. That is a disastrous start. He's tried to put absolutely everything into that break. Lost the white, straight into the middle, cardinal sin. And basically just gifting this first frame to his opponent.
Yeah, a little bit wild start there from Simon. Not one that he needs to continue anything like that. Because he can't be doing errors against a man of the calibre of Marc Farnsworth. He's just going around very quickly. Looks like he's picked up the pace already, and I'm not sure if you can say that in frame number 1. But seems to be going around pretty quickly. Just going to make light work of these. These are bread and butter for him.
I think these would be bread and butter for you, Mr. Secretary. I think you'll be running round potting these.
I'm not sure about the running bit, but I'll be trying my hardest to mess them up.
So just to say how the draw is shaping up now. So the winner of this quarter-final will play the winner of Craig Brown and Kian Monaghan. Craig Brown 6-4 ahead. Was
6-4, 6-2 it was.
It was 6-2, and that's a careless one there from Marc Farnsworth. So that's 6-4, and then the winner of Morgan McInnes and Marc Boyle will play the winner of Jordan Evans and Liam Dunster. So this is a lot more difficult than it should have been.
So that's 3 Scottish players in the bottom half of the draw then, yeah?
Yep. Jordan Evans is the... Oh, wow, he's missed that by some distance.
Yeah, he has.
He's been a little fortunate where he's left the white ball.
Extension, please.
What can Simon coming up with here to try and hide the cue ball? You feel he's got to get the cue ball to the left-hand side. Try and nestle it in around them red balls.
Yeah, I think he'll be digging down on the white ball from this red that's on the right-hand side and just trying to get that white up into that top left-hand corner somewhere. Oh no, he's gone for the pot.
It's not bad. I mean, it's not a bad leave, but you're getting Marc Farnsworth back to the table.
I think I would have been playing the safety. He had a massive area to get the white ball in. You've been pretty unlucky not to get the snooker. Put all the eggs in the basket. I mean, these guys like to attack. If they get a sniff, they like to have a go. But sometimes you've just got to rein it in. That's a tremendous clip, but where's the white going? Wow, that is so unlucky. Fantastic black. But the frame goes to the boomerang.
Yeah, and after that loose break there from Simon, you didn't really expect to see this scoreline. But what a pot that was from Farnsworth. But there was always going to be a chance of that with that cue ball flying around the table.
Yeah, nothing he could do with the white and the cushion. He just had to trust a little bit of lady luck, but unfortunately she was not in.
He's looking at the outer tables then. Well, this is the Ladies Open final. It's just got underway, is it? Only about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, Kate Ringe 2-0 up already against Alice Paylor, who's been knocking out these big names. Beat Deb Birchall, one of the earlier rounds, who obviously won the Elite Ladies Saturday. So frame 2, Marc Farnsworth to break. Well, apart from that yellow hitting the centre, the knuckle of the centre pocket, nothing else really anywhere near a pocket.
What can Simon do here? I mean, You'd love to take at least 3 of these opening 3 frames. It'd be lovely. This is exactly the start that you want against Smart. A little bit tricky.
It could look for either colour here, really. Probably yellow's a marginal. Well, the yellow, this bottom left-hand corner. If that doesn't go into the corner pocket, then I think he's going to have to go for reds. But yeah, I was thinking, first impressions were that yellows were just marginally the better colour.
Let's just glance past that red, I think. I don't think you can get through to that yellow. Just below the baulk line in the centre. Greg Brown, the first man in the semi-finals. He's beaten Kian Monaghan, 7 frames to 4. Another good run for Kian. He's accumulated a few ranking points this weekend.
He certainly has. He'll be knocking on the door of the #1 spot by the time the rankings get released later this week. He has had a very, very good weekend and will have collected a pretty big haul of points.
Along with a few quid as well, which you'll be happy with.
Another few pounds. Clever shot there from Simon Ward.
Yes, these couldn't have opened up much better, to be honest. He's just got to be a bit careful with his work. Just around that middle pocket.
Is that white to slow down?
Just as I said, he has to be a bit...
I think he's just okay, Marc.
Yeah, his body language suggests that. Seemed to be still quite positive.
Probably going to have to bring this white twice across. Oh, that's a good shot. It's a nice controlled shot there. The angle he might have to leave himself on this last yellow. He may just have to glance the white off the black.
Yeah, a little quarter or half ball, probably half ball would be better.
Yeah, a little touch of right hand side just to spin that white away from the black. And this pretty routine black for a 2-0 lead. So fast start from the man from Wales, Simon Ward. Dry break from Marc Farnsworth, allowing the opportunity which Simon took. It's been another great weekend here on the IPA Tour. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage that we've been bringing you. We hope you've had a feel of the atmosphere and the excitement that's been going on around the venue. We hope we've managed to convey that in our coverage, because it really has been, it's just been a great atmosphere and just built on Gosforth, which is another fantastic event as well.
Yeah, I mean, the start of this season, I don't know where it's all come from, to be honest. Everyone just wants to be part of it. And everyone is playing their part in making this very successful and very enjoyable. A lot of people tell us that. They really enjoy the weekends. We'll keep continuing to put them on.
I thought we said we were going to retire.
Yeah, we did.
Take up
That's
tiddlywinks or something.
Yeah. We said get a couple of dartboards, didn't we? To make it a bit easier than lugging pool tables around.
Yeah, we mentioned that to Alan Yates from 8 Ball Direct, and he was going to recover a dartboard in 861 for us.
Yeah, I think I've seen a few single entries come through over this weekend, at least 10 or 12. So people are already planning for the Newcastle event. I think they're Well, I'd like to say there's a few entries left for Newcastle, but
there's not many.
There won't be many. I tell you now.
There's
not
not
if
many.
It's like today.
Yeah, if you want to get,
we'll be closing that very soon, I should say.
Yeah, if you want to enter the next event, end of July in Gosforth, another fantastic venue, then I wouldn't hang about too long, because as Marc says, there's been a surge of entries over the last couple of days, and that'll continue, and the spots we have got will soon be snaffled up, and we will have the
7 weeks, I think it is.
Yeah,
7 weeks.
We'll have the shut signs up, unfortunately, so don't mess about, get your spot, and we'll see you in Gosforth. And if you're there on the Thursday, fancy a little bit of golf, we'll be there with our golf clubs, having a little, hopefully, a little round on Thursday morning, of course, at the side of the hotel.
Yeah, it goes over the racetrack, Gosford Park. I think there's 2 courses around there, isn't there?
Is it? I'm sure.
I think so.
I think I might have gone around 2 courses with where I was playing last year.
So, key shot for Simon Ward.
He's just got to make sure he doesn't. He needs to glance the yellow on the right hand side when he pots this one into the bottom right corner. Just off full in the face, just slightly to the right of centre.
Makes you wonder if he's got that angle though.
He's going to leave the double. He's going to leave the double. He's not even going to try to risk moving it. Afford to run the white too far through there. It would have left in the wrong angle, but this is all about pace with these doubles. Needs to hit this pretty firm, just like that. Shot on the black, not as easy as he would have liked. Which pocket will he prefer? Probably bottom right, I think. Yeah. Doesn't want to overcut this. Well, no mistake. Just got down, fired it in, and that is 3-0 to Simon Ward. And in this race to 7, that is a good start for him.
Yeah, it is. Not a start that we was expecting. Suppose the in off on the black on the first frame made a difference.
Ladies event that's been taking place started yesterday and today. That has been I think that's been a great success, the Open. I think it's fair to say the standard in the ladies game is getting better and better. In the semi-finals we had, looked like new names to me. You know, there was none of the elite players. They'd all been disposed of. And yeah, we've seen the likes of Alice Paylor and Kate Ringe doing the business.
Yeah, this is the way that's going about the clearance there. I mean, wow.
No messing.
Flying around.
Absolutely no messing. Great to see.
Try break again, Marc Farnsworth.
He seems to be taking a bit of pace off the break. He's not really. You know, his cut break isn't like a Boyle or a Dunster.
No.
And, well, just another chance for Simon Ward. I think yellows, well, they look very, very inviting, but so do reds. His only real problem here is this yellow at the bottom end of the table, potting it and making sure he gets position on his next yellow. That is, he's not quite perfect on this shot, I don't think, so he may just have to What's something else first before he heads down to that one?
He's also decided what route he's going here. Yeah, you think the one on the bottom half of the table, definitely don't want to be leaving that to his last ball. He needs to be getting on it, and he is on it now.
Yeah, that's the right angle. That was the angle he was looking for. Straight in, so he can screw this back and should leave himself the one into the centre pocket. Well, in these races to 7, these are sprints, and a great opportunity for Simon Ward to go 4-0 up in next to no time. About 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's just whether you can see any coming back there. What?
He's taking the white across there, just needs to make sure that he doesn't get too cute with that red that's on the side cushion. That is not the best shot. I think his
cue ball's going to be going away, I think, from the black.
I think he's okay.
Can he hold it? Great shot indeed.
Yeah, thought he could just hold it. It literally just had to be pocket weight. But in next to no time, that is a 4-0 lead. It is Simon Ward to break. And since that first opportunity in the first frame that Marc Farnsworth didn't take advantage of, it's been one-way traffic. Paylor must have just sneaked that last frame. Load it back to 2-all, so all to play for there.
Frame number 5, Simon Ward to break, leading at 4 frames to 0. Time running.
Yeah, the ladies, they're battling it out to get into the elite again for next year.
The big break, where's that white going? It's pointed red. Looked like the white was the only ball that was going to be potted then. Red sneaked in. And he'd love to try and find a yellow. What can he pull out of the bag here?
White ball only just kept on the table in both jaws.
Yeah, he'll probably go cushion first. This left-hand side, bottom left-hand corner, cushion first, flip it in. These are not easy, very easy to hit these. A little bit too full. Good news, bad news. Bad news is he's not on a cut, he's not on another yellow, but the good news is he can just play a little containing safety and wait for a better opportunity.
think Marc can get through to the red here, can he? The one that's just below the middle pocket on the right.
Yeah, if he can, that's a little bit careless from Simon. Shouldn't have left that. It's a nice clip. Ooh. That white was tracking towards the centre pocket, but just a nice little nudge there diverted it. So still at the table, still work to do.
Yeah, it's all about that red in that bulk part of the table. Does it go to the top right? That's the question.
Well, he's got a nice angle to take the white up towards those two yellows on the top right hand corner. That'll be his guide. If he can get the white anywhere up there, it should be on the red into the opposite corner. No, well, he's going to try and use one of these other reds to get a better position. He certainly doesn't go past the yellow. Maybe he thinks he can play a skill shot.
I mean, even if he tries to get off this red, I mean, it's such a small space to get into. That's what he's trying. And the yellows are massive there, though.
Well, that's no good now.
As I said, there wasn't a lot of room for error.
He's now in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, 4-0 behind as well. He's just adding to the worries. All he can do is pot this, and then
it's a skill shot. He's got to play this red onto the yellow, but he's got to aim it onto the sort of left hand half of that yellow, so the red will follow it straight in.
That'll be an easier shot to play if he's directly behind it. Being this far away at a difficult angle makes it more difficult.
Yeah, that was it was a toughie from that angle. And what a golden opportunity for Simon Ward to be 5 up. The race to 7. He's probably just going to put this red on the top cushion, right out of the way.
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm not always usually a fan of those shots because he's got 2 yellows on the cushion. Well, you know, just off the cushion. I think I'd have been tempted just to use the shot to develop one of them. You know, if I'm as good as Simon Ward, I'm not really bothered about leaving that red.
No, it's just that extra security in it, I suppose.
Yeah, but I'd rather, personally, I would rather move the yellow and have that security. Because you're not going to miss the ball in the open. Now he's not got a great angle to move it from this, so he's probably going to have to play on it anyway. So he's putting himself under a little bit of pressure here. These are not gimmies.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, just I never quite understand that situation. I get the security, but you know, if it's a choice between that and developing an awkward yellow, I'm developing the yellow every time. If he develops the yellow, he's not missing that pot.
No.
So that's one to debate. Oh, just not quite thin enough there from Marc, but not a bad white ball. About as good as he could have hoped. Still left Simon in, but
Yeah, I think this clips into the middle. It's thin.
yeah,
You think it'd be guaranteed position, wouldn't you?
don't want to hit the black. Just missed the black. He's going to have to take the left hand of these 2 yellows. problem. And the second time of asking, Simon Ward, well, again, he's just left that a little awkward. Should be okay, but a little harder than he first would have anticipated. But he's not wasting any time on the blacks, Mark, is he? He just gets down and whacks them in.
Yeah, it's like it's just over the bag.
Kind of needed the extension for that shot. So 5-0 Simon Ward. Meanwhile, on the outer tables, Morgan McKinnis 2-1 up against Marc Boyle. Jordan Evarts 1-1 with Liam Dunster.
There's the Liam Dunster match. Table number 8. Liam at the table. Level at 1 apiece, but he's missed the yellow down the cushion there. He's got the pocket.
And Jordan Evarts, he's a tricky customer. He's a proven winner. He has won an IPA Open amateur event. He's definitely got pedigree. He's come through a tough field. So what can Marc Farnsworth do with the break this time?
Seems to be just changing up a little bit by moving the white across a little bit closer to the cushion. He's got a ball this time.
He's got two yellows. Is that red going to reach? It's a monster split.
Yeah, and I think red's looking at them. If that red does pass the one that's close to the yellow.
Yeah, I think it's definitely reds. Take an extra few seconds there, just using experience, not just getting down and hitting the ball and throwing his arm at something, even though it's 5-0 down, still making sure he plays the right shot in his own mind.
You feel like if Marc's going to have any chance of winning this match, he needs to be taking the next 3 frames just to put a little bit of doubt in the Ward mind. Seems to be getting down very quickly.
Yeah, he's trying to quicken up, trying to get himself going.
I suppose these two have been waiting around a little bit for the TV table to come available.
So it's all about these next couple of shots. Just going to glide this cue ball down. He's played that perfectly. Wasting no time. This black for his first frame on the board. In it goes. So, is that the start of the comeback?
Well, 1 frame, it is a start.
Meanwhile, in the Ladies Open final, 3-2 to Paylor as it stands, and she's at the table. A race to 5 frames for the UK Ladies Open title. Bit of tactical exchanges in that 6th frame. Big frame, that one. Could put Alice within 1 of the title. Or if Kate could take it, then just becomes a best of 3.
5 frames to 1. Time running.
referee Rick Lloyd gets frame 7 underway. It's a huge break from Simon Ward, but he's dry. One point there was 10 balls in the top end of the table. That was sweetly struck.
Yeah, you feel like if he takes this frame, then he'll be breaking in the next text that one. We've got a game on. You feel like, you know, like you've already mentioned, Kev, he's trying to do something to ignite him a little bit. That cannon a little bit thicker. After taking out this angle he's now faced with. He's going to go in and out of balk. Again, not in prime position.
Yeah, a little tricky.
Still chasing it a bit, but I think he can just hold this enough. Sweet that these don't want that. Didn't want that cannon. It's gone wrong.
Yeah, I wonder if he might try. Can he swerve? Can he swerve around the black to pot that yellow? It's a tricky one, but I can't see what else he's got. The cross double. I'm not sure that's on Marc, because I think it might just slide.
Yeah, you don't feel like what else has he got to play. He's
going for the
only
swerve.
choice.
It's not going to reach. It's not going to reach. It's a great attempt.
One visit. Time running.
He's done well there to swerve that around that black.
Yeah, because of the short distance involved, he couldn't generate enough pace after the swerve had kicked in to pot the yellow. And now this is a great chance for Simon Ward. Just stroking these in nonchalantly. All looking a little bit too easy. A little bit ominous. If you're a Marc Farnsworth supporter. This simple black to be 5 up with 6 to play.
Yeah, this will be some turnaround of this. It's a replay of a red that I don't think it popped out. I think it was more that it was missed on the far side.
was an edgy one. He doesn't waste much time flying around the table. It was a confident strike, rattled in the jaws.
Jordan Everts is 2-1 up now against Liam Dunster. Morgan McKinnis 2, Marc Boyle 2. Lots of matches still going off. How long is this match going to go on for? He's got a ball.
Well, I think his only option, Mark, is just to pot this red over the corner bag and try and screw back or get the white out somehow. So leaving a 3-ball plant.
He's got one top left as well as here. Can he just sneak by? Probably not. Looks tight. Yeah, he's okay. Just go a bit left centre as well. Oh, he tried to plant.
I think that was a shot of someone who's resigned to defeat in this match, Mark. There wasn't a lot of commitment there.
Yeah, it just, yeah, a bit defeatist, weren't it, I think. So got a little bit of work to do though, Simon, to see this match out. It's not straightforward. So, just coming off both the angles. Trying to get maybe just the one cushion. Yeah, lovely little shot. Obviously very close to his work there. Could be a bit of a jabby one. So just going to glance this down the cushion. Lovely shot. Maybe we are seeing the closing moments now of this match. Drifting that down. So the last positional shot that he's needed. Just rolling it past into the gap. Just going round to make extra short where he wants this cue ball. Is pretty perfect. It's looking like Simon Ward is heading to the semi-finals, and he is heading to the semi-finals, beating the #1 IPA player by 7 frames to 1. So Simon, he'll be looking at playing Craig Brown in the semi-final. There's 2 other quarter-finals going over. Before we go to them, let's have a look to the studio where Kevin Barton sung to our winner, Simon Ward.
Thanks, Mark, and I'm here with semi-finalist Simon Ward. I know we don't talk about revenge, and I'm sure in that match you weren't thinking that, but it's nice to get one over on him.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Obviously, he bashed me up on Friday, so yeah, nice to give it to him.
I mean, he didn't really get much momentum. The breaks. I mean, he wasn't really hitting them at his best, I don't think. But at the end of the day, you've still got to take the chances, and you were pretty clinical there.
Yeah, I didn't. I think we both started off quite scrappy, and luckily I got in front. Obviously, he could tell he missed a few easy chances, and he got frustrated. I mean, the first few shots I hit the break, I put loads of side in it by accident. I think the first ball I potted, I went in, I hit it with like loads of left hand side. The first 3 or 4 shots I hit, I queued all really, really badly, but got away with most of them. Yeah, Marc just missed a few and obviously got quite frustrated, and the balls went my way, luckily.
I thought you hit every shot with some sort of side anyway.
Yeah, I do, but I was playing the right hand side. I was hitting it with left. That's how bad I was queuing. But yeah, I'd say when we played on Friday, every time I broke off, they were sort of like I had to go for the finish, but they weren't exactly like clear cut, and I kept on basically missing or leaving myself 1 ball left. I think Marc was doing the same. He kind of had a finish on that he should get, but at the same time he had a little bit of work to do, and he was just falling down then, wasn't he? So making it easy for me.
Yeah, I think the first frame was the sort of tail of the game really, because there's no way he should have ever missed them, and loose positional shot, and that was it. He didn't really get much more of a look in.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, obviously I hit the break really bad, went straight off. He had an easy finish, and he sort of, although they were really easy, sort of slightly rushed a couple of shots in, I think. But I mean, they were still easy. Then he played a terrible shot then to leave himself a hard black, which he missed. Left me like a little stinky one in the middle, which I missed, and then he's potted the black and going off. It's just, yeah, as you say, that's basically how the match went.
It's the end of a pretty long 3 days, well, almost at the end. You know, obviously, pool's not a physical sport, such, but you know, mentally draining. You know, how are you feeling in yourself?
Yeah, good. Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, to say it's helpful because I lost early in the pro event, so I haven't really been playing much this weekend. So I feel quite fresh. Yeah.
Right, Simon, you're in the semi-final. Craig Brown in the semi-final. It's going to be on the stream in 5 or 6 minutes. We're going to play a little interview that I'm not sure if I did it with you. It seems so long ago, and so that's going to give you a little 5-6 minutes to freshen up and get ready for your semi-final against Craig. So good luck in that match, and we'll hopefully speak to you later.
Super. Thanks, Kev. Thank you.
So we'll just have a quick word with Marc Pickworth. Marc's pool's such a funny game, you know. On Saturday it was complete role reversals. Marc bashed him up, and today Simon bashes Marc up.
Yeah, it was nice that he used that phrase actually, and but I said there was always a chance of him getting some revenge, and there's a good time to do it is obviously in the Open, and that's what he did. Marc didn't really get to the races, missed a few chances, a few positional shots that he didn't play very well, which is very uncharacteristic. I think Marc's got a little bit of work to do to try and get back to the level he's really at, because you know some of these players are knocking on his door now, and some of them are excelling to another level.
And the semi-final that will be coming up in 5 minutes, Simon Ward and Craig Brown. I mean, Craig, you know, he either seems to get beat early doors, or he's in the semis. He was in the semis of the Worlds, which he's done for the second time in succession. So he's going to be looking to go one step further, and Simon, obviously, you know, he'll be wanting to get into the winner's circle again.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, you know, is his biggest critic himself. You know, he always says about, you know, he's not doing well enough and that, and he needs a bit more of a confidence player. But we know what a talent he is. We've spoke about it in the studio about what he's really capable of doing, and he can really go, you know, under the radar sometimes and come out. And he's proving now. You know, we watched him against Dean Shields. We used the word bashed up, and he did bash up Dean Shields pretty, you know, convincingly, and he's now at that stage where there is a chance of lifting a trophy, but there's also a chance for Simon Ward to do the same thing. They're both wanting to get back to winning silverware. You know, obviously Simon's won a few more IPA titles than what Craig has, and you know, but there's no reason why Craig can't become amongst them players, because he's got the ability to do it. It's all about belief.
Absolutely, it certainly is with Craig. He has all the talent in the world, and like you say, he's his biggest own critic. But that is coming up in the next 5-6 minutes. As we just mentioned, we caught with Simon Ward earlier in the week, and this is what he had to say. Simon, can you tell us about your first experience of getting into Q Sports?
Yeah. started playing probably when I was about 6 or 7 years old. Used to go to a local club. My father used to play football, and they had a pool table in the club. I used to just knock a few balls around there.
And were you a natural? Did you pick it up
first,
straight away?
no. I think I picked it up quite quickly. Obviously, I was every Saturday, knocked a few balls around. I was quite keen. I probably picked it up relatively quickly. Yeah, probably by the time I was sort of 7 or 8 years old, I could probably play a bit.
And where did it go from there?
We had the Welsh junior pool team did sort of an exhibition, I think it was, from what I can remember, at the club, at the football club. I beat a few of the guys there. I got in the team, so I was in the Wales under 16s when I was 9. And I sort of went on from there. Really. I'd say I wasn't particularly good or anything. I think I would class myself as got to a good level when I was about 14, 15, so it took a while. But I was lucky in my area. I had a lot of good players, like Ben Davis was in the Welsh team already. His father managed the team, so he was a couple of years older than me. So I used to practice with him a lot. And obviously he was 2 years older than me. So even, at that age difference, when you're sort of 9 or 10 versus 12 or 13, there's quite a big difference. So he was always a lot better than me until I got to the age of sort of 15, 16 really, and then we were sort of evenly matched for a while. So yeah, I was quite lucky. There was a lot of good players in my area.
Now, I remember seeing you in a tournament back in the day. You had a very nice Burberry waistcoat on. I remember your mum was there watching you. Yeah. Was she a great supporter, taking you around to the events?
Yeah. But yeah, my mum and my father sort of, when I was obviously before I could drive, everything used to take me. I remember going to a tournament. I'd go there after school, and then we'd travel up there and I'd play in the tournament and finish there like 1 a.m. And then my mother or my father would have to drive me home then, and they'd be exhausted and they'd be up for work, and obviously I'd be in school the next day. So it was it used to happen a lot. Yeah.
So when did you start first really believe that you could be a top player and you could compete at the highest levels?
I don't know really. I never really thought about it like that. I just kind of played. I mean, for example, like I remember when I was about 10 or 11, Rob McKenna, who was obviously the best player in Wales when I was a kid, did an exhibition in one of our local clubs. I remember thinking how good he was. I couldn't believe how good he was, but I never really aspired to be I want to get to that level particularly. I just thought, this guy's an incredible pool player. So I just kept on playing, and kind of just improved all the time really.
And obviously coming onto the IPA is a next level. When did you first come onto the IPA, and what were your expectations?
I think I was probably quite late coming onto the IPA actually. Don't think I joined the IPA until I think it might have been 2011, 2012. And yes, just step up. I mean, I competed against a lot of the guys in other tournaments, and I'd beaten them as well. So I didn't think that I couldn't compete. But obviously, then you get the strength and depth, and it's not just the top 16 guys you got to worry about. It's the 16 to 48 that you got to worry about as well, who you don't see very often. And then you realise how good they are. So I think it was then. I think I managed. Yeah, I think you had to back then. You had to finish in the top 64 to turn professional. I finished 64th. I think it was my first season. So I just had my mind to scrape in. But I think the way things were then, I got a feeling I might not have decided to turn professional in my first year. I think I might have tried to stay amateur for another season, which was a bad decision looking back. But so I think I ended up turning professional in my third season.
And what was your first title that you won, and how did that feel?
Warwick was my first professional event, and then Scotland was my first open event.
Yeah, I think you beat me about 7-0 in the quarters or the semis of the.
I remember playing in Scotland actually. Yeah. Sorry.
I did well to get 0. So fast forward 2018. So the first ever IPA World Championships is shown live on TV.
Yeah.
You're the first match on.
Yeah.
What are you thinking going into that?
Yeah, I was dreading it, but at the same time I was really looking forward to it. So I'd won the Welsh Close and the Welsh Open in the same year in November. I pat McKie away then. From the age of sort of 24, 25, I wouldn't say I stopped playing, obviously, because I do play regular, but I was from the age of 15, 16 to 23, 24, I was playing 5 days a week, every week without fail, playing all the tournaments going. I did show. I mean, I was playing all the time, and I saw like that level of consistency is what you need really to win events. And from the ages of 24, 25, I kind of started picking and choosing when I was playing. I'd play for a few weeks before a tournament. And then there were certain stages then where if I didn't have a tournament, I wouldn't play for months. So yeah, fast forward to 2018, I'd won the Welsh Open in November. And I'm not playing again now. So I'm not playing again till the World Championships. And it was a busy period of work. There was a lot of things going on there. So I meant to play in January and I just couldn't do it. I just didn't have a chance. So I had an hour the day before the event and I was awful. And then the draw came out and I drew Marc Boyle. I thought, well, okay, one, that's a really tough game because he was an amateur at the time, so he wasn't seeded. So one, that's a really tough game. I'm probably going to that match actually second favourite. And two, obviously it's on TV. So one, I'm obviously you want me. You know, I've won events. I don't need to be playing loads of the top players. I want to bide to the final, please. And that'll do me. But on the other hand, I'm thinking, well, actually, okay, if I'm going to play well, having had 3 months out of the game, this is kind of environment where I might do it. And yeah, it really gave me a kick actually. I played really well in the event, in that match in particular.
Well, you did play well in the event, and you almost dominate the TV time because you're on nearly every match. I mean, you're involved in some incredible matches in the run to and the final itself, of course. I remember. So I played Marc Boyle and then I played JJ then, which was not on the TV table. That's still a really tough game. And then I played here. I'm playing Dan Davey, which again wasn't on the TV table, but I think it got moved onto the TV table for the latter stages, which helped me immensely actually because I'd already used to that event and I managed to win that one. Then I played Marc Farnsworth in the quarterfinals, which was, me and him were talking about that last night actually. It was a really, really good match. That was probably the best I played. Neil Rayburn in the semis and Ben in the final. So yeah, I couldn't really ask for a tougher route to the final really. And obviously you were so close in that final. It was a fantastic spectacle for the sport. You know, and I know you're a pretty pragmatic kind of guy. You're not one to be affected by stuff. You take it all in your stride. But how frustrating was it just for that ball not to drop and to get at least a chance in?
There's so many. You think about the thing is you've only got 45 seconds or a minute to play the shot, so there's only so much you can think about in the moment. But looking back, there's all sorts of things. I mean, I remember playing. I had like a 4-ball plant, so I broke off and I had a finish on, and actually they weren't that difficult. But I had a 4-ball plant to start the finish, so. On the one hand, I'm thinking, right, full-blooded, go for the 4-ball plant and get the white out. On the other hand, I'm thinking, right, just make sure you get the pot and then see where the white lands. So I sort of slightly erred on that side, and the white was this far away from being on my next ball. It's all very well saying I should have committed which I did commit full-blooded to the plant, but should have played it a bit differently. But then if the black goes in or if I miss the pot or whatever, it looks a bit silly, doesn't it? So I think I played everything the way I should have played it, and unfortunately wasn't quite enough.
So looking a little bit further ahead, can it be third time lucky? It
would be nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to play more basically, and it is. I am getting in events. I'm playing better. I'm not getting the results particularly at the moment, but it might come, it might not. I mean, it's lucky in a way where if years ago if I used to lose, I used to go crazy and just used to punch things, and although I used to take it well, but I mean it's frustrating. You practice all year to win an event and then you don't win the event. I mean it's got to be frustrating, isn't it? Whereas now it frustrates me now that I don't get worked up enough. About losing, but I am trying to get there.
And final question: have you still got the Burberry waistcoat?
I haven't. No, I don't know where that is. It certainly doesn't fit me if I have still got it.
And welcome back to Coventry for the final part of this 3-day epic event that we've been bringing you since Friday. And I'm delighted to be joined by Alice Paylor, who has just won the Ladies Open Championship on just one of the outer tables. Alice, welcome into the booth. How are you feeling right now?
Bit shaky, but really happy. I can't believe I've done that. I've beat some really good people along the way, and I can't believe I've got over the line, to be honest. Kate was... I think she was the better player, but I managed it. It was a close game, and I'm chuffed. Yeah.
Like you say, you've come through a pretty tough field, and I sort of noticed when you beat Deb Birchall in one of the early rounds. That must have given you massive confidence to go for the rest of the tournament.
It did, yeah. It lit a fire under me, and I just thought, if I can beat Deb, I can beat anyone. So.
And this is not your first piece of silverware this year, of course, because it was a little bit later at the Gosforth event. You won the amateur event.
I did, yeah, and now I've got the other one. So, yeah, just amazed.
So when you came on to the IPA this year and played in the events, did you set yourself any expectations? What did you think? Well, yeah, my ambition is to win a title.
Not at all. My mum actually got me the tour for Christmas, and I just thought, oh, I might learn something on the way. I never thought I'd win anything. So.
Well, you've not only won one; this is your second now. It's becoming a regular habit. But winning is a habit, and obviously you're doing something right at the moment.
Yep. Thank you. May it continue.
And overall, the ladies' game, it's in a great place at the moment, isn't it? The strength in depth. I mean, we were saying that the semi-finals of the Open event were there was no elite players in there at all. It's all the amateur players who are just showing just how strong the ladies' game is.
Yep, like all these names coming through, showing the elite players. It's just the standards improving all the time. It's really good to see.
And any celebrations tonight?
Just driving home, go to bed. Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Okay, well, fantastic achievement, Alice. Well done. Enjoy the success, and we'll see you in Gosforth in 7 or 8 weeks. Thanks a lot. Alice Paylor takes down her second ladies' title. What an introduction to the IPA for her. There we see the winning black. No problem, and she did come through a tough section of the draw, including beating two-time world champion Deb Birchall, and there she's been presented with a trophy by our very own Marc Pickworth. That was done a few minutes earlier. Anyway, let's move on now. It is semi-final time. It is Simon Ward against Craig Brown. It should be a cracker. So over to Dan and Andy.
Cheers, Kev. Yep. Back in the box, back in the sweat box with Andy Richardson, as it's become known this weekend. I don't know. I think the aircon must filter into this room.
Yeah, I think it must.
It's about 3,000 degrees, but it's going to be equally as hot on the table. Simon Ward up against Craig Brown. Wales versus England in this Open semi-final. Good achievement from Craig to make it this far. Simon obviously probably the slight favourite, particularly having made the World Championship final just a few months ago in this very venue.
Yeah, and especially considering his performance in the previous match against Marc Farnsworth. Absolute domination. But yep. Craig Brown's been playing well this weekend. I kept having a little watch. Well,
that's a horrible looking cut break, isn't it? That's what happens when you don't quite time it right. You don't quite catch the second ball down right.
Yeah, all sorts of trouble here.
Could be a long frame, this.
So 2 yellows on the back of the black in a cluster. Yeah, doesn't fancy the long red. Don't blame him.
Understandably so.
Yeah. So there could be a little bit of cat and mouse here, early doors. Nobody wanting to commit to anything just at present.
Can we have a re-rack?
Yeah, I think it would be not a bad idea in this situation. So,
nice shot from Simon there, playing the slightly more aggressive version, and just getting us out of that Little tap routine on the right-hand side of the table.
I think maybe, I suppose there is no favourite colour here, but reds, possibly with the fact that the red is in front of the 8 ball. Great place to hide the cue ball if it is a tactical encounter.
Yeah, it's really difficult to see how anyone can take any particular control over this at the moment. But you are right, if you could get on reds and hide the cue ball in behind that.
Yeah, any red potted here, even if you have to go off the bottom cushion, you're guaranteed to be glued to that red. I suppose the problem being you push the 8 ball onto the yellows. To what benefit? Not a lot, really.
No, if you could have landed right behind it and played it hard enough to still stick to the red, but also get the 8 ball out, that might have been the shot. But these two reticent even to choose a colour. Now,
well,
possibly.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, Simon might be able to get a total snooker out of this. Just bump the red past the black and weld the cue ball up to it. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so yeah, easy to hit something, obviously. You'd be absolutely cursed not to make contact.
Yeah, you don't even have to worry about the colour of the
But it's what you leave. So even if you do leave a ball on, let's be honest, this table is not pleasant.
No, but it's got to a point now where I think reds are quite a clear favourite. If you can find a way to disturb. Whoa.
Yeah, reds definitely at the moment have got to be favourite.
I think Simon's got to take one now.
Yeah, you've got to go for reds here, I think. The way the 8 is, the position of that black ball.
Potential 3-ball plant here.
Yeah, there is.
Because it could open up the other awkward-ish red to the right of the black spot as well.
Yeah, nice shot. Promotes the red. Lower down the table. Not quite the result he was looking for, if I'm honest.
No, but I think the left hand of those 3 will pass up to the top left, top right, sorry. And if you sort of topped into them, there's a chance it comes out nice. You've still got a lot of control in this frame, so it might be worth the risk.
Yeah, and one of the good things is on reds here, if you were to get to the black, you'd almost have a free shot at it. You could double it across to the corner, and if you hold behind those yellows, yep, you'd be playing, you think he's going to hit a yellow out of the snooker, but if you get that black somewhere near the pocket, so this is a really good chance. Having said that, he's hampered badly here by those 2 reds. Bridging over, great cueist.
He'll need
Simon Ward, yeah, he will need to be correct. There you go, great shot.
Well, now, has it really opened up here? I think there's a chance that he thins this red into the middle and can catch the left-hand edge of that black, bring it out into play.
He's certainly looking at it, Dan. Well spotted.
He's got to be very careful, because if he misses it, it's in off.
And the other thing for me is he doesn't want to land on the bottom rail afterwards. Great shot. Brilliant shot, that.
Yeah. Really tidy finish, this. So much work to do, and yet, so far, he's done it.
Yeah, and he didn't mind going for those. As I said, even where it was, he could have played a double at some point and just sat behind the yellows. So, saw the opportunity to just bring that 8 out into play. And he's continuing where he left off against Marc Farnsworth here. There was absolutely nothing on at the start of this clearance. He's on top form, Simon Ward. There you see, just this red to corner. Just needs to slide out off this bottom rail. Yeah, and I like that as well. I think that's the right shot. 2 cushions, playing into an area rather playing on a tight line. That's the way I'd like to play it. That's a great clearance.
Beautifully done from Simon Ward. One of the clearances of the weekend, and it opens up a 1-frame lead for the Welshman. That is top draw from the man they call the Boomerang. Referee for this one, Darren Maidman. You can see him there setting up the balls, aka Jim.
Why is that, Dan? Do we know?
Have you not been told this?
No,
one yet?
no, don't know.
It's a fantastic story, this. Darren started a new job, and there was another guy called Darren, so they decided to call him Jim. End of story.
Right, there we go.
Always makes me laugh, that one. Just of all the names you could have chosen.
Right, here we go. So, 1 up. Flew against Marc Farnsworth. That's a great clearance. And there we go. Fantastic break.
Awesome break. That's a contender for the Smartrack Break of the day, that's for sure.
And look at these reds. Look at these reds.
I mean, that's every ball bar 1, maybe 2 if you're being harsh, in the top half of the table.
Yeah.
That is an unreal stroke of the cue ball.
I mean, you could go either colour here. Look what he's doing, he's going yellows, but you could go reds easily here.
Yeah, just chalk it up on the scoreboard. It's he's in the mood.
He is in the mood, and it's that ball there that's nearest the corner, where the red is over the corner. He'll try and get as straight as he can on that now.
Yep.
Great shot. And there you see, this frame is practically over.
Yeah, dot to dot. This is 4 roll-ins now.
The blink of an eye. Yeah, I thought he might have gone reds, but look at these for yellows.
It's just one of those that it didn't matter that much.
No, both colour sets definitely were on.
Yeah.
Nice use of the side there, spin. Middle for the black. And in no time at all, this is a 2-0 lead in a race to 8 semi-final. He is on fire.
Break dish for Simon Ward in frame number 2. And the perfect start for the Welshman. A stunning clearance, frankly, in the first frame. And then one of the easier ones you'll see, but thanks to a stunning break.
Absolutely, yeah.
Second.
The break was the key there, wasn't it?
We've been doing polls all weekend on who is going to win each match on the stream table. And your votes are in. It's a pretty resounding poll, this one. Simon Ward with 83% of the vote. So
yeah.
Craig Brown has his work cut out, according to you and according to the scoreline.
Yeah, he's playing really well. It's Simon Ward, but as I said earlier, Craig Brown, he's been playing well this weekend. He's only 2 behind at the moment. At the table for the break. But he needs to start getting something on the scoreboard here. So ball down. And the final roll there drops into the corner. So there you see, cut break. Was heading towards that corner, would have been unlucky. But
either way, it's much better than his first one.
of course it is, yeah.
It's love a starter on reds. Has he got one? I mean, he's got the one straight down to the bottom right corner. It's a tough shot, but if you make it, then you'd think it would be the frame.
If he wants reds, he's got to take that long red. There's no value in yellows for me. Those 2 on the side rail.
I just wonder if the one in the centre of the table will go down to the bottom left, but I don't think
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. It is difficult to see, isn't it?
He's looking at it, so clearly does.
Great shot. Great shot.
Woof. He absolutely slammed that in.
Yeah, and even more so because he's stunned over, and that's what he wanted. if you see these 3 balls here, the bottom one, this is what you want it to be on. This opens things up.
Ooh,
Just hold up slightly.
I think it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really good shot. Punched it into the corner and stunned across for the lower ball. Yeah, as I was saying, Craig Brown's playing well. I don't know if you've seen much of him, Dan, this weekend, but I know he's been playing well.
Not this weekend, but I've seen plenty of him.
Yeah.
Terrific player. Not one of the quicker players on the tour, it has to be said. Not slow, but doesn't have that explosive speed that you see from a Tom Barley, for example. Craig is a little more methodical.
Don't know if anybody plays at the speed of Tom Barley.
Well, that's a fair point.
So, 2 balls left, 2 reds, and the 8 has an angle on the longer red if he chooses.
I assume that's what he's playing on, because if not, he's underhit that quite drastically. So, I assume he's going up and then back down.
Yep, good shot. So just needs to be mindful of these 2 yellows on the side cushion. There's no reason that he should make contact with them. So he just wants to take the pace out of this, which is what he does. So just drags it, screws it, soft screws it off the side cushion, straight in on the 8. And that's a great visit to the table. And he needs it.
Yep, Craig Brown returns fire with a break dish. And keeps in touch with Simon Ward. 2-1 still to the Welshman. But a much better break from Craig in the 3rd frame allowed him a pretty comfortable finish in the end.
Yeah. Great long red punch to the side to get onto that lower awkward red. That's what opened everything up. And the way Simon Ward's playing, he desperately needed to mark one up there. And once again, every time we seem to pan to a table with Marc Boyle on the outer tables, he's in trouble. Very rare he isn't.
And yet, every time he's ahead,
he wins.
Yeah. Yeah, Morgan McInnes there doing his best to upset the apple cart. Simon Ward crunching the pack again, but I feel like he lost a bit because the cue ball left the bed of the table there. I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't seem to split as well, did they? They didn't open up. Plenty of power.
Yeah.
I don't know if we get a rerun of that break. I'll have a quick look if we do.
I mean, but you can see the difference if you could put the two the way they finish side by side. It's just not even close to the same.
Yeah, they didn't open, did they? So, let's have a look at this. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Dan. The ball left the bed of the table, maybe not as much force on impact.
Yeah, I think you can lose some through that, definitely.
You certainly can lose it if you catch the ball off centre.
Yeah,
and that's more important. But yeah,
but if it's off the bed of the table, it's off centre, just in a different way. It's still a round,
yeah.
You know, it's still a sphere. Decent chance this for Craig.
Well, you say that. Look at the reds. I mean, he's got two on the side. He's got one blocked by a yellow. This is going to be a good clearance, is this? Does he screw into these balls? Yes, he does.
He does. That's not gone to plan.
Not really.
Oh, not at all.
Really.
Not at all, because now they've covered each other as well, so you can't even go to the short side and play that one.
Yeah, he's looking here. Is it a plant maybe off the yellow? Or is it a plant onto the red now, if you look at it? So does he play a ball now? He could even kick across off the cushion to make the plant if he feels it's on.
I think he's just going to dig into this one and
play the plant.
Next.
Yeah. So red onto red onto red. It looks like he's thinking.
The first red that he hits here still isn't probably going to go to the bottom right. No, so he'd love to land back on it.
So he would, yeah. So he needs to play with a tracer left if that's the case. He doesn't need a lot of pace here either. The key to this shot is the tempo. So make the plant. So even pocket speed would be good here. Look, so you see how slow he hits it? It leaves him on the ball that was the bad ball.
Yeah. Although, it's just stuck close enough to the yellow, the one that's still over the pocket, to perhaps cause a bit of a problem.
Yeah, so do you play it from the cushion onto the red to just lift the red away from that yellow?
You could make it worse.
You could make it worse, but does it go without? And what does he do with the cue ball?
That is the question, does it go without? If it doesn't, then he's got to try something here.
Yeah, he tried it, but it wasn't a great effort, that was it.
It was really tough because I think, you suggested going cushion first. I'm not sure he could do that. I think that would just push it into the yellow.
I thought he maybe could catch jaw very close to pocket, but yeah, listen.
Yeah.
He's at the table, I'm not.
He's left a problem for Simon, but there is only one, really.
Yeah, he was wide of whatever he was trying there, wasn't he?
If he cues it nicely as well, the yellow and red that are together, if that yellow goes up to the top left, it doesn't. It looks like it might from the overhead, but it doesn't from there.
So, safety from Simon Ward.
Decent one. Easy enough hit for Craig, but he's going to try and pot it, isn't he?
Yeah, the thing here is Simon Ward has got a lot of balls on this table, and he'll have plenty of opportunities to develop that corner, that bad corner. Doesn't need to rush things.
No, whereas Craig does need to push the boats out. Oh, cue ball just about stayed out. Tell you what, Craig's had a bit of a result there.
Yeah, because if he gets an opportunity here...
3-ball plant.
3-ball plant it is.
I think that might force Simon's hand. I think Simon might be forced to go into this now. Because that's such a big target as well to get out of a snooker and hit.
Yeah.
If you make any sort of contact with that red above the yellow, the chances are you're going to pot it and open things up.
Yeah, you're going to be going here, you're going to be trying to dislodge something. Either punch into the back red and effectively make the plant, open the pocket up, that's one option. Well, he has played safe.
I mean, it's a very good safety.
He's buying time, if anything, but yeah, listen, the danger here is it hits the back red and makes the plant, and it is not easy. He's looking, is the two cushions.
Yeah.
This is tight. There's a yellow in the way here for me, but let's just see. Maybe he'll just put a little bit aside and make the angle. Yeah, the yellow was in the way. I think it always was. But I could see where he was coming from. Wouldn't have had any benefit, really, if he'd have hit any of the other reds. You know, I mean,
had to go for that.
Yeah. So that safety that he played there, Simon Ward, has paid off.
Now he needs to make sure it pays off permanently. Make the most. So, apologies, ladies and gentlemen, we're being attacked in the commentary box. There's a fly about. Is there a fly?
It's been here all day. It's driving me mad.
I don't know, I just saw you lose it for a second.
Yeah. Trying to bat it away. Anyway, back to the table.
Yep.
So yeah, played that. So took the plant, left the yellow. So the pocket's now available.
Nice shot this. Just promoted that yellow. It was just awkward enough to make it worth doing, but it has finished a bit awkward.
Yeah, it's finished more awkward than you maybe thought it would, I'm sure.
He's got a cut to the left centre though.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to worry about the cue ball. Natural angle's going nowhere near a pocket.
Yeah, he's guaranteed to be on something here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well played. Well played. Red to middle. Screw back slightly. And he's picking up the pace a little bit, is Simon.
He looks in such good nick.
Yeah, the 8 goes to both corners. Just checking. Has the luxury of either. Has he landed just a little bit off angle here? Just a little travelling a little more than he wanted.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, I mean, if he was in trouble, real trouble, he could even play for middle.
Yeah, that's it.
He's played right round for the other corner. Look at that for a shot. Fantastic.
That's beautifully done.
Brilliant.
He knows this is an open semi-final and not an exhibition, doesn't he? Someone tell him. Great shot. Simon Ward leads 3 frames to 1.
Yeah, class. Class shot, that. See this shot again. So he knew he was offline. He knew that if he threw it round those cushions, he was guaranteed. If he dropped short, he's got middles. Runs round. He couldn't really slip up there.
There is Morgan McInnes at the table against Marc Boyle in the other, well, one of the other 2 games going on, the quarterfinals. And McInnes still 5-4 down, so that's the same frame from when we saw this last. But it doesn't look like it's going to last much longer. It looks like Morgan's going to make it 5-all. So yet again, we've cut to the outside table and Marc Boyle is in trouble.
3 frames to 1. Time running.
Craig Brown breaks off frame number 5. Hits the cut break well, gets the cue ball coming back into the centre of the pack. But a really messy table once again.
Yeah, and this seems to be the pattern. He's leaving when he's breaking. Not crunching into them, but they just seem to be throwing, don't they, to the cushion.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this. Well, so yellow's completely dominating this bottom right-hand corner. So we'll see. So yeah, I mean, he did hit them well, didn't he? They just all seemed to fold, and
it definitely wasn't. Yeah, his first one was quite a bad break, whereas that one was just. I think it was a better split. Like you say, they just seem to jumble back together. Another live score for you at the top of your screen. We know Dunster. We know Boyle and McInnes is at 5-all. Dunster Evitts 4-3 to the Scotsman. We had an all-Scottish final yesterday, but no chance of that today because one of these 2 will be in the final. The question remains as to whether it will be Wales or England. In the other half of the draw, a 75% chance of it being a Scot making it through to the final, with Jordan Evitts hoping to upset the
great shot. Sorry, Dan.
No, you're well.
Couldn't resist there. What a great shot that was.
It's an absolute peach, wasn't it?
He's really taking the bull by the horns here. This was a very aggressive visit to the table. Look at that. Punches it into the corner.
This next shot, can he avoid the yellow? Can he just slide across
the
front of it?
He can go down the back of it if he wants, but doesn't need to. Stays high. That's what's key. So there you see. If he stays high, plays the ball into the middle, he wants to be straight on his last yellow. He'll be screwing straight back up. That's what his intention is. So here you've 2 options. You either try and drop straight or you come wide. Yeah, I do this. So come back and leave the angle so you play from side cushion, bottom left on the cue ball. So watch this. Perfect. And now it's a case of just below centre, left-hand spin. Somewhere just past that balk line. He can fly right up to the cushion if he feels. There you go. Brilliant finish. Great clearance. Fantastic clearance that. Right back in the game. 3-2 behind. Considering the way that Simon Ward's playing, he's doing well.
I mean, this has been a phenomenal standard match so far. And you're right, Simon Ward playing well, but Craig Brown is practically equal to him right now. It's 3-2. And Ward does have the slight advantage in the match, but Craig has done precious little wrong.
That was a great clearance, it really was. The ball he fired up top table. to open up the cluster. Deserved the clearance after that. Really good control of the cue ball. Never got out of position. So it's Simon Ward to break, I believe. Yep, Simon to break. And he's been crunching these, hasn't he?
Certainly has hit. I mean, the first one was extraordinary. This one is
fantastic.
Yeah.
We're
And
running
dry.
out of superlatives.
And dry.
Well, that's the game of pool for you.
I'd love to be able to take a plant on first and get a yellow. Get that yellow over the pocket. But it would be risky.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing is for him, the yellow that's down there with it, it's near the racking line, could be played onto it. You know, that pocket's not a problem for him.
Thing is, that so the 3-ball plant, I mean, the 3-ball plant is an option, but you'd want to play a red onto that and not a yellow.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a bit awkward. You'd be bridging over.
He doesn't need to do anything with that, I don't feel. I mean, even if he lands on it, it'll drop all that. So it's not a problem for him. He has that pocket. If you look at the table as it stands now, maybe the ball in the middle of the table is one of the more awkward. And it has pockets. Yep, drops low on this yellow. Yeah, he's not concerned with that ball that's over the corner pocket. The red doesn't really hamper it, I don't feel.
No, possibly not actually. It's but it's perhaps one of those ones that you don't want to need to play hard, because if you play it hard, you're playing it into the jaw. It can spit back out.
Definitely. And you certainly don't want to be using it to get onto the black unless you fancy doubling it.
Yeah.
Because control of the cue ball when you're close to the pocket like that, he's obviously only got maybe half a yellow to hit anyway.
He's not in absolutely prime position here.
No, he's a little bit out there. I mean, if he ever gets in trouble, he does have the combination, the plant, doesn't he?
Yeah. But the thing,
But he doesn't want to play it. I don't think he needs to play it.
I just don't think you want to play yellow onto red.
Well, he has
it
to
can stick.
You play cushion first if you feel. Yeah, that's okay. He could have played cushion first, couldn't he, to make sure that it didn't stick?
Yeah.
The danger there would have been that he could have kicked the red across and maybe hampered the other yellow, so played it the right way. The black there. I mean, it does double to middle, goes into the corner, obviously. He would like good position on that. Never a fan of leaving a double unless I need to. What's he going to do here? If he does elect to play the double to middle, it's no issue. But if he wants to get behind it or try and do something with it, he's running out of balls. Oh, not behind the red, not behind the red.
Has it moved enough? I'm not sure.
Oh, well, on the overhead it looks like it has. And when you look at the other perspective, it looks like it hasn't, so...
I think it's one of those you get with a tracer side, but...
Problem being,
you're
you can
not
see
landing nicely on the yellow, are you?
That's the trouble. You double into to leave what? Cross double?
Well, it needs more than a tracer side. Needs a bit of swerve. Hasn't made it. Has got the pocket.
Yeah, hasn't made it and had a result, really. It's better than making the ball.
Yep. Potentially.
Good swerve, though.
One good pot here from Simon, and it's on. It just needs to be a really good pot. But Simon does have a perfect ball to attack the yellow over the pocket next to the right centre. So, really, if this goes in, I make Simon favourite.
Did you say if?
If
it goes in?
Tell me about it. That's ridiculous, isn't it? He's just got down and knocked it in.
It was easy, wasn't it?
Just full length of the table, queuing off the rail. Yeah, fine. He's so good.
So fluent.
You ever played him?
No, not back yet. Different rule set for me at the time, really.
Fair enough.
No.
It's a depressing experience.
I can imagine. I can imagine.
Made even more annoying by the fact that he's a really nice bloke.
Yeah.
You want to hate him, but you can't.
So Dan.
Little straight on this.
Yeah, he would like to. Yeah, he's looking at this. If you look now, he's okay. I think to middle. He can run and try and hit this yellow over the pocket. Has he got the angle? Yeah, he has. I think he has. Doesn't want to hit this too hard. Oh, he's missed. Oh, he just caught it. I thought he'd missed it for a second.
Well, that could have come out a lot worse.
Well, it isn't great though, is it? If you think about it now, look at the angle he's got. I mean, he could put him in all sorts of trouble here. I think that's what I'd be doing. No need to take any risk here.
No, but Simon Ward is a bit of a risk taker. He could just drop this in and play the back double on the red.
Yeah, I mean, he
and
plays aggressively. Yeah, I get
The
yeah.
cue ball would go up behind the black, maybe develop the black and go down towards the red, but that is asking a lot.
It's all about what you can do with that ball that cuts into the middle. Maybe it's not as bad as it looks. So hey, you just play a great save, don't you?
Yeah.
Good save, and you make sure you put the red over the middle. Yeah. Good thinking.
Perfect safety as well.
Clever, clever. Because the angle he's going to play this at, even if he hits it, possibly leaves him on the ball on the bottom cushion. If not, he'd be fortunate not to leave him on one of the two, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
So
I mean,
good thinking that, clever.
He's welded to that 8 ball, so this is so tough. It's a good hit. And that, well,
that's about as good as you could get, you know.
He's had a pretty big result there, you've got to say. Can Simon pot the one over the middle and get back down? I don't know.
Not easy.
It's seriously hard.
What about just sitting on top of the red if it's not touching the cushion?
Yeah.
And leaving somebody so they're queuing right over the red.
Yeah, because if you leave it straight, he's not going to be able to get down for the black nicely.
No, and it'd be some pot, wouldn't it?
Yeah. This is the... oh, okay.
Well, you say okay, I know what you're saying, but you're giving him a chance here, aren't you?
You are, but... so he's left a thin snick or a double on the yellow.
Yeah, or he's left a safe, potentially. Run off the side of the yellow. Down towards... he'd have to catch it thin. Yeah, double. I thought he'd probably go for the double there.
This isn't easy either.
No.
I think Simon might have to play this with some right-hand side and come almost around 3 cushions. Because he can't hold.
No, if he plays it and tries to drag it with side, he may come off the side and kick the back of the black.
Yeah.
The 8, I think that's maybe what he's going to be doing here. So see what you get. Yeah, not far off.
Oh,
doesn't want to... well, he kicks it. It's a good... well, look at that. That is a bit unlucky, isn't it?
That's about
anything but.
Yeah. And he can't even go off the back rail and come back and hit it because the black's in the way. Simon's in a real spot of bother here. What's he going to do
here?
Just trying to put it on the cushion.
Well, again, there maybe he could have tried to sit on front of the red, but again, it depends. If he could have just sat on it in such a way that he left it possibly potable, should he miss the yellow?
You have to feel for him slightly for that with that shot. I think it couldn't have come out worse.
There was no way that Craig Brown thought he was going to get good effort. Tough pot. Tough pot. Left in prime.
He swung his arm a little bit at it though, didn't he?
Yeah,
I think
of course he did.
Perhaps a bit shot clock. I'm not really sure, but you know, it wasn't exactly a fluid bit of queuing, was it?
No, it was a tough pot though. He was trying to force it, wasn't he? Trying to get good position on the 8. Yeah. Which was very difficult.
Well, Simon Ward leads by 4 frames to 2. A slightly scrappier affair than the previous few. It's the Welshman who comes out on top. It is a race to 8 in the semis, of course, same as the final. So another frame required for the win. Makes a big difference that, because 4-2 in a race to 7 sounds quite a lot worse than 4-2 in a race to 8 actually. Here we are on the outer tables. Look at that. Morgan McInnes up against Marc Boyle. And Boyle is on the hill. 1 frame required.
Frame 7. Round to break. Trailing 4 frames to 2.
Morgan
Time running.
doesn't look entirely hopeful in those. There wasn't a lot of hope in there, those eyes, were there?
Well, unlucky. Yep, beat me to it, Dan. Sorry.
Arguably, his best split of the match for Craig Brown, and the first dry break of the match.
Yeah. Reds look good here. Red to middle. Perfect angle as well there.
Tell you what, if Simon Ward does win this tournament, he might be able to afford a new bit of chalk. It's absolutely horrendous. It's like he's had it in his... The amount he plays as well, he's probably had it in his case for a year.
It's his lucky chalk, is that?
Very delicately applied as he works his way round what is a pretty comfortable pattern on reds.
Yeah, it is now that he's taken those last 2 reds out. They were a little bit of work for him there. That first shot into middle, leaving the right angle, helped him out. So again, the black.
Just love the way he does that. He just swings the cue ball round so many cushions.
Yeah, he floats it.
He does. It's beautiful to watch. And it's always played with control, but it's almost like he's playing for an area.
Spins it into space.
Absolutely, it's superb. Possibly not quite got the angle he'd like here. He might have to run this through and take the red long.
Can
Bottom left.
Can he drop it and still leave the angle to punch in the corner and stun behind him?
Not
Is
sure.
it too extreme? So we'll see. Looks like he can just drop through an inch or 2. Yeah, that's what he's done.
Yeah, that's the shot.
Yeah, just off straight. Centre ball. Smaller cue ball. Just drops to the side. There you go. Straight behind the 8. Making it look so easy, as the great players do. He's at the top of his game, Dannon. Top of his game.
Reverse dish for Simon Ward. Brings him back to 3 frames ahead. Actually puts him 3 frames ahead for the first time in the match. And there is Liam Dunster. He's 2 up in a race to 7 in the quarter-final against Jordan Evitts. And he's at the table, so that's always worrying signs for your opponent if you're playing Liam.
Break. 5 frames to 2. Time running.
So, Simon Ward once again. Does he continue? Well, he does. Look at that. What a great bro. Look at this once
Dry again.
How can that be dry? Textbook break from the front. It's the head ball. Directly brings the cue ball straight back. Times it brilliantly. And nothing. That's the game of pool, as I keep saying.
To be fair, of all of the breaks that could have gone dry, this is probably the one that Simon will be happiest about, because there's issues all over the place, really. You could argue that Reds have got most control, I think.
Well, the thing is with the yellows, those 3 yellows near that corner, there's a couple of ways you could attack these, isn't there?
But having said that, if you took the red, then you could play that red off
Yeah,
the
you
yellow
could.
as well. So
The only thing being you've got the 2 reds bottom, so one blocks the other. But yeah, you could definitely, Dan. That's what he's probably going to go for.
We've missed that.
Well, yeah, he's missed it, but it just depends if your opponent wants reds or not.
Well, I think you definitely want reds now because you've got a bit more safety.
Yeah, you've got to definitely take them because you block the pocket.
Yeah.
And those 2 reds, you could play ball onto ball, in or over, I suppose, if you play them at the right time in this clearance, because you have the safety with the yellow on the side.
Yeah, the shot that I mentioned, the red off the yellow, I think you can play that in such a way that you move the yellow out of the way, and actually, if you're right behind that, it's not the most difficult 2 balls to plant.
No, definitely not, no.
So you could drop one into the middle here, and then potentially play that, and at least have a go at it.
Yeah,
if not, he's still got a bit of control down in the bottom left.
Yeah, the other thing is that the ball that you're on about, so here, it's really easy to just run through slightly in its guaranteed position on the plant.
Yeah, this is exactly it.
There is a question though, the 8 ball, I mean it doesn't double because there's a yellow in the path. There you see, oh now there isn't. Look at that.
It's come out
Must have
nice.
heard me that.
That's come out nice. This is a really tricky plant, but it was his only way to play this, and he's nailed it. Great shot.
So the problem looked like it was this 8 ball. Where was it going to go? And just as I said it, he played a shot. He got kicked in the middle. So he has a pocket to middle. Would like to be very close to that 8 ball. And he does attempt it. You don't want to be playing that from distance. He's just got to be careful here. So it's a plant. You've just got to be very careful. That ball's not quite in the centre of the pocket. You don't want the red to run away here. Did run slightly, but you know something? I think it's helped him. In some respects, it's a more difficult pot, which I'm sure he's confident of making. But the great thing is, it offers natural position on the 8.
I think he was quite conscious about playing that 2 straight as well and potting both of them, the reds. You know, you catch it full ball, and you on these tables you're almost guaranteed for the skill shot. So nicely done. Just a little dribbly 8 ball, and he's missed it.
Yeah, that was a bit of an error, wasn't it? One of the very rare errors in this match. Playing so well. Wasn't easy, I'm not saying it was. But we both fancied him for that, Dan, didn't we?
Yeah, I was chalking that up on the scoreboard already, to be quite honest.
Yeah, he's played absolutely superbly in this match, as Simon. Well, indeed, the last couple of matches, fantastic. I'm sure previous to that, just haven't seen them all.
Oh, that's not a great shot. Okay, he's covered it, but I mean, this actually,
Simon's... Is it not just going to the middle if you hit it?
Exactly, this is it. All he's got to do is hit the black here. He's got a massive target area, really.
What you need to do is not hit it too hard.
Yeah.
So not a lot of pace gives it the best chance of dropping in the middle.
But he hasn't covered the 1 cushion or the 2 cushions.
Just
so
pocket speed.
Yeah.
Pocket speed. This should drop.
This is in.
Yeah, it had to drop.
That was a bizarre shot from Craig.
Yeah, it was for me. I mean, that was absolutely certain to go in if he...
I assume that he was just trying to cover it with the yellow in the middle of the table, was trying to cover that up and down. But even then, it was such a big target that you could have played it with side, one way or the other. There were so many ways to hit that. For me, that was he was left in a sticky situation, but he didn't handle it well. Three dry breaks in a row now. Craig Brown needs to stop the rot in that respect. Not happy with something out there.
No, he's not.
6 frames to 2. Time running.
Yeah, I think he was just talking through there. Can't believe...
Oh, he's gone front ball. And it's dry again. That's extraordinary, because that's a really good hit. There's nothing wrong with that break. He's done nothing wrong here.
Well, there is, Dan. He's got nothing down.
Well, yeah, but like
I know what you're saying.
That's cruel.
It is. And look at those reds. Couple on the rail, on the cushions. Well, one doesn't pass, does it? I thought it passed at first look. On the overhead, it looks like it may pass, but there, it doesn't look like it does it? Or does it?
It's real borderline, isn't it?
Where are my glasses?
It's one of those where, at the right speed, and the fact that if we're, make no bones about it, the pockets play a bit bigger on these tables. At the right speed, that might drop.
Yeah, if that's the case, once again, you need to be somewhere near it. And as you say, Dan, it needs to be pocket speed only. And with the TV tables being so quick,
you
the
can play
cushions
them
sliding.
Sorry, Andy. You can play them with the tracer side as well, which makes them sort of kick off the far jaw.
Yeah. Yeah, touch of inside. There's a little system in American pool where you do that. You're playing down a rail like that, and it just throws in.
Yeah.
Few people use it, but I think it's more a question of what is the gap there, isn't it? Unless we were behind it. Well, there you see. Is he looking at a double?
Well, if he can, then there's less risk attached, isn't there? So it's probably worth taking on. And he's nailed it.
Great shot. Great shot. This is the key shot now. He's getting onto his next ball here.
Oh, that's terrific. It's come out a bit awkward, actually, but that's really nicely worked out.
Very inventive, yeah.
Yeah, using
Great to
the
see.
yellow.
Yeah, and those red dots on the cue ball there, just showing you how much spin you put into that. So he's taking his cut. He's good at these shots. Beautiful. Beautiful.
He's bang on it. He really is bang on it.
So does he go one cushion? So does he go side cushion with a little bit of side, or is it plain ball? Run across, and he's going to try and come across. Well, he's tried to go under it.
Oh.
Tried to go under it. I thought he may have had the angle to go above it and just come behind it, but.
Well, I think he'll just be sliding off the... I was going to say just sliding off the side of the red, but there's no value, is there? Because he can't pot it next time if he does that. So
well, the only thing is he hopes that he gets him so tight in that he can't get out again.
I'll tell you,
that is a good snooker.
That's a great effort.
Yeah, and the thing to aim for here, you want to be aiming for the yellow, in my book. That's it, exactly. The yellow that's on the side cushion. So he goes 1, 2 cushions, potentially 3, exactly where he's looking now. Yeah. And you can see that if he drops short, he's guaranteed to hit one of the other 3. This is the way to play this escape. That's exactly how I'd play it. There you go. And he hit the ball intended, but even if he didn't,
almost couldn't miss.
Yeah, good thinking. That was the right way to play it.
Now, what does Simon Ward have on? I mean, well, he's looking at
double
bottom cushion, side cushion off the yellow.
Yeah.
I mean, if he gets this, we should all go home.
Yeah. And I think you've just got to roll sort of onto the black here rather than screw it off. Well, he has screwed it off. Yeah, it was really tough anyway, that.
Yeah, it's massively ambitious.
I think maybe I'd have topped it into the black so you sort of hold the cue ball low, but listen, it's such a small percentage of probability. Yellows aren't great though here, are they? 2 on the bottom cushion. Obviously, no rush here for Craig Brown. Doesn't need to go here if he doesn't want to.
No, he does need to be careful though, because he has played a poor safety shot in the previous frame, and
that's a good shot. It's got him straight onto his problem area.
Yeah, he'll be going from here. There's no value in playing safe now.
Does he screw back to leave himself on the ball on the cushion? That's a potential.
Could just screw back and nudge it off.
Yeah, well, ball into middle. Several ways he can go. So he's playing ball to middle. And this way, surely he plays this, then does he play the ball along the rail into the corner where the red is? So obviously he wants it in, but if it was not to drop, at least he would hopefully have covered it. Expect him to get this. There you go. Great shot. So
helpful when you can play it confidently like that, because where he wanted the cue ball was never going to leave the red on either.
Yeah. And he's playing this the right way, so you stun out, and you go across rail, so you go cushion, side cushion, back to other cushion. So you're playing into a big area, not on a single line. That's the way. Just doesn't want to be on the cushion. There we are. Yeah, well taken these.
Yeah, really, one of the first Simon Ward mistakes of the match, and Craig Brown has punished it.
So he's still in there, hanging on in. 6-3, Simon Ward. Still requires 2 frames.
Simon would be frustrated with that, really, because he knows it should be 7-2.
I think Simon's doing that much right that I don't think it'll faze him too much at the moment. He's looking so determined. I mean, he always does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Every time you watch him, but... Craig Brown, that was a good finish, wasn't it? I thought it was. He took them well.
Yeah, he did. The one thing I would say is that there was no pressure on it, because the red was always really going to be safe. But that's immaterial, really. He did take them out nicely.
Yeah, this break. Oh, look at that. It's me. I'm the curse, Dan. We knew it was one of us. It's definitely me. I was about to say this break has been absolutely brilliant throughout.
It has
and
been.
There we are. Yeah, he's been cursed and kicked in the corner.
The last 2 have been dry,
yeah,
and
that's
now
a
he's had
great
a
break.
foul. But it is. He's hit them really well.
So unlucky. So unlucky.
But isn't it amazing how you miss a chance and you come back and you go in off and you go from 6-2 to 6-3 to 6-4.
Yeah, so look at this here. So
Craig to break next.
It's not really come out as he wanted that.
No. I think he's tied up both red and yellow there.
Yeah. He has.
I mean, the yellow might still go. And there is a red onto yellow plant to open up. The red on the balk line.
I did think he was maybe looking at reds initially there. So he could have got himself onto this red that is just rolling up to there. He could have got himself wide of it onto the side cushion. But he got rid of it early. And apart from the ball that he's sort of blocked himself, he would have had options there. So yellows. So he's going to just try and spin and kick into this. Has he potted it? Well, he's forgot to pot the ball. Forgot to pot it.
I've never heard that. I've never heard someone say they forgot.
Yeah, he forgot to pot it.
Just forgot.
Forgot to pot it.
Now,
got the cannon. Release the other yellow.
So there's one problem ball here for Simon, really. He's got a plant to go on with, which is not easy, but you expect him to make it. But it's that red that Craig Brown moved with his opening shot. I don't think it goes to the bottom left. If it does, then it's actually quite a straightforward clearance. And it looks from this camera angle like it will, but from the overhead it looks like there's no chance. I don't think it sneaks past the yellow. He's got a nice angle to move it now, though. He could run into the yellow here.
Could. He could come off the bottom cushion.
Yeah.
Spin and just try and catch the yellow half ball or sort of fullish ball and kick it up onto the side cushion. That'd be great, but like you say, does that red pass that yellow in that corner? Not sure if it does, you know.
If it doesn't, then he does need to move the yellow or the red at some point.
Well, he's hampered. If he wasn't hampered, he'd have had an opportunity here if he chose to, but... Yeah, he would have been able to potentially play it with the right-hand side if he wasn't hampered like this. Just a little further to the right with a cue ball. So, let's see what he's going to do here. I think he did try that. I don't think it was quite there, the angle.
Well, it's come out far enough that he can snick that one into the right centre. And if he plays that dead weight, then he could potentially leave himself an angle off his last red.
Yeah, and he's got the angle.
That's pretty good.
He's got the angle.
Now, does the red pass to the bottom right? Because
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, if it does, then he can just nudge into the yellow. If it doesn't, he's got to nudge into the red.
He has. He's just looking.
Surprised he hasn't looked at this before.
Oh yeah, it's always been the problem in this clearance. He's trying to get behind it.
This is tough.
Is this a skill shot? What do you do with this? Trying to pop ball onto the ball?
If that goes skill, then he may go for this, yeah.
I think he may have to.
I think he was trying to play it up to the top right. But
Does it go? Does it pass?
If it passes the black.
If not,
I don't think it does.
Well, it's the other corner then.
I think it's the other corner. I think it's
Yeah,
a cut.
So it's a single. One of his best, this it needs to be. Look at that.
Oh my goodness. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it really is.
That is insane from Simon Ward. What a brilliant single ball pot that is. Can he finish it off with the 8 ball? Is it going to drop? It's not.
Well, it would have been one of the shots of the championship, that.
I mean, I still think the red is.
Yeah, I think
that's unreal.
Slightly tarnished by the fact that he's not got the 8, but yeah, what a great shot. The thing is here, yeah, that red is near the 8, but that other, sorry, the yellow, but the other yellow that's near it, he's going to have chances here to effectively he can either try and play behind it or use that other yellow at some point if he gets behind it to kick it away.
It's so close into the pocket that it wouldn't stun me if he left it for a skill shot, but I think he probably will try to move it.
Yeah, and I like this. That's what I think. I think I'd have had a go at this. So just pull up there. Now. Yeah, he's just looking here.
It's not a fantastic angle.
No.
It's. I don't think he's quite got enough.
He could stun. I mean, this is so difficult. He could stun off the bottom rail to try and sit on the side rail, but he has 0 margin for error if he does that. Maybe. So there you go. Yep, he's giving himself a shot.
He's gone for a Simon Ward. That's what he's done. It's easier than Simon's.
It's much easier than Simon's.
You can see the pocket.
And me saying that, it's not easy by any means, but it's definitely easier than the one Simon got. It's an absolute all or nothing. That's in.
That is in.
Great
That's
shot.
Beauty. And a ripple of applause from the audience.
From the applauders.
It's been a long day.
So, is he looking to try and hold this? Or does he run it up and back down again? Oh, he's not played that well.
Oh, wow.
That's awful.
A dreadful shot.
That's awful.
He's got the entire table to land in there. And
What
he's
a shot.
Pulled out
What
a
a shot.
beauty. Oh, phenomenal stuff from Craig Brown. Making hard work, and then light work, and then hard work once again.
Yeah, 3 fantastic single ball pots in that frame alone.
Yep, two from Craig and 1 from Simon. All 3 of them brilliant.
Yeah, look at this yellow. Great shot. Heart of the pocket.
Do you think the nerves might start to jangle now for Simon Ward a little bit?
Do you know, I'll be honest with you, I don't think he doesn't look like a player that...
Do you know?
I don't think I've seen him under loads of pressure. And he never shows that everybody feels nerves. But he never looks sort of, twitchy, does he?
Oh, here's Liam Dunster on the black for the win. Race to 7 in the quarter-final. And it's there, and Liam Dunster will face off against his compatriot Marc Boyle. As on the main table, the cue ball is kicked horribly in off for Craig Brown. Let's take another look. Oh, this is disgraceful.
Oh dear.
That's horrendous luck.
Yeah, and you really can't afford to have a look like that at this stage.
No, well, if there were any nerves to Simon Ward, this is a great chance to settle them. I like the way he's played this as well.
Yeah, clever.
Yep.
Play the plant into middle. Go down table for the other 2 yellows if he wants. So that was a free shot, his first visit. Now he elects to play red onto yellow. There you go. There you see, he's got these 2 yellows this end of the table near the balk line. He takes this ball on the side cushion now. Leaves himself an angle. So you'll just see here, leaves the angle. And now it's a natural angle so he can play. He can run through off the side cushion, back out to somewhere near the blue spot, and this gives him an option to be on either ball. So there you see, look, almost on the blue spot, just past. And there you see, perfect. He'll play the one that's nearest the 8 ball now.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Simon does so well, is just finding those areas. Finds those gaps to put the cue ball in.
Yeah, very good use of a free shot. Very good.
Brutal for Craig Brown. Has fought his way like a lion back into this game. And has seen a horrible kiss of the cue ball take all his hard work away from him once again.
Yeah,
Simon Ward leads by 3 frames.
Yeah, and you can see Craig Brown there just nodding as if to say, "Bluff." That's what you expect when you get kicked in off. Can't believe my luck. Yeah, he was cursed there. 7 for Simon Ward on the hill. Needing 1.
Confirmation then of our second semi-final. At the top of your screen there. Marc Boyle versus Liam Dunster. The Battle of Scotland. Round 2 after yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, Marc Boyle was unbelievable in that match. Phenomenal. Well, Liam Dunster was fantastic in it as well, wasn't he? Did almost nothing wrong, but Marc Boyle, fantastic level played. So, Simon Ward to break once again.
Looking to finish things. Dry again. Is it? Is it? It is. Oh. Oh, when it's running for you, it's running for you, isn't it?
That's when you know it's not your day, yeah, definitely.
Another dry break from Simon Ward, but look where this red ends up. Right in front of the cue ball. Yellows spread everywhere. Okay, there's one tricky one on the right-hand side, but...
Do you play the double to the middle? Are you forced to?
I think you might be.
Yeah, he is.
Take that.
Yeah.
Not as played, but the double kiss followed
was
in.
always on. That is fair. Yeah, it's not. I don't think he's lucky particularly. I think he deserves that.
Oh, definitely.
Especially with the look he's had.
It's absolutely, can't argue against that. No, not at all. Played really well in this match, Craig Brown.
He has. So it's that yellow, close to the red, little pocket, right of screen near that 8-ball. That's what he needs to develop at some point. Nowhere to land on it really.
Yeah, it's very awkward, that. You can take the yellows closest to up to the top right, and then come down for this one, for this down table. No. Wow, that's wild.
Well, that was an absolute mile away, and that was a shot clock, wasn't it? He just ran at that. He kept looking at it. I'm sure that's the shot he was going to play anyway, and he kept second guessing himself and ran out of time.
Yeah,
just threw one in. So the problem was the yellow and red that stuck together. Now with a free shot,
shouldn't be any problems anymore.
Opens up both colours.
He landed on the red to the right centre here. Can he get the cue ball past the red? If not, he's only got the one down the rail, and getting position from that isn't necessarily easy because it's a bit hampered.
It's not a gimme, is it? He must be able to pot this, surely. Even with a touch of trace of side.
Yeah. Played it nicely in the end. I suppose actually the ideal ball, as your last ball, might be that one on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
If you get behind it,
Definitely,
just roll it down and you're on the black.
8 to middle, yeah. So here he can play to middle. He can, if he chooses to, he can just drop down table for the lower red. That's what he's playing. Yep, got the right angle. Now I'll be playing for this red into the right middle. So you can see the pattern here. Red into corner, red to right middle. Then he's got a couple of options. Let's see which way he goes. So he goes red to middle. He can go either middle. Yeah. So he goes right middle, I think, first.
I think I'd go right middle.
Yeah, I would.
And then I think with left middle, if you leave yourself queuing through the gap between the two yellows, I think that's the best place to queue from. So you could just drop that in. You don't want to be left hampered.
You don't want to be straight, so you want to be slightly off straight. You want to be able to, because what you're looking at is you want to be able to draw the cue ball back. Has he missed that? I thought he'd missed it. Wow, that was careless. Uncharacteristic. I can't believe he's missed that, Dan. Not the way he's been playing.
I'm sort of speechless, which I'm sure there are quite a few viewers who are happy about. But I am. I'm lost for words at that shot.
It was hard to miss, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think, as you said there, it was just a case of he didn't want the cue ball hampered by a yellow, so he didn't want to try and stun it and maybe just lose the line. So he's just tried to pinch the pocket slightly, obviously, and well, he's not only pinched it, he's missed it.
Very odd.
So do you go side cushion? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, he didn't play it that way.
It's a bit awkward now as well. Is Craig going to have to go and take the thin cut up the top of the table?
Or does he play the one nearest the 8? If he plays that, screws off the side, he could leave the yellow long. Or the one that you were saying there that's at the moment is thin. So he's going to top it long.
Oh, wow. Yeah. This is...
I think it's...
I mean, that's the let-off of the century for Simon Ward. Really.
It is when you're on the hill like that, yeah. I think he's just run out of steam at the end. Probably frustrated.
Now Simon has left himself hampered.
Yeah, he has. The only thing in his favour is really he just needs to stop this cue ball here. Doesn't need to try and get cue, or he can, if he can screw it, he will do. He doesn't need to. Well, he has. It was perfect.
That needs to slow. That needs to slow.
That's fine. He's
It
okay.
is.
He's good. So he just floats, and we say all the time he's great. Floats the balls in. He's float this in. A natural angle, I think.
Yeah, I think he might. I think he might punch this a little more than that.
Doesn't look that. Yeah, the way he's looking there. I mean, to me, it doesn't look that far off straight. It looks like he can just hold, but
I think it's further than you think.
Yeah, it must be. Must be.
Yeah.
No problem though. So 8 to middle for the match, and a place in the final. Simon Ward, and that was for almost the full match there. A fantastic performance by Simon Ward. Just that miss there in the final frame, uncharacteristic. As we said, he just tried to pinch the pocket, playing to the right-hand side of it to hold position. Just caught the jaw, but played great on the whole. He really did.
He's already talking about it, and maybe he might mention it in his interview, his post-match interview, I should say, with Kevin Barton. And, we'll throw over to Kev now to have a word with our winner, Simon Ward.
Thanks, guys, and I'm here with Simon. We're just having a laugh about that very difficult shot that you missed into the centre pocket there in that last frame, Simon. But we'll come on to that shortly. What is it about this venue that brings the best of you? The last 2 times we've been here, 2 finals.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the best of me. It's all right. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I say I'm playing okay. I think couple of I made a few silly mistakes I've got away with, but on the whole, not playing too bad. Yeah.
I mean, it's so difficult to play your peak game. You know, you've been here for 3 or 4 days. You know, the mental and exhaustion. You know, it's got to take some kind of toll.
Yeah, and I think I've played well in patches all day really. So I'm kind of hoping if I can just one more performance, I can play. If I play well for the final, I got every chance.
And that semi-final, you'll be playing the winner of between Marc, Boyle and Liam Dunster. Will you be hanging around to watch that one?
No, I don't think so. No. I think it's a coin flip basically, isn't it? Who's going to win that one?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter who you play. It's going to be a tough match in the final.
Yeah, definitely. As I say, they're probably with Ross Fernie as well. They're the top 3 Scottish players, and 2 of the best players on the tour. So as I say, it's a coin flip. Not really bothered who wins really, as long as they play bad against me.
You seem to be breaking really well. Is it anything that you've been working on in the bit of practice that you have been doing?
Yeah, well, I changed the way I was breaking on Wednesday. I just decided that I'd had enough basically, and it's breaking okay. I mean, I think we're both of us broke well in that match. We've got a lot of dry breaks, so I'm hitting them okay. As I say, if I break well, even if I play bad, I got every chance of winning. So hopefully I break well and play well as well.
Simon, good luck in the final. Well played so far. Hopefully, all the best for the final hurdle, for the final match of what's been an epic 3 days here in Coventry. Marc Pickworth, what is it about Coventry and Simon Ward?
Yeah, he seems to be just excelling all the time here in Coventry, and once again just got over the line, and here he is in another major final.
He probably didn't play his A game in that match, but I think that's only to be expected. I'm not sure any player can bring their absolute best game after 3 days of solid pull.
Yeah, it's very, very intense at the tours. Mentally it can be very draining, and depending on what sort of matches you had. Simon's been on the end of a bit of a thrashing as well with Farnsworth in the first day, and now he's coming back and he's doing getting a bit of revenge on people.
Just a word about Craig Brown, another semi-final. Again, just didn't quite perform as well as he would have hoped. He's knocking on the door. What's it going to take for him just to make that next step?
Well, it's not down to his bottle, because of that clearance he had, one mistake, and the way that he's took that down the cushion, then he's put that one in the middle, and then there's like a blind pocket. and he didn't look like missing them. You just thought, well, maybe that could really ignite him to go on to win this match, but it weren't meant to be. A little kick there in that final frame. I know he got kicked in off. Simon didn't capitalise on that, got another chance, but that kick just cost him that match. But Simon's got over the line, and the rest is history. But Craig Brown, once again, is knocking on the door. It's just about belief with him. That's all it is.
Okay, so as we said, the second semi-final, the penultimate match of an incredible 3 days. It's the Battle of Scotland. It's the battle of two of the greatest players ever to have graced the 7x4 table, Marc Boyle and Liam Dunster. Obviously, these guys played yesterday, and Mr. Boyle got the better of that. How do you see this one going?
Well, it was 9 frames to 2. You say just the better. It was 9 frames to 2, and it was just a masterclass performance yesterday. I think you just saw Liam Dunster just smiling in his chair, just knowing he's on the back end of a bit of a beating here. We've seen some revenge already for Simon and Marc. Farnsworth. Is the same going to happen with this? I mean, they're the best of friends off the table anyway, and but when it gets into this TV arena, you see the very, very best come out on top. Who's that going to be today? It's going to be a tough one to call. We haven't seen the best of Marc Boyle today, where Liam has come a little bit under the radar and all of a sudden he's still getting through, etc. This could be a close one.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Well, it is blockbuster alert. It is Marc Boyle against Liam Dunster. Let's get over to the commentary box with Andy Richardson, but first of all, Dan Fairway.
Thanks, Kev. Boyle versus Dunster, Battle of Scotland. And a beautiful penultimate match to finish the weekend here in Coventry. Andy, Boyle 9-2 yesterday against Liam.
Yeah.
Can he do it again?
Well, I'm sure he can do it again, but I'll tell you something, Liam Dunster could return the favour equally. These two players, two of the elite on the IPA tour, both have beaten each other on a regular basis for a long time. And there's not a great deal between them, trust me. Be hard to say who's favourite in this match. I don't think there is a favourite.
No, I mean 5 to 6 either way, I think, if you go to the bookies.
I suppose you'd only go on form, so maybe after yesterday's result you might say Marc Boyle potentially on form, you know, but listen, these two are top of the game.
Even the lag's millimetres apart, look at that.
Probably that's the indicator, that tells you.
Yeah, this should be a fascinating encounter between these two. Quite incredible that they've both got to the same stage again in the tournament, really.
Yeah. Well, we say incredible. I mean, they do it regularly, don't they? They're always at the back end of a tournament, I suppose. You know, yeah.
They are, but, you know, 2 semis or 2 finals is an achievement at this level, any level. But at this level, you don't see that even among the top players all that often. And Liam Dunster will be hoping to put a couple of wrongs right, perhaps, in his mind after yesterday.
Yeah, well, I was commentating on one of the matches with Gavin Robinson, and he was saying that Marc Boyle hasn't practiced prior to this tournament. Seriously, he's had things on in his personal life, and he hadn't practiced really. You think he'd had like a quick knock before he came. And if that's the case, I think he wants to practice him for good, because he has been absolutely outstanding.
What a genuinely terrifying
Honestly,
thought that is. It's horrendous. Boyle to open with his famous cut break, and in goes the 8 ball, and we'll start again.
Fantastic break. Brilliant from how he breaks from the side. I say every time I commentate, it's the same thing.
I'm more interested to see how Liam breaks, because in his match earlier that we commentated on, he switched. He went from one break to another. He went from a sort of safer break on the right-hand side of the table from our perspective, to a slightly more aggressive one from the left-hand side.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see whether he feels like that one was working, and back on the same table, will he stick with it?
Yeah, it just depends. It's very clever of him how he switched sides, and not just switch sides, but switch the tempo, the speed of the break. And even the angle that he was cueing into the cue ball. Yeah. So, 8 ball down, first break. It's a re-rack. You don't win the game, you don't lose the game with these rules. It's the same player to break. And that player is Marc Boyle. So let's have a look again. Love watching him break. Second ball down. Hits it full. Everything you can see there. Bang. Straight into the side. And look at these. Look at these.
Glorious. It's an absolutely glorious split.
I think there's a small chance that he may go yellows here.
Do you think?
Possibly, I don't know.
I don't know how you can tell.
Dear me.
It's, yeah. I saw a comment on social media earlier from one of our players. I think it was Ryan Clark. Who, he described Marc Boyle's break as a cheat code. And I don't think there are many more apt expressions for it. It just is.
Yeah, it almost shouldn't be allowed. It's such a massive weapon. Such an advantage to be able to power the ball like that from the side and not lose the cue ball. Many people have tried to play the same break at that pace, and many a cue ball has gone airborne, I can assure you. So he just drops this in the middle, just slightly off straight, exactly as he wanted it. And there you can see he'll be stunning out. He'll be playing the ball nearest the black. The 8 ball, I would think, here. Here he does. Just wants to leave an angle here. Probably stay high. If he draws back, stays high. But he can run through. It's up to him. I draw back. So screws back. And what you do here is you can play 2 cushions. So trace of left-hand side on the cue ball. Yellow into the corner. Bottom cushion to side cushion. There you see it. Just a little trace. And, well, he'd done all the work with the break, to be honest, but they still were there to be potted. There you see it. 8 into the corner. To open proceedings. Marc Boyle takes a 1-0 lead. 1-0 lead and a thunderous break. Look at this. Bang!
Honestly, it's, yeah.
It's a joy to behold, isn't it?
It's just wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
So Dan, you were saying in the previous match, Liam started off on the left as they see it and moved over to the right. Does he start on the right or does he start on the left?
It'd be interesting to see.
Yeah.
I do feel like they're right. So Liam's right. When he was breaking to that side, it was a more aggressive break.
It was. It certainly was.
Yeah.
And purely, you can tell that because he wasn't breaking off his hand as well. So to increase the power, he was staying more level to the bed of the table, and that's what he's doing again.
Here we go.
You'll see, I don't think he'll cue off his hand over the pocket. It'll be off the rail.
Yeah.
So he must have seen something. He must feel that the way these balls are sat. We'll have to ask him. We'll have to ask him at some point. Why does he cue off the middle of the pocket on the other side? Does he alternate? You know, is it something he sees? Probably won't tell us. Well, I wouldn't blame him.
It doesn't have the same fireworks, but it's definitely had the same result.
Yeah, it's still up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still extremely effective. And no clusters. Again, both these players, when they break and it's working well, tends to leave the balls open.
Again, it's hard to see any real problems. I think it's probably yellows because the red to the right of the breaking line, that is awkward.
Yeah, the red also that's near the rack, the line where the rack goes is awkward. Definitely yellows the colour.
Yeah, sorry, that's the line I meant. Actually.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's just I've never quite worked out what to call it.
Well, I'm just calling it the racking line, but
no, that's better than mine actually.
I would have said probably before the head spot is what I would have said. You know where you put the head ball.
Yeah.
That's sort of the line, but yeah, I think the racking line we've coined it now. That's what it is.
Yep, I'm happy with that. The racking line.
We'll patent it
because the balk line is up the top.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah. This would be the key shot then.
Yeah, and I think he'd like to have been. If he was the other side of this yellow, so if he was a little either straight or maybe the other side, could he have screwed back for the top of these three yellows at the bottom of the table? Does it pass? That looks like it passes, doesn't it?
Does,
the yellow next to the black looks like it passes into the corner, top of the screen there, top left. Oh, well, he played it off the red, so great shot.
Yeah, real clever.
Very inventive. Exactly the same result, so he's exactly where I thought he was going. He played it in a different way. They do make it look so easy, Dan.
Oh, yeah, it's highly annoying to watch at times. Brilliant to watch. But,
and there, look, use the red.
Yeah.
If you use the red, you can't go wrong, can you?
And you can't not use the red either, really. It's just, everything is so well worked out.
I mean, he could have played that without running into the red.
Yeah.
But he knew if he played into the red, he was guaranteed to be where he wanted to be. You're not judging pace, you're not just sort of running and stunning out into little spots. Just being careful there. Queuing with the ball on the side cushion. So screws it back. And this, what would be a simple 8 ball into the middle for Liam Dunster, is to take him level. And I think this could be a classic, Dan. I really do.
Well, it certainly started in that vein. 2 break dishes to start us off, 1 apiece. And the scoreline reads the same. These two are treating us so far to an exhibition of blackball pool. And long may it continue.
So 1 apiece. Great finish there from Liam. Both players are top of the game, as I keep saying. And I could see this being a break clearance, just a complete all-out attack. Are in the obvious dry break scenario. So, Marc Boyle about to break. And he's stayed at this pot on this table. He's stayed at this spot here. He's always broke from the same spot every match he's been on the stream table. It works for him. No need to change anything. Once again. Well, it's very, very, very unlucky. And it's very rare that that happens when you break like that from the side. Nothing wrong with the way he struck them. Let's see this rerun. Great, look, just got kicked in the middle. You can't do anything about it. Doesn't happen often. He doesn't want it to happen often. Certainly not against Liam Dunster. So Liam with a free shot here. I'll be honest, I don't think he even needs a free shot. He'll use it wisely. Yellows looking good. So here you see. May not even choose to pot this, just push it onto the side and out over the middle. Yeah. I like it. I like it. Just needs to pay a little bit of attention to the two balls that are close together. But the lower of them definitely goes anyway, so it's not an issue. Basically, once he went in off there, Marc, I think he wrote this frame off. There you can see, yellow to middle, and then he'll be playing one of those two balls close together, the lower one into the corner. I think will be his next shot. No need to be adventurous. So, there you go. Played it differently. Straight to the side. Plays this to corner. He can play into the middle if he chooses. That's what he's done. Punches it into the middle. There you see, he's just looking where he wants to be. This yellow in front of him is going to be going into the same pocket. Just needs to be mindful. That black there. He's going to draw this, screw this back to the side cushion. Just wants it to bite, which is what he's done. He leaves this yellow to the corner. Just drop this in if he feels. Yep, drops it in, leaves the 8 into the middle. Yeah. As a result of the dry break, and with the addition of the free shot that I'm sure he didn't need, it's 2-1 to Liam Dunster. And that scratch there, that in-off, that could be costly in a match like this, with these two players at the peak like they are. Usually evens itself out over time. But races to 8 like this, you know, they can be over in a flash with players of this calibre. Can't do anything about it, hit them perfectly. Textbook Marc Boyle break, very, very unfortunate to go into the middle. So it's Liam Dunster to break in the next frame. Our referee there, just setting the balls up for us. Checking that they're all touching. Very important. So Liam, so he's staying over at the right hand side of the table as he sees it. Once again, not cueing off his hand, he'll be cueing off the rail. There you see, off the rail. Puts a little bit more pace on when he does this. Great break. Wonderful timing. What's he got? So, ball's down. Should I say, ball down. Which colour suit or colour set does he want? Just looking here. Needs to develop something. 2 yellows with the red sandwich between them. Both colours without that problem would be fair game. Well, an error, a misjudgment. Well, he must have been sure that was going to go. To be honest, it wasn't even close. So, that's exactly what Marc Boyle needed. Punished in the last frame for no fault of his own with the in-off from the break. And that shot there from Liam, not like Liam that. Must have thought he could squeeze that ball in. Marc Boyle back at the table early. Because of the attempt, cluster is no longer there. Look at yellows. Straight up towards the problem area. Brilliant shot. Drops this in the middle. There you see, he leaves the yellow to the corner, but he deliberately leaves a slight angle, which favours him returning up table. So here, just tops it into the corner. Could just run into the 8 here. Manages to pass it. So here, he needs to cue this. He's going to play just off, slightly off the cushion. Yeah, there you see. Lovely.
It's beautifully precise, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Artistry. Fluid. Flowing cue action. There, leaves himself an angle. So he can play off the bottom cushion. He probably choose to take this 8 into the top right as we look now. But he could go middle even, it's up to him. Depends where he lands. It's not the line he was looking for.
No,
top right was the shot, wasn't it? Yeah,
it's a slightly more awkward 8 ball than was necessary, I think.
Yeah.
But,
top snooker player as well as a pool player, so there should be no trouble for Marc Boyle. Brilliant.
And that's the way it turns out. Marc Boyle levels the scores at 2 apiece. So a foul break in the previous frame and a reverse dish.
Yeah, and there, I know Dana just popped out for a comfort break there, just returned. So I'll just fill you in down there. And Liam made a ball, great break. And he had a little cluster, a problem area. And he attempted to play a plant. And I think he thought he could make the plant. And, well, he missed it, basically.
We can take a look at both breaks here.
Well, those two breaks there, very similar pace on the ball, to be honest. Liam, a lot of power in there, but I think when you watch Liam break from the other side, and as I keep saying, and he breaks over the pocket with on his hand,
yeah,
takes the power off. So it's a slightly different break when he does that. But yeah, they were very similar. This break from the right of Liam's very effective. Great to see the two side by side.
Yeah, nice nice bit of camera trickery, that.
Yeah, very good. I don't think I'd like to own a club where people were trying to practice it though, do you? White balls flying everywhere. You'd have no glasses left, would you?
What's the worst you've ever seen? I've seen someone scoop it into a TV that was about 12 feet above the table.
Shall I tell you something? I was once watching a game and somebody played a shot. The white ball shot off the table. It's absolutely true. I had a pint of Guinness in my hand. I'd drunk half of it. The cue ball hit the glass and smashed the top of the glass off and left the rest of the Guinness in it. Absolutely true.
Did you dare put it to your lips?
I didn't even flinch. Didn't even flinch. Yeah.
But did you drink the rest of the pint?
I'm sure I did. I don't know. Yeah, probably not a wise move with a broken glass.
Probably
but
not.
yeah.
No.
Well, I didn't spill a drop. I'll tell you that.
I've got a sore throat this morning. Who knew Guinness is glue for glasses?
Yeah. It was so funny. It smashes the top of the glass and leaves the rest of the glass and all of the Guinness still there.
Beautiful. Did it look like half a pint?
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure I did drink the rest of it as well. Worryingly.
It's a wonder you're still alive.
So Marc, once again, previously very unfortunate to be kicked into the middle. Especially the middle that he was kicked into, the same side as he breaks from. That's hard to get to when you break like this.
Well, this is dry. But what's it left? I don't think he's got a nice ball to start with at all. The easiest spot is the red in the baulk area. Could take a yellow. You could thin one into the left centre, but I think reds are probably a slight favourite anyway, because that yellow below the baulk line there, over on the left-hand side, is somewhat awkward, whereas the red would go in the middle.
Yeah, that's two breaks now on the bounce. So struck those once again. Fantastic break. And nothing down, but the saving grace in this frame is that the cue ball has landed on the bottom cushion. So as you say, Dan, nothing easy to open here. This is the long red. Yeah, you expect him to get this, but got to be struck properly, this. Well, out of the pocket once again.
Spot on as well, because I wasn't sure if he had enough angle to get round for that red I mentioned. And he did. So this has opened up into a brilliant chance.
Yeah, set this red to middle.
Because he had to be far enough over to the left that he wasn't running the cue ball into the yellow when he pots this.
Into the middle. As you can see there, look. Not easy these, not gimmies. Never touch the sides. So maybe one of the more difficult balls here would be the 8, if anything. And it's not particularly difficult, but a couple of yellows near it just makes it that little bit more difficult for position.
Yeah, You probably want to clear the most difficult red now. The one on the left-hand side of the table.
Yeah. Near the cushion, side cushion.
Tricky shot, that.
Well, it is for the average punter, but I don't know if tricky's the word for Liam Dunster. I think it's more likely bread and butter when he's on his A game.
Right down to the last second once again.
Yeah, and once again, didn't touch the sides. Yeah, brilliant shot. Brilliant shot. So as I said before, it's just this 8, Dan. It's got to be mindful that this 8 ball there, it's got to make sure it's the right angle.
Yeah, you've really only got 2 pockets to play it in, top right or right centre. And,
does it go to the other centre if he needs to? I don't think it does it?
Maybe
tight?
if you're
certainly don't want
right
to be
behind
playing,
it.
yeah, exactly. It's not an intended pocket. I don't think you'd choose it. You might get away with it if you went all over the place and landed out of position, but
realistically though, you'd have to go a long way out of position. Having said that,
where he lands now does make you think that possibly
tough to get over to the left side of the table from here. So perhaps it does. It does look mighty tight.
Yeah. Oh, he's looking now. I think I'd have been looking earlier. I'm sure he thinks it does. See, maybe something else up his sleeve. No, he does think it passes.
He wants to be right behind it, and he is.
Yeah. And that was key there. He really needed to be almost straight on this.
Yeah.
Because any angle at all, he's sort of cutting across, and those yellows will be looming large.
It's also really helpful to have that pocket in your eye line when you're taking the shot.
It's like a blind shot otherwise, like a blind pocket. Yeah. So yeah, we weren't sure whether that went there, but
Liam was, and that's the main thing.
Yeah.
He leads 3 frames to 2.
And that was a good finish, wasn't it? Awkward lay there for his first shot. Plays the long red. Well executed, as you picked up, Dan.
Yeah, I
he
think
needed to get that angle. He didn't want to be running into the yellow next to his second red.
The first shot was absolutely key because, yeah, if he didn't get far enough over to the left-hand side of the table and he had to take that red into the middle and run into the yellow, I don't think he could have got out from there, honestly.
Certainly would have been more difficult.
Marc maybe slightly bemoaning his luck so far in this match off the breaks.
Well, I think he's got every right. Cruel kick into the middle and then the dry break when he's hit them so well. But he's played this game long enough to know these things happen. He was relentless yesterday, breaking, smashing the balls open and clearing for fun when he had the opportunity. So, you know, he's got to expect time to time that things don't quite work out. There is an element of luck in the break. But these guys have worked out as much as you can. Give themselves every chance of making a ball. And the more I watch Liam break from this side, Dan, the more I think there isn't a great deal in it, you know, between him and Marc Boyle when he's breaking like this.
No, he's cracked the code, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a different break, breaking like that. Off that side cushion as opposed to over the pocket. Much better, much more productive for him at the moment anyway.
I wonder how he works out which one of his breaks he's going to use. Whether, obviously it'll be how the table's playing, but I wonder whether his opponent makes any difference.
I don't think he does.
Whether he feels like, I know what you mean, but I wonder if he feels like if he's coming up against a player that he's less likely to lose a tactical battle to, he might be more willing to take the power off and take control.
Yeah, I mean that's what people use the side break for a lot in the early days. Is if they thought they were struggling maybe, or they thought somebody was very aggressive, they tend to open them from the side. the reason being that you leave clusters, but these two guys aren't trying to leave clusters.
No, but Liam's other break is trying to leave
So I think what
clusters.
Liam does, and what you tend to do in other disciplines with where you break is massive, is you look at the patterns of the balls when you break. So he's breaking from the left initially, and he's seeing that consistently certain patterns evolve, and he's not making the balls that he thinks he's going to make. So he moves to the other side and works out. He maybe would have tried one try off the side rail, and then he maybe would have reverted to middle of the pocket.
Wasn't working.
But so he's just seen something. You look at the patterns as the balls move.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's that as opposed to the opponent. But yeah, people did used to do that, Dan. It's right. They would side break, hoping that if they didn't make a ball, even if they did, they left clusters because they believed they were stronger tacticians.
Yeah.
But that was then. And now it's all about smashing them open, taking your opportunities.
I would say Liam is a little bit of a throwback in the way that he plays the game, though, compared to most of the younger breed of players.
He doesn't let that cue ball travel, does it? As much as a lot of the players. Very tight, very compact patterns. Whereas Marc Boyle, he uses a lot of, you see a lot of spin. He'll throw around the angles.
Yeah.
Simon Ward, similar.
Yeah, Simon's got, yeah. But it's beautiful to watch because he's so expansive with the cue ball.
Yeah, it's precision though when you watch Liam.
Yeah.
The thing is, the way he plays, you can see every time it's obvious what he's going to do next, isn't it? He's just in such good position all the time.
Just going to be digging into the cue ball here slightly. Cueing that close to the rail. Just adds a bit more difficulty to the shot.
Great shot. Great shot. And this is to open up a 2-frame lead in this semi-final. So this 8 to middle for a 4-2 lead.
Well, we're going to have a look at 2 breaks now, one after the other. Here's one from Liam yesterday.
So there you see, not full pace there, deliberately so as well. And there you see the break today. So the break from the left was over the middle of the pocket liner, off his hand. So he's cueing down onto the cue ball. And if he plays at the same pace as he does from the other side, I think he goes airborne. So he deliberately, when he changes sides, or certainly when he breaks off the rail itself, he deliberately doesn't cue off his hand. And the power that he generates, well, we've seen them side to side there. Very similar to Marc Boyle, so there's not a lot in it, now. Liam Dunster, he might have cracked it. We've all raved for a long time about Marc Boyle's break, but I think Liam Dunster's is very similar there. Breaking off that rail, very similar, certainly today anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's a return for form for Marc Boyle.
And just as I say that, yeah, absolutely thunders them.
Crunch. Now Now the question, does he have a yellow to start with?
Well, he has a long yellow, doesn't he?
Does that go? Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Go.
Yeah.
And if he could play it in such a way that he can get to the side cushion, I don't know if he can, but if he can get to the side cushion to get the one that's just in front of the red in front of that yellow, well, I think it'd be frame over.
It's just that one red, isn't it, in that lower left quarter of the table that's stopping you from going reds, really.
Oh, he's going reds, is he? Yeah.
He is.
Fancies him.
He fancies getting into it early. He screw across the side rail and hit it out. Oh, that's what he's tried. This has not gone well. He's still got long red on. He's got a thin cut as well, which might get that awkward red out.
Yeah.
He's straight down into it.
Yeah, he obviously wasn't on that long yellow as he would have hoped. So, well, just kicked it onto the side cushion. So this has made it a bit tricky.
It's a big shot, but the red closest to the top left pocket, if you could pop that, cue it nicely and screw back down the table, you're going to flick that red back out into open play.
Yeah, you are. I think the only thing you're frightened of if you attempt this is that you maybe glue the cue ball to the cushion.
Look at that.
Look at that, yeah. That is a fantastic shot. That is such a skillful shot. Not only did he move the ball off the cushion, but he dropped it dead weight over the middle.
A magnificent piece of judgment.
Made to look much easier than it was. There you go. Long red. 8 over the corner. To put himself just the one behind. This has been a real treat, Dan.
It certainly
been a
has.
pleasure to commentate on. Brilliant.
Well, we are 7 frames into this match and 6 of them have been finished directly from the break. A first visit clearance 6 times out of 7 rather. And there was the shot that made that one possible. Beautifully done from Marc Boyle. And now eyes fall once again on Liam Dunster.
Both players there cleaning the cues down. Despite the fact they both use a glove.
So we're in the 8th frame now of this race to 8, effectively the halfway point.
See our chairman in the background there, Kevin Barton.
He's hiding behind a girder.
He is, he's trying.
No, he doesn't want to do any work. He might be skinny, but he's not that skinny.
I think we'll get him to put a shift in here. In the broom cupboard. Took a bit of pace off there, Dan, did he?
And yet, look at the result.
Brilliant.
Look at that result. I agree, but it was possibly a little bit softer. But
I just got that impression. Let's look at the probably didn't. Let's have a look at the rerun. No, he didn't. I don't think he hit them quite as hard, did he?
I still don't know if he hits them quite as hard as Marc does anyway.
No, I don't think he does in general.
No.
I think the two that we saw on the VT there, I think they looked very similar.
Yeah, possibly.
Those particular breaks. No, I would still give Marc Boyle the mantle of having the most powerful break from the side, definitely.
Either way, what a split this is.
But I do believe that Liam Dunster is on his way to getting somewhere near. More so when he breaks off the rail, as I keep saying.
Now, eyes up reds. The only red I can see that poses any kind of issue is the one below the black, to the left of the black from this angle.
But the yellow, the other side of that, the red, the other side of that yellow.
Yeah.
It's perfect just to drop in the corner, isn't it? Just run onto the yellow. Yeah, and he's taking that on now, I think. So, red to corner. Just, yeah, not too hard. There you go. Releases that ball you were talking about, Dan.
Yeah, that's the frame-winning shot.
It is. He's got options here. Take the ball that he's on now, the red into the middle, sorry.
If Liam keeps breaking the way he's breaking, it is genuinely difficult to see how Marc gets back into this game.
Yeah, it's a big issue, isn't it? And that dry break, well, as I say, the dry break, the break that Marc Boyle had where he was kicked into the middle, said at the time could be very costly.
He did follow it up with a dry one as well, which
Yeah.
was a bit harsh too.
Yeah, that was very harsh. All breaks, to be honest, have been faultless, haven't they? Well executed, powerful, great control of the cue ball. That's all he can ask for. But Marc Boyle, that couple of frames on the bounce there where he got, I mean, kicked in the middle was awful, wasn't it? The dry break, he didn't leave a lot, but Liam played a great clearance, didn't he?
Yep. And Liam really is, well, he's missed one ball in the match so far. And I don't think Marc hasn't missed one yet.
No, he hasn't. It's been, honestly, the standard has been incredible. He's looking at his last red ball here. When he follows it up with his 8 ball, yeah, to the middle pocket. Looking at a 5-3 lead, race to 8. So probably the only difference in this match really has been the breaks, hasn't it? It's been the outcome of the breaks. And you just can't do anything about that luck element. Can only control so much of it. Strike them well, make sure you're not going off. Get a good split, and just hope you leave something good when you make a ball. So 5-3 it is. Liam Dunster. Calm as ever. No emotion.
No, very rare that you see any kind of show of emotion from Liam.
Yeah, I think both players very similar like that. Marc Boyle as well. Very very calm when he sits there.
Oh, look, it's the chairman pretending to work. He is our shot clock operator for this match. So he's actually doing something. Oh, look at that. Oh, it was funnier when you didn't tell him. Back to the action. 5-3 Dunster. Boyle staring slightly down the barrel here.
Yeah, absolutely imperative that he breaks and runs here.
Oh, well, the 8 ball's in. We'll start again.
Yeah, it is. And it was also noticeable again, that cue ball was tracking back towards that middle. That was the middle pocket of doom that cost him earlier on.
I guess that's the one thing with however much control you've got, the harder you hit the brake, the more likely the cue ball is to get nudged by something, just because there's more movement. Yeah. So regardless of how well you can control the cue ball, the better you hit the brake, the more likely you are to get kicked in off.
Yeah, sort of. I just think that when you smash them as hard as that and go back into them, there's so many balls moving that you would hope that, you know, you hit the first one, hit the second one, you sort of that.
Yeah. But it's hope rather than expectation,
Well,
isn't it? It's
you can't really manipulate a triangle, can you? play other disciplines. 9 ball, there are ways you can make the wing ball, they call it, the corner, the ball on the edge. Certain ways you can manipulate a rack like that, but you can't do with this. But as I said before, Liam Dunster, I'm sure he works out, you know, when he's breaking, just exactly what's happening to that pack.
I think
he adjusts accordingly.
He's the closest anyone's come to genuinely solving the break. Marc's is so good because it's so big, whereas Liam has found a way, it seems, to guarantee a ball without the pace. Or if not guarantee, near enough guarantee.
I would agree with that. I think Liam reads it, as we keep saying, and Marc, it's brute force and control cue ball. There you see.
Just that last flick there of the yellow closest to the camera onto that red. Does that red still go?
Yeah, I believe the red does still go. And in doing so, can he play it in such a way that he pops that yellow away from that pocket?
That's the key, isn't it? If he can do that, then you expect this to be yet another break dish.
I think he can. Yeah, a little bit aside, kicks it back up. But he doesn't want to block that. Well, not gone quite as he would have liked. So he's blocked the pocket for the red that's close to that side cushion. Does go to middle if you're behind it.
Yeah, it's getting there though,
yeah,
isn't
it's getting there, yeah. Would have been a routine sort of clearance without that, I think. I say routine, obviously. Not easy, but no obvious obstacles.
It's getting away from him a little.
Wrong side of the red.
Does the red he's closest to pass that yellow that just came across and blocked the right corner?
I don't think that's what he played for, did he? Well, no.
He's cutting his back.
And is he going to try and run into the bad red? He is.
Oh, that's some shot.
How do you like that for a shot? Little unlucky there that he's landed where he has with the cue ball. But yeah, took the opportunity, out of position. Played a great cut back. Kicked into that awkward red. Deserved better. Deserved a better position with that cue ball for me.
2 difficult shots now. He's either got the cut back to the top right or the thin snick to the left centre. The snick to the centre is dangerous because you're running into the black.
It is, but I think snick to the centre is a shot.
This black's going to go quite close to the corner, isn't it?
Called it, but it's close, but not quite there. Almost in, but perfect. How's that?
Absolutely. Yeah. It was mighty close, though, wasn't it? I mean,
good call.
Wow.
Yeah. Almost catastrophe, but perfect. So, into the corner. And he can, it's 2 ways here. He can run onto the cushion and run out with a little bit of side. Or he can just bring the ball back. However he feels. There you go, brings it back. Drops this in the middle. This is going to put him just the 1 frame behind. And when you think about that scratch and that dry break, you know, could have been in front in this match. There you go. Fantastic standard.
In goes the 8 ball. 5-4 the lead now for Liam Dunster. He can't get away from Marc Boyle. And Marc Boyle can't, in the same vein, reel Liam Dunster in. That's 4 breaking clearances on the trot from these two. And 8 out of 9 that have been finishes from the break. Either a reverse dish or a break dish. That is some stat.
It really is.
Insane standard from these two.
Yeah, I can assure you, it's not as easy as these players make it look.
It's a lonely life if you're waiting, though, isn't it? There's Simon Ward. Yeah. He's been out in the bar, got a packet of crisps, had a drink, and now he waits the wait of a man looking for a first Open title in quite some time.
Yeah, rather the long wait than the long drive home, Dan.
Well, quite, yeah, absolutely.
The journey of doom when you've lost and you're thinking over all the things you could have done. So Liam Dunster staying over at this side of the table. More of the same. Off the side rail. More power. Been working for him. Look at the precision there. Absolutely the same spot every time.
Yeah, I was going to say on a sixpence, but it's not. It's on an amoeba.
It's even
at
more,
this rate.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
like-
Yeah.
Will it be the same result?
Well, it's never exactly the same, is it? That's the thing. Never the same exactly. Ball in the middle. Red in the corner.
Just taking a little bit of working out this table, but I think it's probably yellows.
Yeah, you can see there's a path there. There's a yellow that's close to a red. I mean, he has an opportunity. He's a little bit thin on this, isn't he? Now you look at this from this perspective.
It is very thin.
It's a shame because that would have been a great chance, wouldn't it, to get behind and play that yellow. But I think it goes anyway, doesn't it?
You can't do a lot about the red, can you? I think you can discount reds because the red that's closest to the cue ball is really difficult to do anything with.
Yeah, yellow's here.
Yeah, can he snick this back in and just break those yellows open and make them nicer?
He doesn't want to do a lot with them.
I think that will do.
He'll take it. He'll take it.
Yeah. Slightly thinner one now. I don't think the one he's closest to goes up to the top right, so I think he's got to take the cut. Cue ball's going to be tracking somewhere near the right centre, so you've got to be a bit careful of that, but he might even play it as a skill shot and use the red to hold. Oh, he's gone down past it. This is okay. I thought he was going to end up wedged in behind the yellow for a moment.
Yeah, it was awkward. That red that's on the side cushion there was a little bit of a problem for him. So he's not in perfect position here. All yellows have a pocket, obviously. This again is probably the key shot now in the remaining 4 yellows. Just going to run through here. Just wants to pass that yellow, and he's dropped short. He's dropped short.
Did he have a slightly bad contact there? Or... I mean, it's a long way short, that.
Yeah. It's a long way short. He only had a sort of a slight angle there. He had to be absolutely online, didn't he, to get where he wanted to be. Well, he's not asking for the cue ball cleaning.
No.
I think it's just...
and he definitely would. So
an execution problem.
Oh, he's gone
what a shot
3
he's
rails.
attempted there. Well,
good effort.
Great
really
effort,
good
yeah.
effort. Could have gone in. Could have been a foul. As it turns out, neither.
So look. So no, I think he just.
Don't think that was a great contact, to be honest. But
it's hard to say. But as I say, he didn't get the cue ball cleaned.
No.
That would be the standard procedure.
So what can Marc Boyle do from here? This is the opportunity he needed to get back level. Because in a game with so few chances given up by your opponents and so many break dishes, that lag is vital, and this would bring him back to 5-all, and Marc would be the man with the advantage because he won that lag.
So here you see, Marc thinks if he gets low, so somewhere towards the baulk line on the right hand side of the table as we look, he's looking at playing red. If he gets stuck to the cushion, he plays red onto the... He's just got enough to just sort of catch, just drop that red middle. If not, he maybe... Let's see where he lands first.
Yeah, I think he might be playing this sort of cushion
first.
red. Yeah,
exactly.
cushion first into the yellow, then into the red.
That's why I waited to see where he landed.
Yeah.
It just depended where he landed.
Got to be a little bit careful here.
Well, he must feel it. Oh, he's getting straight onto it. Oh.
That is surprising.
Yeah, because it did look like that was going to be the outcome there.
Yeah.
It really did. Yeah. And with you, Dan, I thought maybe it's not quite the angle. That.
Yeah, I do feel like he could have nudged the red into the cushion. It would have just flicked the yellow and then flicked the red in, and it would have pushed the yellow out of the way. Had he made that pot, it's still a bit awkward.
And this is a rarity. A mistake from both players in the same frame. How often do you see that? This level with these two.
Well, there's two of them. And he's got away with it, has he? I mean, that's a touch. I think Marc can pot the red he's closest to.
Yeah, we say it's a touch, but Marc Boyle, what a potter this guy is. An ex-professional snooker player. And if he does take this red on to the corner where the yellow is and runs through, well, all the reds go, don't they?
It's a pretty poor shot from Liam by his standards.
Yeah. Here you see, so he plays corner, just runs down, so runs down, there you go. I presume that the lower of these reds passes the yellow, does it?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think it does.
Well, if it doesn't, he's got a problem.
Yeah, it might do. He might have half a pocket. We'll see how he plays this. No, it doesn't.
Well, if it doesn't, you'll be seeing one of his trademark spins.
He's given himself a really nice angle here. Got options. He can go around the back of it.
Yeah, round the back of it, I think, is the shot. If it doesn't go,
he could stun in front. But
round the back of it.
Round the back gives him two pockets to be aiming for.
There
But
you
no,
go.
he's got.
Well, he had the angle, but yeah, it's basically the same outcome. He's playing behind it, so to the opposite pocket. Only thing you'd say here is he's under the cushion.
Little close to the cushion, yeah.
So he can't really get the position he would have wanted. He's going to have to just run this in. Try and get... Well, he had an option there. He either runs straight through to leave it straight into the other corner, or he just takes his medicine and...
You mentioned his prowess on the snooker table.
It's
this
so
is
rare that he misses these pots.
Exactly. Great camera shot of the 8-ball.
Yeah, it really is.
Is it going to hit the back of the pocket?
Can you believe that?
Wow.
That's probably the best camera angle we've ever had for a Marc Boyle shot on the black. And he misses one in what? One in 30, 50? Yeah. I don't know what he misses. Probably more than that.
I'd have put my house on that shot going in.
Want to save that one?
Yeah.
It's a rarity. And I do think these two players have the utmost respect for each other. It's getting a bit twitchy, is this? Liam Dunster has made two big errors in this frame, and he won't be able to quite believe that he's still in it.
Yeah, Liam really has been let off the hook here. And he's going to wriggle free.
Just slightly overrun for perfect. Would dearly love to have pulled up short there. The other side of the yellow would have been preferable, but is he okay anyway? Just drops it in. Yeah, he's fine. Not as easy as if he'd have been the other side of it, but well, we said it last time with Marc Boyle, but this is much easier than the ball that Marc Boyle's just missed.
Liam doesn't miss this one.
Oh, we just said that about Marc Boyle, Dan. I agree with you.
Liam doesn't miss this one. In it goes, 6-4. Marc will be disappointed in himself. I think it's fair to say. Here's the shot. Here's the fatal moment again in the frame for Marc Boyle. He's just missed it. It's just nothing else to say about it. He just missed it. played it confidently, put his cue through the ball, just missighted it.
10 out of 10 for camera work.
0 out of 10 for the pot.
Yeah. There you see. Yeah.
Camera operator getting some well-deserved plaudits. Yeah. As should all the team here, actually. From the referees, like our senior ref in there, Scott McMillan, through to the tournament directors, all the tour staff, and of course all of the camera crew, directors. Everyone's done a top job this weekend. It's and of course the table technicians, who you can just about see working away in the background.
Yeah.
If you're eagle-eyed enough. Starting the breakdown. That's a long job.
It is. This arena will be the job later on.
Yep. A somewhat thankless task of dismantling 24 pool tables and all of the rigging and all of the lighting and all of the arena.
Yeah. Enjoying his pizza there in the background.
I want to point out that's not an IPA member of staff. That's Matt Meads. He's from Kent. Lovely man. And enjoys his food by the looks of things.
So, Marc Boyle returns from his comfort break. From one break to another. Look at the middle again.
Well,
isn't it strange how often that ball is going towards that middle?
I'd love to see that break again, because this was totally unlike any of his other breaks. I think he caught the front ball.
Have a look.
I might have just blinked at the wrong moment, but
have a look. No, I think he did.
No. Yeah,
I think he might have done there. You know.
Yeah, it was sort of quite a long way off.
But the split was so good that if he caught the front ball thin, you wouldn't have thought you'd got that break, would you?
No. Yeah. No, perhaps not. Perhaps it might just be my eyes playing tricks on me. No, he didn't. It was a classic break.
Strange though, all his problems seem to be towards that middle pocket, don't they? The same middle pocket.
Yeah.
And there's no particular reason for that. It's just the way it's going. So once again, we've had a few, haven't we, from the break? A few 8 balls down.
Yeah, that's his third in this match.
And that's a lot.
That in
itself is rare.
Yeah.
There were tournaments back in the day, down where I think it was £10,000 at one point for an 8 from the break. And I'm talking about 30 odd years ago, probably. Seriously.
Boyle would be
a random
absolutely
TV
minted.
pull, honestly, a random TV event. Was it John Bull or something? I can't remember exactly what the name was, but
that's a great break.
It certainly was one.
That is a great break, and it's a great result. That might be the best of the lot.
Well, he needs it. Look at
that. Look at them. You're absolutely right. He does need it. Trailing 6-4. All he can do is continue to dish his own breaks and hope that he gets another chance off the Dunster break.
So he's going to take reds here. The issue being the 8 ball is up there, top of the table as we see on the screen, below the balk line. That's just needs some attention.
Yeah, you've got a couple of nice windows to drop into, but I agree. You want to finish nicely on it. Does the red closest to the black spot pass to the bottom left? I don't think it does.
No, I don't think it does either. It doesn't look like it from the overhead, does it?
No.
But we'll soon find out. This will tell you everything you need to know, this next shot, I would think.
So does he have the angle here then to top through and land on that ball to the centre, or get right up for the one closest to the top rail?
Well, it does go. Does it? Or does he go long?
Perhaps he's going long.
Yeah. If he is going long, he's going to have a lot of distance there to travel. Well, there you are. To travel to the 8.
Yeah.
But the good thing about that, if you look, is that if he does, as he just queued up there, if that red nearest the corner is his last red, as long as he goes up table to the left-hand side as we look at it now, he doesn't really have any traffic, does he? As long as he gets somewhere near that bottom rail.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, it is quite precise. It's full length of the table. It just makes it that much harder to judge.
Yeah. So he'll be using the side cushion, top left of screen now, you would think, if he's going to play this. Needs to be confident with the path of the cue ball here. Exactly like that.
That's a beauty.
Just look at that.
That is a beauty.
It is, but he knew there were no traffic in that corner.
Yep.
Nothing could hamper him, as long as he hit that side rail. Anywhere on that side rail, in effect. As long as he had enough pace. He was going to be plumb on this 8 ball. There you go. So 6-5.
Marc Boyle back to within 1. Another break dish in this match. They have been coming thick and fast. And just yet another pinpoint positional finish from Marc Boyle. Sees this clash of the Titans rage on. Boyle and Dunster separated by just 1 frame. 11 frames into the match. Possible 4 still remaining. Marc Boyle needs 3 of them if he is to progress. Liam Dunster just 2. And at a crucial moment, the Dunster break has failed. And what an opportunity it has left for Marc Boyle. The first time in the match that Marc Boyle will come to the table immediately following the Liam Dunster break. It's his first dry break. It leaves a nice table. But there are a couple of issues. The yellow down to the board to the bottom left is making it tough for reds. He doesn't have a nice opening yellow, so let's see what Marc can do from here. How do you think he's going to get down towards that awkward red, Andy?
Well, the red furthest, well, as you look now, so nearest this bottom corner, left-hand side there. I mean, there's an opportunity if he feels he could potentially use that, couldn't he? There are a few balls where he can get behind it and see what angle he gets. Certainly not simple. Sorry, Dan. It's certainly not simple to get he's certainly not going to play a skill shot.
I just wonder if he could get there now.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. He's got multiple balls where he's got an opportunity to try and stun behind it if he needs to. But if he was just to run this ball through into middle, for instance, he could potentially try. So play this. Yeah, just run through, look. And now, if he wanted to, he's an opportunity. He could try and play into the corner, off the bottom, and get behind it if he wanted to. And if he wasn't successful, he'd be unfortunate not to be into a red into middle. So let's just see what he thinks. That's what he's played. Well, he's played to nudge it, which is the same. Well, look at that. That is unlucky.
Is it? I think he's all right. I think he can take it to the top left. Top right, sorry.
Does the red still pass the yellow into the corner? Because instead of trying to land on it, he intentionally tried to push it there towards the cushion. And still leave himself on the ball in the middle. So there you see, it doesn't. So he's forced to take this top corner.
Yeah, I think this is okay. That's in. That's in.
Boom.
And the position is once again perfect. I think he can just run this in and top through into the black. He'll hold nicely for the red.
Yeah, he didn't try to go around the back of that red. He deliberately hit the face of it.
Yeah.
Great shot. Great thinking.
Might be going past the black here, actually. Yeah. Either way.
Don't stick to the yellow.
Just out far enough, I think, that he can see enough of the cue ball to cue at it nicely.
But where does he leave the black? When he's hampered like this, what's he going to do with it?
Does he have the angle to come back across the table for the same pocket?
Top it, yeah, I think it. Well, he's missed.
Oh, he fluked it. He's fluked it. Oh,
dear.
wow. He's got no position.
No.
He's got a double.
Cross double or a cross treble.
The treble's a good
You can't
option.
play cushion first to kick off the yellow in front of the pocket. It's too far away. Well, I tell you something. When you fluked a ball like that and you should have been back in your seat. You'll try anything.
What is he trying here? Oh my word!
Oh.
What on earth is that? He's not human. That might be the best skill shot I've ever seen.
I didn't even think of
That
attempting
is,
that.
I mean, that's miles away from the pocket.
Look at that for a shot.
I mean, the fluke is unreal.
Yeah, but the skill
but
shot, that's the best one I've ever seen. Ever. Definitely.
That's ridiculous. That is utterly ridiculous. It's not even like he's straight behind it. It's an angle.
An angle, and then he has to follow it through. How far?
6 inches?
Yeah, crazy. Brilliant. Never even thought about that. I didn't think it was an option.
Well,
and it was absolute loss of frame if he didn't make it, wasn't it? He was just handing the table over.
If that goes out on a highlight reel, I think it'll be X-rated. That might be the best shot I've ever seen.
Yeah, anybody who plays pool knows how difficult that was.
That is one for the ages from Marc Boyle.
You rarely see emotion from Liam Dunster, but you could see there that's really hurt him. Really hurt him.
That would hurt me.
Great break again. Cue ball. Brilliant. That could be so costly for Liam Dunster. I mean, massive fluke. And then what a shot, the skill shot.
I'm lost for words. I'm lost for words.
I'll be honest with you, I'm lost for words that he even attempted it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the confidence, he must have felt that was an odds-on outcome for him.
I mean, I don't know about that. I just think maybe he thought it was the best chance, but...
Really?
I know. I can't.
I'd rather try and double the ball or treble it and take the pocket.
I mean, we could talk about that shot for hours, and we will. I know I will. I'll bore people about that shot.
Look at this. It wasn't even straight, as you said. Look at that.
I mean, the fist bump is well deserved. That's some serious self-belief.
Well, that's shot of the championship for me, or shot of the weekend, shot of this tournament. I don't know, it's shot of something.
The season.
Yeah.
The IPA ever, possibly.
I'd like somebody to replicate that. It's not easy, that.
No.
A good challenge.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, that might be a social media video in the future.
Yeah.
Recreate Marc's skill shot, because that is. We should talk about this frame, because Marc's played a really nice finish here.
Yeah,
and he's leaving this plant.
Yeah, and imagine if you're Liam Dunster from nowhere. Look, for all intents and purposes, that you were coming to the table after that missed ball. He flukes it and then plays, well, shot of the weekend, definitely. And all of a sudden, look at this.
It's so rare that you see it, but look at Liam's body language right now. It's almost defeated. I've never seen that. I've never seen him arms folded.
Well, I said to you, in the when he played that skill shot, after he fluked that ball, I could see him. He never shows any emotion, and that absolutely killed him.
I've never seen Liam look like that. He sits exactly the same all the time. He's robotic in that. And perhaps he just, I don't know, it's almost like he just knows.
Destiny.
You can't play against that.
No, but I mean, Liam is too well seasoned to let this affect him long term. The problem is, I say long term.
Yeah, because short term.
It's very short term, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, to take the lead, to be on the hill, so just to require one more frame to be in the final this evening. What a frame that was. What a fluke. And what a skill shot.
They call him Mr. Magic, and it's easy to see why. That is better than any woman sawn in half or rabbit out of the hat that I have ever seen.
Yeah, crazy. Not even straight behind it.
Crazy. Pulled off the impossible there.
I mean, look at that for a fluke. Catches the jaws of the corner and then ends up hitting the other corner.
But that...
Look at that shot.
That shot.
Brilliant. Look at it. It gets harder every time I see it.
It's outrageous. It is outrageous.
Yeah, on an angle like that. Crazy. Crazy game.
Crazy game. Crazy player. Wonderful player. And that is break dish, reverse dish, break dish. Not that that tells you the story. But for Marc Boyle, he has gone from 6-4 behind to 7-6 in front. And Liam Dunster has not seen the table in that time. Liam has one last chance to keep himself in the match. You feel this break has to be good.
Ball down. Ball down. So that was the first thing that he desperately needed.
Yeah, it's the first piece of the jigsaw in place, and actually, this is a really nice split, and you fully expect this to be 7-all.
Well, we say that, yeah. I mean, I do, but
I know,
this is not,
I know.
yeah,
This
yeah.
is we're at the business end
Yeah.
of the match and the tournament, and the pressure's high, and
yeah.
Liam. We can't ever question Liam's mental strength, but I have never seen body language like that from Liam.
But I will say that now he's back at the table, he looks exactly the same as he normally does.
Yeah. You know, you said short term and long term, and well, maybe Liam's short term is 5 minutes.
So the key ball here is the red that's just next to that yellow. And he has a bit of insurance with the yellow that's on the side cushion right of the table. He does double. But listen, Liam won't be thinking about what his opponent can do if this goes wrong. He is all out. killer mode here. This is an absolute must-get finish. Nowhere to hide here. And he's perfect. Look at this. Runs the red into middle. Holds on the black. And I've watched him so often use other balls like that. A lot of players like to avoid making contact and play the natural path. And he often uses balls deliberately. Great idea. You can't overrun, you can't underrun. So, are we going to go Hill? Is it going to be decider?
It certainly looks that way.
Yeah.
It's difficult to argue against it, isn't it? But strange things happen in pool. And there's 5 balls still to be potted here for Liam Dunster. And he will give them each the same level of respect.
Yeah, it's the shot after this that really is key.
Doesn't want to be hampered.
Exactly. It's the shot after this. And there you see.
Oh.
Well, he's looking. He can bridge over, jack the cue up.
He can actually play the one up to the top left now.
He can. But does he want to? Just depends how comfortable he is queuing over this yellow. I don't think it's too much of an issue. Yeah. Straight back out here. I think that's the right shot, Dan.
Agree.
There was an argument for going up table, definitely. The only thing you'd say here is he should have been in a much better position had he not been hampered. And that can play tricks with your mind. So into the corner, screws over to the side. Anything right of the table as a result? Or is he going to run into this red? Yep, screws over to the side. For a second, the way he was queuing there confused me. But yeah, screws over to the side. And Liam has done everything he can to stay in this match. This is to go. Hill, parity, 7 apiece, race to 8. The bad news, Dan, is it's Marc Boyle to break.
Certainly, that is the bad news for
Liam
fans
Dunster.
of Liam Dunster.
Definitely. Not for Marc Boyle, but it is for Liam Dunster. But 2 players of this calibre, I think we deserve a last frame decider.
We absolutely do. This has been... it's so hard to find words to describe it that aren't overused or cliched, but honestly, this is one of the best matches you'll ever see.
It is.
It's
got everything.
Unreal.
And I almost feel it's better for the couple of errors, you know, showing the human side.
Yeah.
Great to watch, flawless pool. Both players, you could see, they both felt it in periods in this. Here you can see, look, great friendship.
Yeah,
nice to see Liam smiling there.
Proper respect between these two.
Yeah.
They get on so well off the table. And they have put on a show for us tonight.
So, the law of averages would tell you that Marc Boyle will make a break here. And more often than not, he stays at the table. And he would dearly love for that to continue.
Well, we've had 12 out of 14 frames that have been dished from the break. Marc Boyle will be desperate to make that 15 as long as it's a break and dish and not a reverse.
Yeah, no cue ball in the pocket as well, please. For you Marc Boyle fans out there.
The cue ball is close. The red is dropping in. He's made a ball. It looked like it was going to go dry. It looked very dry.
Yeah, that was only just, wasn't it?
But there's drama here because he's got to take reds.
Yeah.
He's got a yellow down by the bottom right corner. And which red do you take first? Do you go all the way down table and take the 3-ball plant?
No, I don't think so.
Or do you take the plant to the top right? Because I don't think he's got a straight pot on.
Yeah. See well, I think you play this plant up top here, the two balls. The issue with playing the 3-ball plant down at distance like that, it's, yeah, you're guaranteed to make the red, aren't you? It's just, you know, you'd rather play that 3-ball plant delicately to make sure you leave the 2 balls that remain. So I think this is the right shot.
There's work to do with the cue ball on this one as well.
Yeah.
He's absolutely nailed that. That's a great shot.
So he's in a better line now for this 3-ball plant, if he chooses, but he can stay up top here as well. Just work his way down.
It's not easy, is it? It's not easy to work out which is the best route here. If you get it right, then he shouldn't have to play a difficult shot, but it's getting it right.
Yeah, and he played the right way there, definitely. That could have been tricky, you know. 3-ball plant. He wasn't guaranteed to leave these 2 reds. So if he'd have left them till the last 3 and it had gone wrong there, he'd have been in all sorts of trouble, really.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that he's gone early, and really, well, he's done everything he needs to do here.
Played at a beautiful pace.
It wasn't for the fact it was final frame to go into the final. You feel that this would be over. We've seen a few things happen in this match. Once again, this is the key shot, Dan.
Yep.
Red to corner.
Has to find the gap.
Yeah. Doesn't particularly want to be straight, does he, when he comes out here? Doesn't want to be straight. He really doesn't.
I think he's okay. I think he can stun across the face of that red. But he needs to leave enough angle to get back out for the black. This isn't done just yet.
He'd like to have been at least 6 inches to the right of where he is now to be perfect. But I think he's okay as well, Dan, I'll be honest. Yeah, he's fine. Now, what do you do here for the black?
Yeah, I think you just drop this in and bit of running side over to the side rail and take the black down to the bottom left.
Well, that's what he's attempting. So loading up, right hand side. Well, come up slightly short of perfect, but as we keep saying, ex-professional snooker player, fantastic single ball potter, and this is for the match. And I said it last time and cursed him, he missed.
I was going to say, let's see what camera angle we've got for this shot, because
we got the best camera angle ever last time and he missed.
Oh no. This one for the final.
And it's there.
Right in the heart of the pocket, and Marc Boyle takes a wonderful 8-7 victory over Liam Dunster. An incredible performance from both players. Honestly, one of the best matches you will ever see on a pool table. 13 out of 15 finishes from the break, Andy.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolute top class.
What a standard.
Mega standard.
Yeah. As Andy says, a mega standard. Glorious from both players. Marc Boyle, phenomenal. Had the luck on his side as well. That fluke leading on to that skill shot. Astonishing stuff from the Scotsman, but equally supported in the match by his compatriot Liam Dunster. And we're going to throw over to the studio. Kev Barton is in the studio with Andy Richardson. They're going to have a little chat ahead of the final.
Have we just witnessed there?
Well, superb. What entertainment that was.
Honestly, I could do with a lie down after that. Fantastic, incredible.
I mean, at 6'4", it looked like Liam was going to get revenge, if that's the right word, over Marc and get his place in the final. But Marc Boyle just seemed to go up a gear. And fair play to Liam, a great dish to force the decider.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, 7-6 down there. After seeing that the ball that he missed, Marc Boyle misses the ball, attempts it in the bottom corner, misses it, and look at that skill shot. I mean, I didn't even see it, did you?
Well, I I couldn't get my breath. I mean, he'd got the fluke before that to leave that position, and
awful for Liam, obviously. But look at that. He's not even straight behind it. That's a tough skill shot if you're straight behind the 8. But an angle like that, I just wouldn't have thought of it. I'd have been trying to cross double it or something. I don't know what you think, Kevin. What were you doing with it?
I think I'd have just been thrashing it around the table, Andy, just to try and find a pocket. I mean, the players never let us down, do they? You know, they turn up and they just deliver that. I mean, that is absolute entertainment and drama at its highest.
It's been an absolute pleasure all weekend, honestly, to commentate on this. The standard, as I've said loads of times before, but this weekend especially, some fantastic matchups. Brilliant, honestly.
And we've got one more fantastic matchup to go, the final. Simon Ward against Marc Boyle. What's your thoughts on that one?
How can you call this? Simon Ward has been phenomenal as well this weekend, hasn't he? Marc Boyle, we know he won the previous tournament. Second final of the weekend, obviously, probably because of that. Slight favourite, but it's minimal, honestly. Simon Ward is flying as well. This could be absolutely spectacular. Really good.
Right, well, we're just going to have a 2-minute break. That'll just give you time to do whatever you need to do. Fill your glass, get the kettle back on, get a sandwich, get the popcorn, whatever you need. And we'll be back for our final match after an epic 3 days here in Coventry. We'll see you in a jiffy.
Welcome back for the final time this weekend to the Hilton Doubletree here in Coventry on the aptly named Paradise Way. And we are in pool paradise after that match between Marc Boyle and Liam Dunster. And we're following it up with another potential classic as the winner of that game, Marc Boyle, takes on the boomerang, Simon Ward. And this is too close to call Andy Richardson, but I would argue that Boyle goes in as favourite.
Well, I've just said that in the studio. Very, very, very close. And if you had to say who was favourite in this final, the only reason I'd give the edge to Marc Boyle is because of his win in the previous tournament and the fact that he's absolutely flat. Both players are flying. Dan, this is so difficult to call. This could be a classic final.
Yep.
We've had so many great matches this weekend. We really have.
You've seen more than I have, by probably 2 or 3. Have any of them topped that previous match?
I mean, for drama, definitely not.
Yeah.
I mean, Marc Boyle previously, in his previous match with Liam, I mean, he was faultless. You know, if we're talking about stats and you know, errors made and everything. But that match just had a little bit extra, didn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Couple of slip-ups, fluke, and then an amazing skill shot. And Marc Boyle, if that skill shot didn't come off in that match there, I mean, it's a different story, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, we've just been outside the commentary box for a couple of minutes, haven't we?
We have, yeah. We just escaped.
We spoke to Simon and Liam, and Simon described Marc's skill shot as, what was it, a
1 in 20.
Which
that's for Simon.
I think he's out by a factor of at least 100 there.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot, wasn't it?
And yeah, Liam said it was a great game, but he just knew. He just knew.
Yeah, if you think of the double up, so if you think he misses into the corner, jaws it, flicks off a ball, so what's the odds of that happening and going in the other corner, and then you follow it with that skill shot?
Yeah.
You'd be a millionaire if you had a pound on that.
Yeah, you
Trust me.
would. That was just an impossible finish from Mr. Magic. And moving on to the Open final then, the last match of the weekend. It's been a terrific weekend of pool here, and we hope you've enjoyed it.
Well, I have, and I'm sat in the commentary box. It's absolutely brilliant. Standard. And if you're a fan of pool, you can learn so much watching these players play, these elite players. Watching the patterns, little nuances. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to this final. We know the hour's late. We have been later before. So
once or twice.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's certainly not an early one.
No. But this could be something special.
Yep, so just before we get the Open final started, we're going to go over to the Smartrack Break of the day. Let's take a look at this. And it is, of course, the main man, Mr. Magic himself, Marc Boyle. Look at this in the previous match. A few contenders for this today, but that one has taken the crown. All the angles. Balls flying in all over the place. And I've been told for the first time we've got a runner-up as well in the Break of the Day contest.
Well, I wonder who that could be.
Yeah, I've no idea. So, let's have a look. Well, would you look at that? I think that might be our other finalist. And that, again, I mean, I think that one, personally. I don't know who chooses this competition, but I'm taking that one. Every single ball in the top half of the table, bar one.
Yeah. And two completely contrasting styles of break as well. One from the side, one straight into the head ball.
Well, we're going to have another hour or so comparing them again, Andy.
Yeah. And If they both break like that, what a final we're going to have here.
It's a joy to watch a ball struck that well. We are just waiting for the two players to make their way to the arena. Marc, of course, literally just finished the previous match, so needs a little bit of time to recover.
Just needs to powder his nose.
Our two players are making their way, sauntering slowly towards the arena we've just seen. So, it's hard to blame them for taking 5 minutes. It's been a very long day for everyone involved, but most of the people out there can get away with the odd slip up, ourselves included, but there are 3 men who can't: Marc, Simon, and of course our referee for this match, and that will be our senior referee, Scott McMillan. Yeah, fair enough. A handshake between these two great competitors as they set up for the lag. And we are really, really looking forward to this one, Andy.
Yeah, we are. Can't wait for it to start. And let's just hope that both these players can maintain the standard that they have done throughout this weekend. And if they do, you'll be in for a feast of pool here. An absolute masterclass. Simon Ward played great this weekend, he really has. Flying. And as we know, Marc Boyle, he won the professional event earlier this weekend, and it's another final. And I did mention this earlier in the weekend. I was informed that he hasn't practiced for this event. What does that tell you? Most players put the hours in, as I'm sure Marc normally does, but yeah, maybe that's helped him.
UK Open final.
Just come into it with a clear mind.
Marc Boyle to break. Time runner.
So, Marc Boyle to break, as always from the side initially. There you see, smashes into the side of them, back to the side rail and back into the pack. And that was a perfect example. But I've just been mindful in the last, well, this is the second match obviously I've seen him breaking like this on this table this evening, but he does seem to be making a lot of balls travel towards that middle pocket. No particular reason for that, just the way things are going, but he scratched in his previous match, in off in that middle. Oh, no harm done. So 2 yellows down. And an open table here. Problem being the 8 ball. Red just behind the 8 in his shoe. Yellows, he has a yellow on the side cushion. So red's the colour here, I feel. It's just how he breaks out the 8 ball. So elects to play the plant first shot. It's not quite come out perfect. So he can run into this red again and release it. That's what he's done. Don't say he's knocked it again. I think it does go now. Yeah, I think it goes into that corner. That's better. So, does he attempt to free this 8 ball early on in this finish? He has an opportunity here. Red to corner. Bottom right hand side. If you watch the pace he plays it, that's such a good shot. It's a great shot. Perfect contact on the 2 balls. Promotes the red, frees the 8 ball. So as you can see here, the difficulty he's going to have is this red in the bottom left corner. He's got to find a gap. So obviously, as he plays that, it must go to the other corner, and we can't see that from this angle. But now I look at the overhead, it's clear.
Possibly just a fraction under where he'd like to be. He's just running away from his work up the top end of the table when he pots this.
Yeah, he is just a little bit out of position, but he can screw off the cushion, as he has done. And you couldn't put it much better than that. Maybe a little bit further up the table, but the line is perfect. This is a great start from Marc Boyle in the Open final. Just a slight angle. So he'd like to land straight on this last red, or as straight as possible. And that's what he's done. Little bit of an angle. He can just drop this cue ball onto the back rail, back cushion, straight as possible on the 8. There you see, he's just, there you go, just drops off the cushion again, just off straight, job done.
Yeah, the perfect start for Marc Boyle, and he opens his account in this final. Race to 8 once again, and it's Marc who takes the early lead.
So, can't do better than that. Opens proceedings with a break and run. Just what the doctor ordered for Marc Boyle. Simon Ward will desperately be looking for the same result here in frame 2.
Which of these 2 players do you feel will be fresher coming into this? Simon's just sat and had a break, but it's quite late in the day, so maybe not a good time to have a break.
Yeah, I'd rather come off the back of another match, if I'm honest with you. I've never been a fan of sitting about waiting.
So a slight advantage there for Simon, for Marc then.
Well, I don't. Yeah, personally, I'd rather be coming off the back of another match and playing straight away. Yeah, Simon's had to kill a bit of time, but people take it differently. He might have enjoyed it, might have had a bit of a refreshment, something to eat, a bit of a snack. You just never know. Oh dear. Well, tell you what, he won't like that.
He's creamed these as well. They are. It's a gorgeous break.
That's a great term. Creamed them. Never heard that before either.
Absolutely creamed them.
Yeah, that's a brilliant one, yeah. So, free shot, Marc Boyle. So he's looking at this yellow. And really, if you look at this, 2 reds tied up near the black. Free shot here, so he runs this yellow into the corner. And he has 2 yellows over the corner. He's bridging over the red there. If you look at those 3 yellows near the middle pocket, well, it's dot to dot really.
Yeah.
Dot to dot.
Even just a 2-0 lead turns Marc Boyle from a maybe 60-40 favourite to an 80-20 one, I would say.
Certainly puts him a heavier favourite, that's for sure. Logically. Yeah. You have the momentum, that's the key thing.
In our YouTube poll, Marc Boyle took 81% of the vote.
Well,
that is, I'm slightly surprised by that.
I mean, if the viewers have been watching this weekend, obviously Marc has been on unbelievable form and has won the previous professional tournament. So you would expect him to be favourite on the poll.
Yeah.
I can see that, but I don't think this is an 80-20 match, Dan.
No, I don't.
I mean, the outcome, it may be a landslide. I'm not saying it won't be, but trust me, Simon Ward is class. Class opponent here.
And has been playing that way.
Exactly.
As well. It's not like
exactly.
It's not like Simon's scraped his way to this final.
No, and he's about to go, well, to all intents and purposes, he's going to go 2-zip down here, but it's through absolutely no fault of his own. Great break, very unlucky.
Marc Boyle leads by 2 frames.
Yeah. Dream start, perfect start for Marc. Break and clear. And then that's what you're wanting at this level, hoping that your opponent either breaks dry or scratches, goes in off, even better, giving you a free shot. He's a seasoned campaigner, is Simon Ward. He knows this is early days in this final.
Needs to let it not... He can't let it get away from him, though, because, you know, Marc Boyle takes this break dish, which is kind of odds on. Then it could be 3-0 before you know it.
Yeah, absolutely agree, Dan. The thing is, say he does break and run, break and clear, what could Simon Ward have done about it? Absolutely nothing. This is the thing.
It's a horrible game. But
so it's not a case of letting it run away from him even, is it? It's what can you do?
But, I mean, it's already 2-0. We only had a 2-frame lead 3 times in the previous frame. In the previous match, sorry. Yeah.
So this cue ball has been, for some reason, ends up near this side pocket often. Not this time. So what's happened here? Let's have a look.
Well, Simon Ward is out of his seat like a whippet. A dry break from Marc Boyle.
Yeah. But even though it's a dry break, it's not the usual open leave that he often has.
No, it's very tricky.
Yeah, problem being the yellow, bottom of table where he stood here, behind that red. If that wasn't so congested down there, look at the yellows. You can play yellow off a yellow to put one in the middle, opens those balls up. You've got the yellow near the balk line, no problem. 2 yellows, bottom left, yeah, you can see where they're going, but what do you do with the red? The yellow that's behind that red, how do you develop that ball? If you choose to take yellows and go at this visit. I think you will be taking yellows. There you go. Well, he didn't want that on the cushion. Didn't want that on the cushion. Does it pass? He's just checking now.
I reckon that still goes.
Yeah, I think it does.
I don't think that's too bad.
But again, it's one of those where you sort of want to be not too much pace and probably in line rather than trying to chop it down at pace.
But the big problem is still that bottom right corner.
It is. So
where's he? How's he going to develop that? Because he's clearly going here.
Well, one option would be if he lands on the yellow near the bottom cushion, so the nearest one to the one that's hampered. If you could get somewhere sort of highish on it and screw into the yellow maybe, but you really don't want to be playing that late on in a finish.
And he'll have to be now, you would think.
Yeah.
Doesn't really have a lot of choice.
Great pot.
It is a great pot, but where's he going from here? It's really tough to see.
So he has got a slight angle here. That is in his favour. So is he looking at doubling this yellow? So plays this. Yeah, I think that was his plan. I think. If not, he could have stunned down table if possible there and played the shot that I said. Might have had an opportunity to play off the yellow in the middle of that cushion at the bottom of the table, but he also may have been attempting to leave a double there, double and screwing over. So
I'm not sure where he's going from here.
Well, does he just try and double this over to that corner, or is he back? So is he doubling it back? He is. No. He's tied the black up, so he's stopped the red attack somewhat. But he's in all sorts of trouble, Dan.
Marc's
Terrible trouble.
So heavy favourite here.
Yeah. It really is. Will be no attempt at a clearance here, I can assure you.
Tough to see what Simon can do. Tough to see that he can do anything from here.
So you just bring this yellow out, so he's going to just bump this out in front of this pocket. That's the shot to play. Well, it didn't, not the way he played it, but it's okay.
He'll take it.
Yeah, he just wants that yellow there. Puts a little bit of pressure on.
Although not a lot.
No, of course not. But it's better than it was.
Yes.
At least he's put a ball near to a problem ball.
Yeah.
Just got the other two now to deal with. Yeah. He's improved the situation, let's be generous. But I agree, not by a lot. Yeah. The worst thing is the black being covered by that red. That's a massive problem.
It's probably worth Simon getting that yellow out of there while he's got a chance. If he could bring the yellow over to the right-hand side of the table, then he could potentially leave that in future. Or he's trying to get the pocket.
Yeah, the issue was, though, if he moved it away, look at the trap he'd set there. Those two reds and that corner. If he left that corner for Marc Boyle, I mean, he's just in terrible, terrible trouble in this frame.
Yeah, I just thought if the yellow was over somewhere near the right-hand side, then it gave the option perhaps later to play yellow down the rail off the red.
Yeah, yeah.
Open up the pocket for the black and...
Absolutely, I just feel it probably would have ended up in a world of pain, hid behind something, but that's a good shot.
Yeah, Simon
That is a good shot.
He may have just taken the pocket there.
Yeah, well, I certainly think it goes now.
I don't know if the red would.
It may do if he punches this and squeezes the jaws of the pocket if he was trying to make it, but he'd rather be straight behind it if he was. I think yellows have got that pocket there, fractionally. From that view there, from the overhead, it does look most definitely, I think, that the yellow's just slightly favourite in that pocket.
Needs to bounce.
But I do think if you punch the red, you've a good chance of making it still. And here, if he plays this shot, he's trying to go side cushion. He just wants to knock this yellow, not right over the pocket necessarily, but well, that's okay.
That's marginally better.
Yeah.
And the percentages have just eked in Simon Ward's favour in this frame in the last few shots.
Yeah. Well, don't think he can do it from here, but he needs to be creative, doesn't he? Creative, maybe not strong enough a word, but there's no way he can screw off this yellow, is there, and try and disturb this this 8.
I did wonder.
So if he thinks he's got that pocket, he may bump this out. Oh, not enough. Do you know, that was a great attempt, a clever shot he played there.
Yeah.
Clever shot. So the way he played that shot there, I feel he did have control of this corner at top. He would have put a bit of pressure on there. From absolutely nowhere, he would have had a smidgen of a chance. And that smidgen of a chance has disappeared. Great shot. Yellow into corner. Just promotes the red that was on the side cushion. Knocks it over the centre. That gives him a lot more options to get down to this red near the two yellows.
Still a fair bit to be getting on with in this visit. It's not it's not straightforward.
No, I mean where the black is now, the 8, the red will play off the red in front of it. So
yeah, but there's no room for error now because Simon Ward's balls are so open.
yeah, that's the thing. He can't afford to miss this and leave the 8 open. I don't expect him to. Oh, knocked it probably about as bad as he could do, really. that red that he used. Yeah, there you see. It's still okay, but it could have been a lot better. Yeah, and there you see, he can play the ball into middle if he chooses. Drift down table. He's got a couple of ways he can play this. Yeah, I think the middle is one option. There you see. The beauty of this, if he gets onto the red where he's looking now, it's a natural angle to run back up straight for that more awkward ball near the side cushion. That'd be second to last. So there you see, he's going to land, and yeah, that'll do. Maybe a little bit higher up would have been better.
He can't necessarily get as close to this penultimate
Exactly,
red now as he wanted.
Yeah. So a bit higher up would have been better. But straight in red, he'll be leaving here. That's the intention. Well, it's more angle than intended there. Of that, I'm certain.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit of check side has turned into quite a lot of check side, and it's sprung off the cushion in quite an awkward way, actually, because I don't think he can play this pocket weight. I think he's got to come twice across.
I think there's a potential for pocket weight, but
he's cutting it fine.
Yeah, he's going to just spin it out a little bit of right hand side, and I'll tell you something, he's only just dropped as that.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, he threw wide there with the side. And had that ball stayed up there, well, he'd have had a chance, would Simon Ward. He was absolutely dead and buried earlier. So, what might have been?
What might have been, but what is a 3-0 lead for Marc Boyle. And that is a lead that will worry Simon Ward. Even at this early stage in the game, a 3-0 lead might be too far to come back. It's just, I know that sounds a bit mad, but can you honestly say that Simon Ward will necessarily get 8 chances to win frames before Marc Boyle gets 5?
Yeah, judging by the form that Marc's shown this weekend, it's a big ask, isn't it? It's been so strong. Some powerhouse performances this weekend from a lot of players on the tour, but Marc Boyle in particular. The match that he played against Liam Dunster in the professional event, flawless. But Simon Ward, he's played great as well. Class act.
This break needs
great
to go better
pedigree.
than his first.
Yeah, he needs something. Needs a drop. He has done.
Oh, they're horrible. That little area around where the 8 balls ended up is really nasty. I think you've got to go red.
You go red,
Reds have
definitely.
got a chance to open that out.
You have, because if you get low on the lower of those 2 reds near the black, you can develop that area.
Yeah, and the red should come out and knock the yellow out of the way and the black in the same shot.
You would hope, yeah. That would be the intention. So,
might be the second shot of the visit here.
I think he maybe runs up too high off this yet. Well, he's missed it. Well, well, listen. I thought for a second there it wasn't going to drop. It wasn't as easy as it looked at. A little bit more of an acute angle than at first sight. But it dropped. And he must make this count. He really must. So I think if he goes 4-0 down, well, massive mountain to climb. Maybe just that little bit too high.
Having said that, he is the boomerang.
That's it.
Simon Ward
Keeps
known
coming
for his
back, keeps bouncing back. That's the thing.
Yeah, he's known for a comeback, is Simon Ward.
So
it's been a while since I've seen him really pull one off, though. I have to say, I don't think it's quite as prevalent as it used to be.
So He could, well, he had two choices there. So I can see he's elected to play this ball to middle. He maybe could have screwed back there at that opportunity. Back full length of table to get low onto the bottom rail. That was another option he had. So it's all about this angle. What angle does he have here? Yeah, doesn't want to be straight. I know I say it all the time. A little bit like, where's the cue ball?
Yeah, that's your version.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. It is straight though. It's too straight.
Yeah.
Far too straight.
Could have done been sort of a couple of inches off that bottom cushion. He would have been perfect. Has he still got some angle?
He was just trying to flick it ever so gently there.
That's right.
Really delicate attempt. Simon now is in huge trouble.
He could just play the edge of this. Let's have a see. So he's going to push this red in front of the yellow. That's what he's trying to.
Hasn't got there. It might have just covered, but the thing is, Marc can't see another yellow, so he can just cover the pocket. Doesn't want to cover it too well, mind. Doesn't want to leave a skill shot on. We will wax lyrical about Marc Boyle's skill shot for years to come, but I can tell you for certain that Simon Ward loves one as well.
Taking his time. Well, he's going to try and take this pocket. What was more important there for Marc was that he left the cue ball.
He hasn't done it.
On the bottom rail, that's what he was more concerned with.
He hasn't taken the pocket, and for me, Simon can cut this in. He's running into the 8 ball, so if the cue ball stops there and the 8 ball comes out, I think this is a good chance.
Yeah, he just tried to push that yellow forward and lay the cue ball low, but it hasn't worked out.
Oh, well, how's it not gone in? I don't know if Simon will be that unhappy.
Well, he will where the 8's gone.
True.
But
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Because
saying.
it's gone there, I think he'll be delighted that he didn't pot it, to be honest. Be interesting to see what Marc does here. Got to hide the red. Got to hide the red. Hasn't hid the red.
And now this is the problem. That's what I was looking at, that 8 ball. So, obviously, no problem in making the ball over the corner pocket. But how do you get a shot, even if you make these 2 reds, how do you get onto that 8 ball?
If you play red onto yellow and get the yellow back out of the way.
Great shot, nice. And well judged.
Needs to slow down.
Absolutely as intended.
That's a nice angle.
Can he screw straight back behind the black?
I think he can.
Or does he get low and try and take it long?
No, I think he can screw back off the side rail and try and flick into the black.
Yeah. I think it's a good shot, that. He can play it with some pace, because if he comes off that side rail and even hits the yellow in front of the black, well, that could be okay. Oh, that's unlucky.
Oh,
Does that cut? No, look at that. What a great shot that was.
It's not going Simon Ward's way. If this isn't touching, he might have to try and cut this and play the
across again and hit it with
the
the white
off the cushion and try and hit it again.
Like a trick shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he may well try, you know.
I think he's got to.
He has. Yeah, that's what he tried.
It's a brilliant effort.
Yeah. Desperate times, desperate measures.
It's a brilliant effort.
Very, very unfortunate there to land where he did. Played a great shot. Screw back up table. moved the 8 ball, and anything but where he was there, just a fraction further away from that 8 ball, and it was game over. He'd been on the scoreboard. So, Marc Boyle. 6 open yellows, black near the corner. You can't see him going wrong, can you, Dan?
It's really tough to see anything other than 4-0 from here. And as you mentioned earlier, it is 4-0. Too big a mountain to climb. There are some players who you feel like are prone to, let a lead slip. Marc Boyle just isn't one of them.
Just where he wanted to be. Didn't want to be too close to the cushion. Wouldn't have been a problem particularly, but just wanted a slight angle, and he's got one. So, which is his last ball here? He's got options. Could choose to play the ball that's nearest the corner as his last ball.
It's definitely one of 3.
Definitely, yeah.
I take it back. It's one of 2.
It is one of 2. I think it's the one over the one near the corner. I think it's the last ball, is it? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah.
So to middle, screw back. Somewhere near where he is now would be good. Yeah. So left hand spin on the cue ball. Just to well, either that, he can either run forward or he can come backwards. Up to him. There you see, a little bit of left, back up table, and a simple 8 for a 4-0 lead. What a weekend Marc Boyle's having. What a weekend.
And it does look like it's getting better and better and better. He's already had 2 titles this weekend. I'm getting a look here, but you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the professional final and the Smartrack Break of the day.
Yeah. And skill shot of the century, he's got 3.
Absolutely, yeah, that is, yeah. I mean, we've seen some phenomenal skill shots in our time here on the IPA. But that has to be, I think that's the best.
Yeah, and it was the risk to reward factor as well. It absolutely had to go, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was the difference between winning and losing the match.
Yeah,
simple
definitely.
As that.
Yeah.
And even after that, he still needed a little bit of luck off the last break.
5th frame, Marc Boyle to break, leading 4 frames to 0. Time limit.
He mentioned his professional win yesterday was written in the stars. Well, is the double also written in the stars?
Yeah.
Feel a little bit for Simon on these first 4 frames because he's had a bit of bad luck, you have to say.
So does that yellow next to the red, he's just looked at there, does it go to the corner? Definitely goes to middle. There you see.
Another beauty of a break,
yeah.
isn't it?
Balls in all over the place.
Perhaps slightly awkward positioning on the 8 ball.
Yeah, the yellow that's bang next to it. I think that's, I think certainly break it out if he needs to do.
Yeah, I think he might have to. I don't know.
Does it go to middle, Dan? I don't know if it goes to middle. I've got an overhead. It doesn't look like it on the main screen.
Very tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
But like you say, you've got the perfect opportunity to break it out. You're going for a plant first off here. It's a nice little touch.
That's
and
a
then
great shot. What a great shot.
Followed up by another nice little touch.
Yeah, but he played that perfect line.
Oh, nailed it. But that could have gone wrong. If the cue ball travels an inch further, it could be trouble.
Yeah, but he was clever there, because if it did go an inch further, he was still on the other red, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was on reds no matter.
It's true.
So. And now, that black, that we were wondering where does the black go? Well, he's got options all over the place. So, run this through. And then he could play the red into the other middle. Just drop onto the side if he chooses. Right, well that makes sense. So red to corner if he chooses. He's got loads of options here.
Yeah. Red to corner is probably the one, round the angles.
Yeah. Or he could play red to middle and just screw back out slightly and leave the red to corner, black to middle.
It's a little
absolutely up to him, isn't it?
Yeah, to be fair, it is, and that is what he's doing.
Yeah, I prefer this, I think, actually. Because there's no traffic on the path to getting onto that black ball this way. If he'd have gone corner first, as I first said, he had a lesser margin of error. Could have run too far round, maybe had problems getting onto the black. So here, 2 cushions. He's just happy to be in line.
Yep, didn't try to do too much. Wasn't too worried about getting close. Just make sure you're on the black nicely. It can be a very easy game this at times, but only if you happen to be Marc Boyle.
Yeah, the onslaught continues. And when you think the quality of field this weekend, Dan, to have already won the professional event, what odds would you have got? I mean, he would have been one of the favourites for both events, obviously.
Of course.
But to do the double, massive.
Yeah, to do the double, it's such a rare event. This will be one of the finest IPA performances ever across a weekend. If Marc Boyle is to take both titles. And I've run out of battery on my phone, but I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that Simon Ward is one of the other players who have done it, and there are not many. Have to get the history books out, but yeah.
So Simon Ward breaks, makes a ball.
It's not a bad chance on yellows this, but he's very straight on this one that he's closest to, and he really needs to be able to get up table, so or down table rather. It's tough to see how he manages that, and so he's choosing a different route. Oh, that's
clever. Clever.
That's a little stroke of genius. Yeah. I'd sort of turn to look at you then, and I'd think your facial expression was the same as me, with a slight eyebrow raise, and what on earth is he doing here?
Oh, clever.
Yeah, brilliant little shot from Simon Ward. Opens the frame right up. And can he finally get off the mark in this final?
Yeah, so ball over the corner, blocks the 2 reds, no problem. Positional shot that he needs to be very careful with. He's getting onto the ball, top of your screen there. Other side of the ball line. So this shot here, key. And he can play this over to the left-hand side of the table, and he can play to land on either ball here. There you see, spins it over left, doesn't want the bump. Well, it was kind.
It was kind. That could have gone horribly wrong.
But he played that in such a way that he could land on both balls.
Yeah.
So, good choice of shot.
Slightly betwixt and between with his angles here.
Yeah, I think he deserved a bit of run there when you consider the shot he'd played in the other game where he stuck to the black after that great shot.
He's finished plumb straight again. It's actually really awkward.
Fractional angle has he got? Can he run through with the top right? I don't know. Has he got anything here?
It's really fractional.
Is he screwing? What's he doing? Well, he's just taking his medicine. So, jaws of the pocket, smash it in the corner.
This is hard.
For your first frame in the board, 5-0 down in a final.
5-0 down, this is really tough.
It really is tough, yeah. Well, I thought for a second it was in. Unfortunately, things just not going Simon Ward's way.
No, and that's exactly it. They haven't been this entire match. You know, written in the stars, said Marc Boyle yesterday. Well, I think the same may well be said today, because Simon Ward, everything he does has just gone against him here. We've all had these matches. We've all been there.
Yeah. So the red to middle. Just drop into the middle, doesn't it? I'd like to be close to it. Does he try and get on it now? Yeah, he does. Oh, he didn't want that. But he knew if he played it and didn't get position.
That could have gone worse, though, because they're flicking into the black like that. He could have tied up the black with the red.
Yeah, of course he could, yeah. It was a free shot, wasn't it, to get onto that ball into middle. Knew he'd have a shot at the one of the four lower down the table. There you see, red to corner. A little bit of right hand side here, so he's just going to run wrap. He doesn't want to kick that back ball. That's not what he didn't play that. Not as intended.
No, it's getting a little tougher now, because he can't play a positional shot between the two reds on the side rails. So he's got to play this one, and then he's got one good shot basically to play still. He needs to land really on the red on the right hand side now, you would feel. Tried to move it, and he's missed. Marc Boyle has missed a ball. Someone call the police.
I don't believe it. Yeah, I don't believe it. So Simon, come on, let's get one on the board. And there we have it. So, at last, finally, a frame on the board. On what looked like being 6-0. Just a couple of errors there, positionally, from Marc Boyle. And he's let Simon Ward in. Let him off. He's got his first frame on the board. So that mountain, as high as it is, well, he started climbing. He's at base camp, Dan. Base camp.
He's going to need a hell of a Sherpa.
Yeah. Everest to climb.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, this would be up there with the exploits of any great explorer, surely. Were Simon Ward to turn around a 5-frame deficit in a race to 8 in an open final against Marc Boyle.
Yeah, who has been breaking as well as you can, has to be said, this weekend.
And continues to do so. But, is there a glint of hope for Simon Ward? Because that has not come out nicely.
No, that red, dead. I suppose, at first sight there, the yellows, the two yellows next to that red, that little cluster there, they are a plant. And in playing that, you could disturb the other two behind, or certainly one of them, but probably both of them if you get the right angle. It's just this first shot, if that's what he chooses to do. If he wants yellows,
I think he's got to, really. I think
Yeah.
that red is absolutely plumb dead, isn't it? It's
And he's hampered by the yellow behind it. Not as if he can sort of screw into anything. Not that I think he would. I do think yellows offer the best opportunity at some point here. So it's yellows he's taking, or he's attempting. I say attempting, but it's not strong enough a description, really, is it?
No.
It's never an attempt. It's he's taking them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He hasn't landed great here, though.
No, he hasn't.
I don't know if the very top of those 5 yellows, can he double that? Does it pass
Well,
the
he
red?
can.
Does it pass the red to the left centre?
Yes, it does, definitely, if that's what he chooses to do.
He's playing safe. Laying up. Oh,
That is a beauty.
Oh, good luck getting out of there, Simon. I don't even know if it's physically possible. It is physically possible according to the rules. It's not
Yeah.
going to be a re-rack.
You
But
just masse around the yellow, not touch the cushion. No, that's a beauty.
He can't go off this cushion, can he? Is he going to try? I suppose he's got to try.
Yeah.
That was physically impossible.
He had to try. I mean,
yeah.
You can squeeze somewhat the cushion.
Yes.
But he just didn't have any room to
But
play there.
It's not a sponge.
No, it's not a sponge, exactly.
It's, yeah, that was impossible. And that's a frame-winning safety shot from Marc Boyle.
Yeah, because here, the shot I was talking about is on now. Yellow onto the plant. Should he choose to?
Yeah, it doesn't.
But he's got a free shot. He doesn't even need to do that.
No, he doesn't.
Just make sure he develops. Yeah, and that's what he's done. He's made sure he develops.
Yep.
They haven't gone as well as they could have done.
No. I didn't like that shot for a couple of reasons. I thought if he played it softer, then the middle yellow could have got stuck. And to be fair, it still has.
Yeah, but you see here, Dan, you screw off the right-hand side. Well, I thought the other side was the... I think he wanted to hit the other side of that yellow.
This isn't great.
Yeah, if he'd have hit the other side of the back of that yellow, I think he was guaranteed a yellow. And he's got it long anyway.
He does, but it's not like he can just stun this in.
Exactly.
He's got to come right back up the table.
That's why I think he needed to hit the other side of the yellow. But what a cueist this man is. And if he screws back here, he's got a ball to middle if he needs to.
This needs to travel. This needs to travel.
Well,
he's got a plant.
Yeah. And this plant is much easier than the amazing skill shot we saw him play earlier. But it is by no means easy.
This is such an unusual Marc Boyle clearance. This is so more made up as he goes along than most. He's missed that.
Yeah.
He has missed that. And Simon Ward is going to come to the table, and this is a big visit because this is on the Boyle break, don't forget. In a frame where Simon has already given away a foul. So back to 5-2, a good break next one, back to 5-3, and then the butterflies just begin to perhaps flutter.
And I think they... Yeah, sorry, Dan.
No, go.
You know, we think back to that skill shot, you know, that he executed. Unbelievable. I mean, that, by comparison...
It was a
dead
breeze.
weight, it was a breeze,
Yeah.
and he missed it, which shows you how difficult...
Oh, whoa.
What's happened there?
That's a huge miscue from Simon Ward.
Didn't see the shot there, sorry. Just turn around for a second. What happened there? Have we got a rerun? Here it comes.
What's happened?
That's two big miscues we've had.
Well,
second time that I've seen this weekend on this table, two huge miscues like that.
I didn't realise it was a foul either. I just knew it was a miscue. I thought Simon still hit the red first. But I'll trust the referee. A fly around the table as the fly migrated from the commentary box to the to the table because I saw Andy Richardson next to me batting it away earlier, and I think I've just seen Marc Boyle doing the same.
Yeah, spent a couple of hours trying to bat that fly away, driving me mad. Funny enough, it has gone, hasn't it? Did have the door open for a while.
Yeah, we've let it out into the arena.
Yeah, looks like that.
Not the greatest of shots there from Marc either.
No, he's okay though, isn't it? He can play into corner, back out. So he plays this corner, across off the side rail, a little bit of right hand side, so he'll take this yellow into the other middle. There you go. There, he's perfect. Just stun it in, or he can run it through for either of the corner pockets as he chooses, and he's going to run it through. It's straight. That miscue there. What a shame that is.
It's.
What a shame.
Is it? Yeah. It depends. If it's a miscue, there's miscues that are bad luck and there's miscues that are bad technique.
I'll let you tell Simon Ward he's got a bad technique.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we don't know which one caused it, and it's either bad luck or unforgivable.
It didn't look like he was trying to put an extreme side on it, did he? Or
no, it's a really weird one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a very strange shot. And,
well, it's coming up again. Look, let's have another look. So has he got a lot of side on this? Really?
It's difficult to tell from that angle exactly what's happened there, but either way, it's not good news for Simon Ward. He trails 6 frames to 1.
There wasn't extreme side on it.
No, unless he was trying to, I don't know, extreme bottom maybe, which you can't really see from the overhead, but
it's the sort of shot you'd see in a pub where somebody picks up the pub cue from the wall. No chalk.
Oh wow. That was yeah. It didn't look like he hit any extreme part of the cue ball, so it does look like he's taking out some frustration there, though.
You've just taken the words out of my mouth. Yeah, he gave that an extra little bit of zip, didn't it? Nearly went off in the middle.
Yeah, but he deserves a bit of luck.
So, could go yellows, could go reds. Similar problem on both balls. It's this red and yellow near the black. But he could elect to go up table and land on it into the corner.
Yeah, it's one of those. In some ways, it's a nice last ball, but because you need to be quite precise getting on it, you don't necessarily want to leave it till last.
Yeah, you can leave it for last, but you could have gone for it early. If he'd have had the angle now to play into the middle and run through, I think he would have done, but it's just slightly out of line. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. So he's knocked that yellow towards the middle pocket, and that's a great ball to get down to this last ball, if he so chooses. So, screw this out. Does he leave it to middle and then run through for the ball that you said he could take last, Dan? So I say, well, he's gone the wrong side, has he?
Well, it's very straight, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's certainly overscrewed that.
A little bit too far for what he wanted. Yeah, right smile.
I mean, so he can use the left half of the pocket and just run through and leave a thinner cut. Oh, he's had a kick.
Just stopped dead.
That's a monster kick.
Is that not the first one we've seen, really?
Yeah, it is, yeah. I haven't seen one all weekend.
I mean, you do tend to get them when you're trying to run the cue ball through, but usually when you play them slower. I mean, he was the wrong side here.
Oh, absolutely.
And I was about to say that the fact that he was straight, and as you said, he could use the side of the pocket, and the fact that the cue ball's smaller, you can still get some angle. And look at this for a cut. Look at that for a cut.
Oh, and the cue ball,
Well,
is he going to hold up? It's going to hold up. What a shot.
Is that shot of the championship?
No.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's fantastic, is that?
It's a good second, but I'm sorry, Marc Boyle has that sewn up, I'm afraid. But it is a great second.
It would certainly have been a contender without that skill shot in the previous match. I can assure you that. Fantastic cut.
And that is up there as well. Brilliant finish from Simon Ward. And,
what a cut that was.
A well-deserved round of applause from the audience.
Look at this. Look at that.
That's brilliant.
Must have been near enough 90-degree cut, that.
Yeah. That is absolutely superb.
And the black was no gimmick.
6-2. We march on towards frame number 9. Yeah, fortunately that kick didn't cost Simon Ward, because it would have been... Well, he's had no run in this game anyway, really. But, yeah, I'd still love to know what happened with the miscue.
Yeah, was he playing extreme bottom, as you say, maybe? And I don't know. I don't know. Don't know what happened. It was an awful miscue. A rarity. We did see one, didn't we, in an earlier match? Similar.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of miscues. We've seen more miscues than we have kicks, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Well.
And the Boyle break dries up again. That's the second one in the match.
Yeah, he didn't hit those as hard, did he, though, I don't think. Certainly didn't get that impression.
Well,
Split nowhere near as good as usual, which is ironic because he didn't make a ball.
It's actually pretty typical. It's exactly what happened to Simon in the previous time that Marc went dry as well. Just didn't leave him anything.
So, this bottom right-hand corner, I want to say corner, the bottom right-hand quarter of the table. Yellows are all closest to this corner pocket, so, I mean, nobody wants anything at the moment, I'm certain, but if it was a case of there wasn't any clearance on, and you wanted to take some sort of tactical advantage.
Oh, Simon.
Well, I was going to say, down the line, yellows might be the colour. Unfortunately, he's opened them up, but he's gone in off.
Well, this goes one of two ways. It's still a really awkward table. If this shot goes well for Marc, and he opens everything up nicely, then fair enough, frame over.
But there's a great shot here, Dan. Look at this, on reds. So the two reds closest together. The three low balls there. If he plays the right hand one of those balls, just watch this. Well, look at this now. Could have done with the right hand of those two that are still close together. Could have done with that just dropping a little bit lower, but
yeah, I mean, what I was essentially trying to say was it might be the sort of table where it might be best to have the second bite of the cherry. The free shot has been used well by Marc here, but they're not gimmies yet.
no. If that ball had just dropped a little bit lower, the red, I think it would have been simple. I'll say simple. Very high percentage of the time Marc would have cleared, and that is a fantastic recovery shot.
That's very, very good. cue ball hasn't stuck to the red there and blocked that left hand of those two
Surely
reds.
not. Surely
Has
not.
it?
No. I mean, you couldn't put that anywhere better with the if you had it ball in hand. Look at that. Run this into middle if he chooses. In doing so, he'd free up the red that's on the head spot. Or the top of what we're calling the racking line, we've decided we're going to call it, aren't we? Is it the racking line?
The racking line.
That's
I'm
what
happy
we call
with that.
it. Yeah, rack line. I call it rack line. Yeah, that'll do. So, yeah, free this up. So, what was an absolute mess of a table, after that in off from Simon Ward, is extremely inviting now. 6-2 the score currently. Looking very much like 7-2. So, just runs through.
Yeah, and I think at 7-2 we really can close the lid on the game, to be honest.
You would think so.
It would be a mammoth comeback from there.
Yeah. Everything would have to go wrong for Marc Boyle, and everything would have to be faultless from Simon Ward. Now, I think Simon Ward's capable of playing faultlessly. You know, he's good
He
enough.
is. Absolutely, he is.
I don't think the odds of that happening and Marc Boyle collapsing a great deal. That's the issue. So, it's red to middle. So, just drops this in, so just slightly below centre. So he's just punching wide, yeah.
Like that. Confident way to play the shot.
Yeah. In a couple of ways he could play it, but played the confident, positive shot. Off the side cushion, drops the red in the middle. Red to centre, opposite centre. And this is to go on the hill. And he's on the hill here to do the incredible, the unbelievable double this weekend.
And it would be unbelievable. He is up there with the best, but this would really announce that. We've known it a long time about Marc Boyle. We've known it since he burst onto the scene in 2016, I believe, and won. That's a fair point. This wouldn't be the first double for Marc Boyle.
Okay.
But the previous one was an amateur and an open.
Was that right in the early days?
It was his first event.
Yeah, I think I wasn't playing at the time, but I do remember. I don't know if I'd seen it somewhere yet.
Yeah, it was, I believe, in Cardiff in, I think, 2016.
Did really well, really
17.
early on. Yeah.
And, yeah, he won the Open and the Amateur in his first event, and then the Open, and was the runner-up in the Amateur final in his second event in Bradford. And it was just astonishing. He just blew the field away, and he's still doing it all this time later. An all-time great, Marc Boyle.
Well, look at that. That's how things go.
Yep, Simon Ward exchanges break cue for playing cue.
Yeah.
But he may not get the chance to use it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, he may be exchanging a playing cue for cue case in a minute. That's a problem.
Yep. Playing cue for handshake followed by...
Yeah. We say that these balls need to be potted.
Yeah, it's not an easy finish. You've got to take a yellow.
Yeah.
There's no easy starter. Got one down the rail, a possibility of a 2 or 3 ball plant.
Yeah, there is red to middle and run down and kick the yellow in.
Yeah, so playing the skill shot early. No, playing the plant early and missing it.
Oh. Yeah.
No, we're not quite home and hosed yet. In the right-hand corner, Marc Boyle has let Simon Ward back to the table at least one more time.
Yeah, and it will be yellows here, definitely.
Has to be, yeah.
This pattern's not simple. So, taking this long, just going to drop this through. So the red that he would like to get rid of is just below this, sorry, the yellow is just below the yellow that he's playing now. That's what he's doing. Great shot. Just nudges into it.
Nice shot, that.
Yeah. Drop this in, leave an angle. Could well be playing the yellow nearest the rack line in the same pocket at some point, or he could choose to play it to middle.
I was going to say, I think that might... Oh, has he underhit this? Has he made a cushion?
Never.
He hasn't made a cushion. It was delicate, but he had a bit more to play with than that. That's a bad shot. Well, Marc has a free shot to do what he likes with. It's hard to see that he can open up the entire frame for himself in the first shot, though.
Yeah, but he takes this, he releases the 8 ball, and the other pocket, he can get something past that yellow. So, I'm with you though, Dan. It's not clear cut. Oh, you can hear a pin drop out there. So, plays the gap here. Yeah, that's a great shot. So he wanted to move that yellow. And the red that he's now moved away from that pocket, potentially he could use to break away the red that's closest to the bottom cushion. He's going to have to do something there, because it certainly doesn't pass that yellow. Or does it, when you look? I'm looking at the overhead. It looks difficult. Well, look at that for a shot. That was a fantastic shot.
That's
really
a dream.
Was brilliant.
That is an absolute dream.
Yeah. Running out of superlatives to describe the way that Marc Boyle has played this weekend in its entirety. Phenomenal level of pool. Phenomenal.
Yeah. You cannot say it's not deserved if Marc Boyle goes on to finish these off. And it looks very much like he's going to. He has been the best player this weekend by a distance.
Yeah, he has.
And I mean, he's come very close on a couple of occasions to being knocked out. Thinking about obviously the previous match against Liam, but also Dan Davey in the quarterfinals yesterday, 8-6 down.
Sorry, Dan, if you're listening.
I'm not. I'm not sorry. I still owe you one. But at the end of the day, you don't win tournaments like this without surviving a scare or two.
Yeah.
And for Marc to win 2 tournaments in one weekend with this field, with this kind of pressure, it's just outrageous, frankly.
Yeah. Absolute juggernaut this weekend. So there you are. Just needs to be careful. The yellow between these two reds just makes it a little bit more difficult. Doesn't want to come back too far. So just pops it in here.
It's lovely. Once again, it's lovely.
Just checks this in and just drags it. Take the pace completely out of it. And there you see it. Look at that. You can see what it means to him. So happy to have done the double. fantastic, incredible level of pool throughout the weekend. Marc Boyle, a worthy winner of this final, and he's done the double. Dan, incredible.
It's Marc Boyle's world, and we're just living in it. I think
incredible.
An unbelievable, undefeated weekend for Mr. Magic, Marc Boyle. Superb from him throughout. 3 long days of competition, and he will be taking the long drive back up to Scotland with 2 trophies in tow. Astonishing from him. Commiserations to Simon. Didn't really go his way in the final.
No, it didn't.
Didn't play his best either.
No, he's played great. Oh, listen, Simon's played great this weekend. Yeah, wasn't his finest hour. Really wasn't. He struggled a little bit at times there. Had some opportunities, a couple of strange things there. Dropped short of the pocket in the last frame. Totally uncharacteristic. But listen, Marc Boyle, amazing.
Yeah. Well, it's time to end the weekend. But before we do, let's cross over to the arena. Kev Barton with the trophy presentation.
Thanks, guys, and welcome down to the arena for the climax of what's been a fantastic 3 days here in Coventry for the IPA UK Championships. First of all, let's introduce our gallant runner-up, Simon Ward. Simon, I'm not sure what you could have done there. I mean, Marc was just irresistible.
Yeah, Marc played really, really well. I don't know what I was doing, but he played brilliant. Yeah, really well. Good.
It's been a long 3 days, and you know, to get to the final of these events is a huge achievement in itself. You must take you know, great pride in that, and something to build on for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I've played better in recent tours, and so I've not done very well. And whereas today I was kind of just scrapping through and then playing well in patches. So yeah, I think I've done well to get the final. But yeah, Marc was much better than I was. Played really, really well. Thought he deserved it.
I mean, you were breaking well, but it was all bits and pieces, wasn't it? You couldn't really get into a flow.
Yeah, it's just my own fault really. I just like the odd just loose shot here and there really, which is kind of what I do anyway. But and then the rescue shots weren't coming off, so it looks a bit silly then, doesn't it?
Well, it's been a great tournament for you nonetheless. Well done, Simon Ward. But our champion, he's cleaned up this weekend. It's Mr. Magic, Marc Boyle. Marc, I don't think we've got any more superlatives left to describe how you've played this weekend. Tell us your thoughts at this moment in time.
And brief. I just wanted it so much, because obviously this weekend, you know, and she delivered for me again. You know, it's just crazy the things are happening, because every time Simon broke there was nothing on for him, and even when he did go for him, it was just the wee flicks and the wee rubs just went totally against him. So it's just one of the games. Everything fell for me, you know, and Simon was unlucky the way the balls went for him, but I'll take it.
I mean, winning one event is a great achievement on a weekend, but to win 2 is absolutely phenomenal, and only been done, I think, a couple of times in certainly the past 10 years that I'm aware of. I mean, that must feel absolutely incredible.
I'll probably feel it'll sink in tomorrow or that, or a couple of days down the line, because just now it's just I feel I've got to scrape myself off the floor. You know, everything was a pint of blood. You know, I just wanted it so much this weekend. I was even giving fist pumps against Liam. You know, it's not me. I just wanted it. It just the fight was there for a change. You know.
I think that shot deserved the fist pump, that skill shot. Do you want to just tell us about that shot, because that's one of the greatest shots, certainly one of the greatest skill shots I think we've ever seen at that point in the match.
Yeah, because the yellow was quite a distance away for the bag as well, but I seen the treble with a big bag, but I just thought, I just had my mind set on it, and if I get it, it looks good. If I don't, I'm beat. You know, so luckily for me it went in.
How have you managed to keep the mental strength to get through, you know, the 3 days and win all these matches?
You don't want to be inside my head, trust me, you don't. It's just it's just the will to win, really. That's all that gets you through, you know, and I've had it this weekend. Maybe taking the break was good, cleared my head a wee bit in a way, but and took my mind away from pool. And coming back, it makes you want to play and gives you the hunger back again, because sometimes it can get monotonous. But no, it was just basically a shot at a time, and just fingers crossed things go in.
Well, they certainly did go in, Marc, and it gives us great pleasure to present you with the trophy. You certainly have delivered the magic. Congratulations, you are the UK Open champion. Congratulations. What an achievement from Marc Boyle, two-time champion this weekend. But congratulations to all our winners this week. It's been a fabulous 3 days, and we hope you've enjoyed the coverage that we've brought you. Well, that's it from us now. We all need to go for a lie down, probably Marc more than any of us. And we'll be back in 7 weeks' time for Tour 3 in end of July. But don't forget, next month as well, we are bringing you the inaugural Scottish Grand Prix. So that's all from us. Hope you've enjoyed it, and good night.